We thank you for bringing us together this evening as one community, leaders, commissioners, nonprofits, first responders, families, and neighbors, united with the purpose of serving Miami-Dade. We thank you, Almighty God, for blessing us with Mayor Daniela Levine-Cava and with the commissioners who give so much of themselves, led by Chairman Anthony Rodriguez and joined by all the commissioners here tonight. They sit and deliberate how to help this county, to make it truly a beacon of light to the world. We also thank you for the devoted staff of the Office of Management and Budget who labor tirelessly to turn vision into action. May we know your wisdom and fulfill your purpose. Tonight, every segment of our community is represented. First responders, communities leaders, nonprofits, families with special needs, and it's so heartwarming to see this unity, this love, and this compassion. Bless our leaders with wisdom, integrity, and strength. May they always remember that behind every number in the budget is a person, a family, a life. And we want to thank you for your strong support for everyone to live in freedom and peace and tranquility. And now we close the words with the blessings. From the priestly blessings, may God bless you and guard you. May God shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May God lift his face to you and grant you peace. And let us say, Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi, and thank you for accepting my invitation today. All right.
Silence your cell phones, please.
Please silence your cell phones. That is part of my remarks, but my remarks will come later, so I am going to ask that at this time. Please silence your cell phones. Madam Attorney, is it in order for your statements to be read prior to opening of the public hearing?
Yes, we have a number of procedural things we need to deal with, Mr. Chair. The mayor has issued a memorandum titled Supplemental Information for Second Budget Hearing, Fiscal Year 2025-26 Proposed Budget, dated September 12, 2025. This memorandum has been added to the agenda. You all should have received copies. The supplement will further amend the mayor's memorandum titled Information for Second Budget Hearing, which is already on your agenda, and a copy of the supplemental memo will be provided to the clerk of the board. Tonight, the board will conduct a public hearing and adopt millage rates, set fees, rates, and other charges, and adopt budgets for Miami-Dade County for fiscal year 2025-26. There are 8 ordinances before the board in this regard. The ordinances to be considered today are Item A, ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for the countywide general fund operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.574 mils, which is 7.57% above the state-defined rollback rate of 4.252. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support services included in the proposed budget, including a planned cost of living adjustment, an increase from the Florida retirement system, and an increase to the maintenance of effort funding for Jackson Health Systems.
Item B is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide bonded debt service for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed countywide debt service millage rate is 0.4174 mils, 0.3228 mils for countywide debt service, including the Building Better Communities Bond Program and Safe Neighborhood Parks Program, and 0.0943 mils for the Public Health Trust Jackson Miracle Bond Building Bond Program.
Item C is an ordinance approving and adopting the countywide general fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026, providing a short title incorporating the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing the investment of county funds in the time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing the transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, authorizing deposit of interest earned to the general fund, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of the board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations and providing for their amendment, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, authorizing the mayor, mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, waiving for fiscal year 2025-26 provisions of the code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, amending section 1-4.3 of the code relating to reorganization of county administrative departments, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, and providing severability, exclusion from and inclusion in the code, and an effective date. Item D is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for unincorporated municipal service area operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed unincorporated municipal service area operating millage is 1.909 mils, which is 7.37% above the state-defined rollback rate of 1.7779. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget, a planned cost of living adjustment, and increase for the Florida retirement system.
Item E is an ordinance approving and adopting the unincorporated municipal service area fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, providing a short title, incorporating the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing the investment of county funds in the time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing the transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, authorizing deposit of interest earned to the general fund, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of the board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations and providing for their amendment, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, recognizing and continuing the unincorporated municipal service area, authorizing the mayor or mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, waiving for fiscal year 2025-26 provisions of the code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. Item F is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Service District operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, recognizing and continuing the Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Service District, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Service District operating millage is 2.3965 mils, which is 7.99% above the state-defined rollback rate of 2.2191 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget, including additional units, a planned cost of living and contractual adjustments, and an increase for the Florida retirement system.
Item G is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for Miami-Dade Library System operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, recognizing and continuing the Miami-Dade Library System, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. And the budget director has a statement.
The proposed Miami-Dade Library System operating millage is .2812 mils, which is 7.78% above the state-defined rollback rate of .2609 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget, a planned cost of living adjustment, and an increase for the Florida retirement system.
Item H is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying proprietary budgets, special assessment district budgets, and other budgets of Miami-Dade County, Florida for fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, providing a short title, incorporating fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing investment of county funds and time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, ratifying, confirming, and approving, implementing orders and other actions of board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations and providing for their amendment, approving revised fees and charges, and implementing orders for various departments and agencies, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, approving fiscal year 2025-26 pay plan, authorizing allocations and reallocations of bond proceeds and interest earnings, authorizing mayor's designee to provide bond issue reserves, establishing such funds as may be approved during fiscal year and providing for their expenditure, appropriating grant, donation, and contribution funds, authorizing mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, authorizing the mayor's designee to apply for certain grants, continuing municipal services fund, authorizing disbursement from the Environmentally Endangered Lands or EEL Acquisition Trust Fund to supplement the EEL Lands Management Trust Fund pursuant to Section 24-50.5 of the Code, waiving for fiscal year 25-26, Section 29-7G of the Code related to allocation of documentary surtax funds, provisions of Section 24-50.52 related to the required principal balance of the EEL Land Management Trust Fund and disbursements therefrom, provisions of Section 24-40 of the Code to allow vessel registration funds deposited in the Biscayne Bay Environmental Enhancement Trust Fund to be used for certain studies for the county's reasonable assurance plan, provisions of Section 2-18034 of the Code requiring recommendations from the Building Better Community Citizens Advisory Committee for use of surplus funds for certain projects, provisions of the Code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, Section 25B-36 of the Code requiring deposits into the Ludlam Trail Improvement District Trust Fund, and Resolution Number R45425 requiring $11.4 million in countywide non-departmental expenditures for wage and separation reserve, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to fiscal year 2025-26 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, providing severability and exclusion from the code, and an effective date. Mr. Chair, I also have received word that the budget director has some additional proposed changes to be read into the record. Is that appropriate at this time?
Sorry, Madam Attorney. I was being spoken to about his glasses.
Yes, I understand.
Can you repeat, please?
Yes, that the budget director has some additional changes that he needs to read into the record. Would you like for him to do it now? Is this a good time?
Go ahead, Budget Director.
The following are amendments for the information for second budget hearing memorandum distributed to the board on September 12, 2025. The attached implementing order 4-123 for the Miami-Dade County Fire Prevention Fee Schedule was missing the following sections. Section 13, on-site plans review services. Fee for review or simplified permitting projects as defined in Section 553-7932 Florida statutes. A fee of $267.98 per fire plans processor for the first hour shall be charged, and in addition to any applicable inspection and plans review fee as part of this fee schedule. Each additional hour or portion thereof, $98 per fire plans processor. Number 14, cancellation fee. A cancellation fee of $194.44 will be charged for any inspection cancellations received on the day of the scheduled inspections. Changes to memo. At the board's September 18, 2025 special meeting, the board considered the Seaport's request to purchase a fuel facility. As a result, the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget, Seaport Future Financing Fund, C-999, should be amended to include an additional $200 million for the total future financing of $551,575 million. Additionally, the budget should include capital program number 20000005455 of $200 million for the purchase of this facility.
Is that it?
Those are all of the changes, the additional changes. I don't know, I believe the mayor has some remarks. Would you like to have that now
I'm
or
going to
after?
recognize her in just a second. But that's it for the statements? Okay. We'll get into clarifications of all that here in a second to all that have questions. With that, Madam Mayor, please go ahead and be recognized for some remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, to all of our commissioners and all of our residents here tonight. Thank you, everyone, for taking time out of your busy lives to participate in this process and make your voices heard. And this has been a very long and difficult budget process, and I know that we're all thankful it's now nearing the end. We've had numerous meetings, town halls, conversations to get here tonight, but we've come out with a budget that is balanced and offers real solutions. So I want to extend my utmost gratitude to each and every one of you who've participated, and I'm thankful especially to the members of this board. We've met extensively with all of you who've been willing to sit down with us, and together we've looked at this budget line by line and answered all your questions as part of the normal budget process that we do every year. And I'm thankful to our constitutional officers who are here with us tonight for your continued support and collaboration, and to our residents who have engaged with us every step of the way. Thank you especially to you, Mr. Chairman, for your support negotiating with the constitutional offices to ensure that every possible dollar was returned. And of course, I'm grateful to our incredible county staff, particularly our Office of Management and Budget, who've worked around the clock for months to get this done. And as mayor, I want to be very clear. It is my job, by charter, to lead our county organization and to propose a balanced budget that provides for our community's essential needs. And I'm proud that I was reelected to do this job in the good times and in the hard times. Through hard work and hard choices, we proposed a budget that is lean, responsible, and future-ready, despite the unprecedented financial constraints that this county has faced this year. We closed a $400 million gap without reducing core government services and without raising the property tax rate. We did so by aggressively seeking efficiencies. We merged departments, we streamlined functions, we modified non-essential services, we reduced departmental budgets from the general fund 10 to 20%, and we froze hiring except for some critical positions. So at the first budget hearing, we announced the elimination of the proposed gas tax increase, and we presented lower solid waste and water and sewer fees to ease the burden on our residents. We also are shifting the costs for air rescue from the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Tax District budget back to the general fund, although I want to stress once again, as we did at the first budget hearing, that the original proposed budget had no impact on our ability to deliver top-notch fire rescue services, and in fact, we have made historic investments in staffing and units for the fire rescue department during my administration. Thanks to the over $70 million in additional unspent funds from the constitutional offices that were returned to the county and more departmental adjustments, my administration has proposed restoring grant funding for community-based organizations and cultural grants. You
guys weren't here the
rules.
last time, right?
Okay.
You weren't here the last budget meeting?
Continuing Metro Connect, and providing additional funding for neighborhood enhancements and park maintenance. So, to be clear, this is the result of hard work and collaboration. It was not magically finding money, which some have suggested to mislead the public. Under this new budget process defined by the state, the constitutional offices must return unspent funds by the end of the fiscal year, not earlier. This makes it very difficult to plan how we will spend them. But as those funds became available, we have put them to good use, investing in important community priorities. So I'm extremely proud of what we have all done to produce a balanced, fair, accountable budget that protects core services and continues to move us forward. And we need to continue these efforts throughout the year. So starting tomorrow, we will be looking ahead for the same efficiency and savings, and we face this reality again next fiscal year. So we are going to get started tomorrow, Mr. Chair. Over the past few weeks, we've worked incredibly hard alongside this board to address major concerns about the budget, and it's important to keep in mind that the approval of this budget marks the start of a year in which we will continue to discuss the budget and our priorities. This will be an ongoing process. As has been said, every board meeting is a budget meeting. The process takes all of us working together to achieve the best possible outcome for the people of Miami-Dade. So I hope that tonight we can have a productive discussion as we work together to serve all our residents by passing a fiscally responsible, balanced budget. Thank you so much, and now let's work together to get across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, guys, we do the waving thing. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Once again, good evening to everyone. I know it's been a late start to this evening, given that we had a special meeting prior to the budget meeting and it went on longer than anticipated. But I do want to thank all of you for joining us for the second and final budget hearing. And I want to thank, of course, the mayor, her entire administration, my colleagues, and everyone who came to our last budget meeting to share their concerns. We heard you loud and clear, and we've worked together to make meaningful improvements since the original proposal. This budget protects our core services. As elected officials, it is our responsibility to ensure taxpayers receive the services that they depend on, while also making government more efficient. Our role is not just to highlight what we agree or disagree with, but to find solutions, and I am proud that we did just that. As chairman, I made it a priority to lead by example, beginning with reductions to the Office of the Chair's budget. I also secured more than $29 million to help restore our nonprofit organizations, prevented cuts to our parks programs, and directed much-needed funding to public works for sidewalk repairs and infrastructure. Since our last hearing, we have fully funded our legacy CBOs. We preserved Metro Connect services for UMSA, which I know that is very important to many, and funded the fire air rescue services through the county-wide budget as requested as well. These changes have made this budget a much stronger budget. But it is not perfect, and I cannot support fee increases for solid waste, water and sewer, and transit, as I've stated before, because even small hikes add up for families already struggling with rising costs. And in closing, I am proud of the progress we've made. Passing this budget is not the end of our work here, as Mayor, you just stated. And we must continue to identify savings and make adjustments as we move into the mid-year. And before we open public hearing, a quick reminder to all of you, please be respectful, stay within your time limit. Thank you means your time is up. Direct all comments, if any, directly to the entire board of directors, not one commissioner by name, to the entire board of commissioners. Make sure you silence all your electronics. I just heard one as the mayor was speaking. And the one I thought I didn't have to mention, but it gets us every time, is the clapping. We don't do the clapping, we do the waving thing in the chamber. Look to our Commissioner Bastien for a sample of what it looks like. Or up, all of that. So I know that these are all, some of these topics could be very sensitive for us. We're all very passionate about it, but please try to stay within the guidelines so that we can have a respectful meeting with decorum. And with that, let's begin. I am going to go ahead and open up public hearing. When I call your name, please state the item you're speaking on, your name and address, and you will have 1 minute to speak. I am going to start with our constitutional officers who are present here today. I'm going to start with Clerk Fernandez-Barquin, followed by our tax collector, Dario Fernandez. Clerk and Comptroller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Juan Fernandez Barquin, 73 West Flagler, Suite 242. Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the Board of County Commissioners, Mayor, and members of the community. As your custodian, investor, and auditor of county funds, I want to commend this board for its continued efforts to streamline operations and identify more effective ways to meet the needs of our residents. I have witnessed the efforts and sacrifices made to strike a balance between meeting community needs and remaining fiscally responsible. As your fiscal steward, I want to reaffirm that the Clerk of the Court and Comptroller's Office has consistently served as a strong and reliable partner to the county. Year after year, this office has returned millions of dollars to the county and in some years has fully covered its costs with little to no county support. I am proud to continue this tradition. For fiscal year 2024 to 2025, my office will be returning $5.3 million, which has already been taken into consideration by the Office of Management and Budget. These funds will play a key role in helping restore services impacted by this challenging budget cycle. Looking ahead, my commitment is clear. The Clerk of the Court and Comptroller's Office will remain fiscally responsible, continue to enhance operational efficiencies, promote transparency, and most importantly, safeguard the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk and Comptroller. Tax Collector?
Good evening, Chairman Rodriguez, Vice Chairman McGee, Commissioners, and Madam Mayor, Miami-Dade County residents. I am Dariel Fernandez, your Miami-Dade County Tax Collector. Tonight, I am proud to announce an additional $7.5 million that our office is giving back to the residents, with the $6 million already announced that make a total of $13.5 million total relief this year. That is in addition to the result that we already delivered, $20 million in surplus transfers accelerated by more than 6 months, over $37 million in commission away for municipality, and $5 million returned to HMSA families. We gave up $12 million in commission advance, which we were entitled to keep. $5.3 million in new revenue confirmed this fiscal years. And this November, our office will mail more than 1.5 million insert, offering residents a quick and easy way to support community-based organizations and cultural programs. But our work is not just about dollars. We eliminate loan lines, shoot down scalping and fraud, and work with law enforcement to fight human trafficking and crack down a business tied to Cuba and other state-sponsored of terror. At the same time, we distribute more than $9.6 billion to police, fire, school, and parks, providing that this office is not just about collection, it protects our community. And I will leave you with this. On July 17, I say, Miami-Dade County does not have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem. Since then, you all have reduced advertising spending, cut wasteful programs, and restored funding for the sheriff and the fire department. Yet, there is more work to do. It is my hope that this extra money will be used to restore save our seniors, to provide relief to our elderly population, lower TSS fares so our more vulnerable residents, seniors, and people with disability have more affordable transportation, reverse fee that hurt working family. Our duty is not to ask more from the people. It is to do more with less. That is how you honor taxpayers. God bless Miami-Dade County, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Tax Collector. All right. With that, we are going to start calling up names. I don't have any other constitutional officers in the chamber, right? No. All right. All right, let's start, Albert, with Juan Carlos Gill, Lawrence Bethel, Renita Holmes, Ernie Martinez, James Beckham, and Roy Hardiman.
Hi, my name is Juan Carlos Gill. I live in 2350 Southwest 28th Avenue, and I'm here to support STS. I'm physically impaired, visually impaired. I've been a part of the STS system as so many people around the county. With the increased budget, it will be difficult for us to really ride STS. 25 cents might not be nothing, but imagine this. One person that goes every year to a program for people with disabilities, 25 cents is over 90% of their budget, especially because they are on fixed income. So please do not increase STS. We need the services. County commissioners, mayor, controller, you guys have been always for us. Please help us again. We have the penny tax budget. If we could do something, it would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I got Lawrence Bethel.
Wow, this is a first.
Oh, that's not Lawrence, but sure, that works.
Hi, Madam Renita Holmes, please check the clerk's office for address and district. I wanted to touch bases real briefly. I hope you stop the clock, though, because this is the thank you for your kindness for actually applying the Americans with Disability Act. Note that some of the seats that we had put together so well that used to have all the disability stickers on it so that we could sit a line are amiss, but you've created a section. I'm hoping that that process and transportation will be just as accommodating when we talk about accessibility, ditto to the brothers before me. I'm very concerned that I have not heard much about the resilience budget. I'm an empowered, resilient woman, and I am more aware of what climate is doing to those of us who don't have proper transportation. I'm also concerned about not hearing about any of the funding for the seniors who now have to pay for on their own water and sewer parts. So please pay close attention to that. We're supposed to be like California. They have a great program, but now in my budget, I have to find money to hook up my sewer. Ain't that something in a civilized community as this? So I'd like to personally thank you for
Thank
taking
you.
the time to make a space for us, and
Thank you,
I'd
Ms.
like to
Holmes.
thank you for considering our situation. Peace.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes.
My name is Reverend Lawrence Bethel, 11980 Bells Road, Miami, Florida, 33170. I'd like to thank all of the commissioners, and especially the mayor, for being fiscally responsible thus far in constraining the county budget to provide services that might have been cut. We are transportation challenged. I've had 2 strokes. My wife has mobility issues. Any change to the STS budget would be devastating for us. And I'd just like for the commission to consider not going up in price for that service. It's always been timely, always well managed and run. And I'd just like to thank the county for this consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Ernie Martinez. I reside in District 10, and I'm here to talk about the same, STS. So, did you know that STS riders already pay more than the regular bus riders? So now the county wants to raise our fares and spend about $46 million on World Cup projects. That means that people with disabilities may not afford to get around. Where to? Medical appointments, groceries, or jobs. So I conclude, a vote to raise fares is really a vote to stand with the most vulnerable. Miami-Dade should do better. Don't do that.
Thank you, sir. James Beckham.
Hello, County Commissioners and Mayor. My name is James Woody Beckham. I live at 2756 Day Avenue. I wanted to talk about 2 budgetary issues. Some of the nonprofit funding that was cut. I hope that more of that funding gets restored to vital services in our community that are core services for many vulnerable people, such as myself, with disabilities and otherwise. And in addition to that, I wanted to talk about the special transportation fare increases and the transit changes. I think you should not increase any fares for any transit riders. I think there should be more investment in that infrastructure that has been lacking since the penny tax went into effect over 20 years ago, that was supposed to increase the Metro Rail and services for the public. We need more people on transit. We need more options for transit so there are less people in cars on the road. So I hope you don't put that burden onto people with disabilities. Thank you, commissioners, for your budget.
Thank you. Rep. Hardeman.
Good night, commissioners, chairman, Madam Mayor. Roy Hardeman, former state representative, chairman of the Marlin City Advisory Board. I'm here to say kudos to the mayor for her budget. We're looking forward to upgrade the 18th Avenue Broadway out of the business development, the business development dollars. We need the Canard Inc. is our historical bus line. We want to make sure that they get funded for that, and also farm share, because farm share feeding a lot of our community, and we need them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm gonna call up some names. Please, first two come up to each podium, and then the rest can line up on each side of the center aisles. I have Alexa Cuve, Carlos Artiaga, I just remembered, that's why I only called two.
Oh.
Go ahead, ma'am. And
Alexa
then-
Cuba, 711 Biltmore Way, 33134, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, for standing up for the arts, for your intention to restore the budget and preserve the independence of the Department of Cultural Affairs. It is also thanks to the leadership and unity of the Miami artistic community that we have proven that together we are stronger. Now we urge all commissioners to advocate for dedicated funding for the arts, ensuring long-term support for a strong culture that shapes better thinkers and better human beings. As you cast your votes today, let us remain united in building a Miami that celebrates its cultural and artistic richness. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Sir?
Yes. Carlos Arteaga, 14963 Southwest 75th Terrace, Miami 33193. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, we are Artefactos Cultural Project, a nonprofit organization founded in 2008 in Kendall. Over the past 17 years, we have developed a dynamic and multidisciplinary program that in some seasons reach more than 60 events annually. Today, our economic reality limits this projection. The risk is clear. Without a fair budget, the cultural fabric of Miami weakens, and the survival of organizations like Artefactos and many others now at serious risk of disappearing becomes compromised. For all these reasons, our reality compels us to respectfully request the full restoration or even an increase of the budget allocated for the arts in Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miriam Singer. And Ms. Singer, I understand that you have several organizations that have registered to speak, but are going to be giving you the time to speak on their behalf. So I will have someone from my staff get with you to collect all of their names and numbers so that I can cross them off the list.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good evening. I'm Miriam Singer. I'm President and CEO of Jewish Community Services of South Florida, and I'm here with representatives of over 100 community-based organizations that provide safety net services in every zip code in every corner of our beloved community. We are here to thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the commissioners, Madam Mayor, for restoring the funding at 100% for each of our agencies. We represent a beautiful collaborative partnership that enjoys a relationship with Miami-Dade County as long as the county has existed and been established. We look forward to continuing the partnership and service to the frail and vulnerable members of our community for many years to come, and to devise solutions for long-standing support to CBOs. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your hard work in getting us to this point.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the organizations that provided Ms. Singer their proxy. So is it not just Ms. Singer? That's what the understanding was for me. Are we changing things up?
We're not changing things up, but we want you to see that we are all here.
Oh, I see it.
Every
I see all of you in pink and blue and black.
And there's a group downstairs, Mr. Chair, that will have their turn also, so we can stand with them, and they want to be recognized. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It means a lot to all of us and to the entire audience that you are doing this. Thank you so much. I'm glad that we were able to fully fund that. All right. Thank you all. I see the kids too. Thank you all for being here. There is school tomorrow, right? It's going to be bedtime soon. All right. Well, bedtime for them, not for us. We're going to be here for a while. All right. All right. Those that are exiting, please exit quietly. I have Natalie Herradon, Nancy Dinike, and I may pronounce these wrong, but as you understand your name to be. Natalie Herradon, Nancy Dinike, Christina Bianola, Aaron Cover, Renee Pesky-Smith, Heaven Jones, and Rezia Hayes. Ma'am.
Hello, I'm Nancy Denike. I live at 41 Northwest 16th Avenue, Miami, 33125 in District 5. I'm here with Christina Biandola. We're here today to represent the Ladies Empowerment in Action Program, also known as LEAP. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Cava and the county for your past support of our work and for the partial reinstatement we will be receiving for next year. I serve as the Reentry Hub Director at LEAP, and I'm also proud to stand before you as a graduate of the program myself. LEAP's mission is to support formerly incarcerated women as they return to the community, giving them the second chance they deserve to rebuild their lives. Today, I respectfully ask for your consideration in fully reinstating our funding so that we can continue to do this vital work. With your support, we can help more women succeed, strengthen families, and make Miami a safer and brighter community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Mayor. My name is Erin Cover, 201 Northwest 7th Street, Miami, Florida, 33136. I'm here on behalf of Miami Waterkeeper. We are a local nonprofit, and we focus on conservation of Biscayne Bay and local waterways throughout South Florida. I'm here to urge you to vote no on item C3 in the budget. On paper, this item makes Durham its own department again, but in reality, it strips Durham of its core permitting authority under Chapter 24, which covers wetlands, coastal construction, stormwater, and more, and hands that authority to the building department. That means environmental scientists would be sidelined while building officials decide matters that directly affect ecosystems and clean water. This last-minute change, introduced less than 48 hours before the hearing, creates chaos with no plan, no organizational chart, and no safeguards. No major county in Florida separates permitting from science, and Miami-Dade should not be the first. Durham needs more staff, better technology, and the answer is not stripping its authority. So please reject item C3 and restore full permitting power to Durham. Thank you.
Renee Pesci-Smith, 1637 Southwest 8th Street, 33135. On behalf of Miami-Dade's arts and culture community, I want to begin with gratitude today. Thank you to the mayor and the commissioner chair for all the new proposals restoring arts and culture grants and keeping the Department of Cultural Affairs independent. These investments mean that our cultural organizations are saved, our operations remain strong, and major projects can continue going forward. I also want to thank the thousands of voices that came out from Miami-Dade who stood up for the arts. People filled the numerous town halls, artists, families, young people, business leaders, all saying one voice, the arts matter, and you all listened. The arts are not just about performances and exhibitions, they're about identity, resilience, and impact. Tonight, I urge you to approve and restore the arts funding in the independent department and also to stand with us to collaborate on long-term solutions for the arts in the future. Because if we invest in the arts, we are investing in Miami-Dade's future, in our jobs, in our community, and in the soul of this county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ma'am, but real quick, and I don't normally do this, but we did restore the arts entirely, right?
Through the chair?
Yes.
Yes, sir. The amount that had been allocated through the competitive process was fully restored, as well as the restoration of the department as an independent department.
At 100%.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, ma'am.
Heaven Jones, District 5, 1637 Southwest 8th Street, Outreach Manager for the Arts and Business Council of Miami. Hello, thank you Mayor Cava and the members of Commission for allocating additional funding to the Arts and Cultural Fund. As both an individual and part of a larger collective, I know how deeply this restoration will benefit our community. As I urge us to work towards a long-term plan to sustain and strengthen the arts and culture in the years ahead, the organizations and the individuals behind me create opportunities for community connection and provide spaces that are increasingly scarce in Miami-Dade. Please continue to support the arts because the arts in turn support at-risk communities, drive tourism, and enrich the identity and the economy of our city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening. Rizia Hayes, 1177 Northwest 8th Street Road, District 3. Thank you, Mayor, for revising your proposed budget once again to restore more dollars into arts and culture funding. Thank you as well to the Board of County Commissioners who have worked alongside the Mayor in this effort. Today, I stand before you all once again, now knowing to urge you in addition to approve the already approved full funding to arts and culture, as well as keeping the Department of Cultural Affairs independent, but also a yes to working with us, your residents, and your communities to secure long-term and sustainable funding for the arts. With this commitment to arts and culture, Miami will continue to rise as a world-class destination, the cultural capital that we know it to be. Arts and culture is not an empty investment. I promise you that all the dollars invested into the arts are seeds into the future, and they will not return to you void. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I have Theophilus Williams, Kenneth Kilpatrick, Camila Gill, Maya Perez, Stephen Lopez, Shayla Wumbo, Marilyn Holyfield, Enrique Rosell, Sagrario Oquet, Louis Vindel, Alex Jean Joseph, and Catherine Atias. Sir.
Theophilus William, 1391 Northwest 95th Street. $46 billion for the World Cup, $395 for new jail, $17 million purchase for a warehouse January 16, 2025. $62 million cost of hauling trash from $45 million to $62 million between the year 2022, 23, 24 year. $25 million to Emir Park, May the 30th, 2024. $40 million for Commerce Women for affordable housing, surplus tax, January the 23rd, 2025. Transportation Trust, $389.5 million, federal grant. I did my homework. It came to $972.5 million. And we losing jobs and laying off jobs? What about the CAR? Y'all ain't said nothing about taking from the CAR when we need road improvement. We can use that instead of going up on $2. I did my homework.
Sir.
Good evening, Ken Kilpatrick, Executive Director of the Alternative Programs, 3300 Northwest 27th Avenue. I want to thank the administration and the board for your restoration of funding the TAP. As you know, we provide critical, no cash bail alternatives to incarceration for adults and juvenile offenders throughout Miami-Dade. Our provision of pretrial release and pretrial intervention services has generated a minimum 5-to-1 return on investments and has been a pillar of second chances for adults and children in our community. We are sensitive to the unique challenges that you guys faced this year. We commend you for the great work that you did to restore CBO funding, but we must reiterate the fact that TAP already operates on a skeletal crew. Funding gaps to this critical pressure valve for the system could have impacted both the social and economic fabric of our community and the criminal justice system. So we thank you again for funding restoration to TAP and to the CBOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Camila Gill, 3057 Mary Street, Miami, Florida, 33133. Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I'm here today on behalf of Armor Dance Theater to express our deepest gratitude for your leadership in restoring funding for the arts. Your support sends a powerful message that you value culture equity, community vitality, and the transformative power of the arts in the lives of people across our county. We respectfully urge you to approve the recommended budget, which directly safeguards the future of Armor Dance Theater's programming for over 1,000 at-risk students countywide. For many of these students, our programs provide not only access to high-quality dance education, but also a safe space, mentorship, and a sense of purpose that extends well beyond the studio. Approving this budget is not just about funding the arts, it's about investing in youth, development, crime prevention, and long-term health for our communities. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Anya Klimala, 9660 West Bay Harbor Drive. Thank you, Madam Mayor and County Commissioners, for recognizing the importance of our cultural sector. The past few weeks have proven that what we can do together, we could never accomplish working alone. In my role as the CEO of the Miami Music Project, I represent a subset of arts and culture organizations which deliver arts education. Arts education helps our young residents develop their hearts and minds and transform into responsible, caring, and participating members of society. Arts education helps shape next generation and future leaders of Miami, just as yourselves. To the County Commissioners, thank you for full restoration of the arts and cultural budget and keeping the Department of Cultural Affairs independent. I urge you to help find a permanent source of funding for cultural arts and the arts education in the future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maya Perez, and I am the chapter president of Best Buddies at Southwest Miami Senior High. I live at 1246 Southwest 146 Court in Miami. I personally want to thank Mayor Levine Cava, the chair, and the commissioners tonight for recognizing the importance of community-based organizations like Best Buddies and for funding CBOs fully. I personally joined Best Buddies because I have seen the everyday prejudices happening against people with disabilities. I knew I wanted to help change that, and I knew I wanted to make a difference. Through this wonderful program, I met my buddy Steven, who is here with me tonight. Our friendship is just one example of why Best Buddies is so important to the community. I not only have a new friend, but I can now enhance my leadership skills and create differences for advocacies causes I believe in. Best Buddy changes lives and creates opportunities for people with or without disabilities to connect, and we need to continue it year after year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steven Lopez. I live at 3912 Southwest 88 Court in Miami. Sorry about that. I want to thank Mayor Levine Cava and other and the commissioners for funding for CPOs like Best Buddies. I've been part of Best Buddies at Southwest Miami Senior High since I opened at my school. My favorite part is my spending time with my buddy Maya, who is here for me tonight. And when we go to events and talk every week, and she makes me feel included and support. And Best Buddies has given me the confidence in real friendship. Thank you for funding so more like me can be part of Best Buddies. I feel a sense of belonging as schools and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, County Commissioners, and staff. My name is Sheila Womble. I live at 1635 Southwest 18th Avenue, Miami, Florida. I want to express gratitude for all of your efforts to restore funding to the County Department of Cultural Affairs and the effort to keep the department independent. I'm the Executive Director of Arts Friendly Miami, and tonight I represent more than the 5,000 children and families we serve, the 70-plus artists we hire who can now keep making Miami their home because of their work with our organization. Yesterday, I flew home, and I was so glad I could be here in time for this meeting. And I sat next to a couple, and of course, they asked me, what do I do? And I talked about our programming and how we deliver programming in the visual and performing arts to children all across this county. And then I told them what we really do. We give children the chance to create. We give them the chance to build communication skills, to become critical thinkers, to become problem solvers, to become resilient, to understand rigor, know how to work independently and as a team. We give them the skills that they need to navigate life. She said, I never thought about the arts that way, what a difference you're making. I want to say to each of you what a difference you're making tonight by restoring funding to the cultural arts, and I'm looking forward to partnering with you in the coming year.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Marilyn Hollifield, 701 Brickell Avenue. I am board chair of the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora, also known as Miami MoCAD. Thank you for supporting the arts. Thank you for supporting arts that strengthen our community energize our economy, educate people, enhance our health, and revitalize our spirit. Thank you for restoring the arts and cultural budget. Thank you for restoring the independency of the Department of Cultural Affairs. And I join in the request in looking for a long-term investment and solution to the quest for a strong, vibrant arts ecosystem in Miami-Dade County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Enrique Rosell, 13749 Southwest 149 Circle Lane, Miami, Florida, 33186. Good afternoon, Mayor Cava and commissioners. I want to thank you, like everybody else tonight, people before me, for restoring fully the cultural arts budget. And I want to urge you to follow through today and cast your vote to fully restore the cultural grants budget and retain an independent Department of Cultural Affairs. Both of these actions are critical for the stability of the arts sector in Miami-Dade. I'm here with Miami Music Project today, and I want to say that since 2008, Miami Music Project has transformed the lives of more than 33,000 students and families across 60 different zip codes in Miami-Dade County. Each year, we empower over 2,000 students to build their confidence, academic resilience, critical thinking skills, and much more, preparing them for their journey, their academic journey, from first grade to college admission. So we want to thank you, and we want to say to please make sure that we keep steady, and we're ready to work with you and the Cultural Affairs Council and the community partners to secure sustainable long-term resources so that the vital programs are never again put at risk. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sagrario Ket, 7300 Wayne Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you for your continuous commitment to supporting the arts and preserving the Cultural Affairs Council, which has been fundamental to Miami's cultural growth. I am the founding director of Edge Zones, and also I am an artist, a nonprofit organization established in 1996 to advance contemporary art in Miami, and who have served hundreds of artists over the years. We have been active creating spaces in Miami Beach, downtown, Little Haiti, Wynwood, and now Alapata since 2026. We have been in our current space, an art center with art galleries and studios much needed by our artists today, developed with the help of county and other funds, so that Miami artists can take creative risk and growth. However, with the loss of federal grants and now for 3 years state funding, county support has become vital to sustaining our space and program.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your continuous investment
Thank you,
in
ma'am.
ensuring
Thank
the
you.
arts.
Ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Kathy, 2650 Southwest 27th Avenue, Miami 33133. I have had the honor of working with the Trauma Resolution Center for over 15 years as an acupuncture physician. I want to share 2 stories of the thousands of people we have helped. One client saw her son murdered in front of her. She came to us unable to sleep or eat. After going through our program, she was finally able to sleep. Another one of our clients was stabbed by her drunk husband and survived by playing dead. Every time she closed her eyes, she relived the horror. After going through our program, she was able to sleep peacefully. This is the power of TRC's trauma healing model. It works quickly, compassionately, and effectively. Please approve the mayor's recommendation to fully fund the Trauma Resolution Center. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Jacqueline Wassemer, and I represent the Trauma Resolution Center at 2650 Southwest 27th Avenue in Miami. Nearly half of all U.S. adults will experience at least one traumatic event in their lifetime. Since 1995, we've served thousands of survivors of child abuse, domestic violence, human trafficking, and more who were not able to afford mental health care. We've helped people not just survive, but truly heal and reclaim their lives. When funding is cut, it's not just numbers on a page. It's a mother who can't sleep, a man who feels alone in their pain, a child who no one believes, a survivor with nowhere safe to turn. We can only imagine how difficult it is to balance this budget, and we thank you for your work. Tonight, I'm here because trauma therapy is not optional, it is urgent, it is life-saving. Because investing in trauma care doesn't just save money, it saves lives. Please approve the mayor's recommendation to fully fund the Trauma Resolution Center. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Justin Santos, 2650 Southwest 27th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33133. I'm honored to be a student intern at the Trauma Resolution Center. In my time there, I've received an education in both therapy and resilience. I've seen a mother who broke free from domestic violence and reclaimed her autonomy. I've seen a child who overcame child abuse and reclaimed his future. I've seen countless survivors of domestic violence reclaim their lives, thanks to the support they received at the TRC. The funding you provide is essential to making this possible. It doesn't just support programs, it supports people, it supports families, it supports children, and it supports the strength of our community. I want to thank you for your commitment and for giving organizations like the TRC the ability to continue this important work. Please support the mayor's proposed budget to fully fund the TRC. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, sir. The last two people that spoke, I hadn't called your name yet. I'm not sure how you figured to come up, but you're on the list and you were up next, so it kind of worked out, but I hadn't actually called your name. So these are who I haven't crossed out. From the names that I called is Louis Vindel, Alex Jean Joseph, and Catherine Atias. See, Catherine spoke. All right.
Muy buenas noches.
Good evening.
Gracias por esta oportunidad.
I thank you for this
His name,
opportunity.
and his name.
Yes. Mi nombre es Luis Vindel.
My name is Luis Vindel,
Vivo en 8202 Northwest Miami Core.
and I live at 8202 Northwest Miami Court.
Actualmente soy presidente de la HOA de Soar Park.
At present, I am the president of HOA from Soar Park.
Quiero exponer este momento la situación que hemos estado atravesando
And I
como
want to-
comunidad.
I want to expose at this moment the situation that we as a community has been going through.
Ha sido una situación bastante estresante para la comunidad.
It's been a very stressful situation for the community.
Estamos siendo amenazados de desalojo.
We've been threatened by eviction.
También estuvimos el año pasado el apoyo de las autoridades condales en base a las supuestas violaciones de incendio.
Last year, we received the support from county authorities specifically pertaining to fire hazards and threats.
Tal parece que este año está siendo esa situación también en el presente.
It seems that this situation belongs to the present as well.
Esperamos que las autoridades, así como nos han escuchado, que nos sigan escuchando, pero aparte de escuchar, que nos apoyen en esas situaciones en las que hemos estado librando.
We hope the authorities have been listening to us, to continue listening to us, and not only that, to support us go through this situation we've been living
Por 7 años.
for 7 years.
Le agradezco a FAR que nos ha apoyado mucho
I appreciate FAM, the organization that
Y
has supported us.
y agradezco que se hayan mantenido los fondos a FAR porque
We appreciate also that you have kept the
No.
funds for FAM.
han ayudado mucho a la comunidad significativamente.
Because they have significantly assisted the community.
Y agradecemos ese apoyo que hemos tenido. Muchas gracias.
And we appreciate the support we've received. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. All right, and then Alex Jean Joseph already spoke? Alex Jean Joseph, all right. All right, the next several names is Ellen Quinn, Carlos Cepeda Gomez, Sue Kowaleski, Jose Garcia Chirino, Russell Bailey, Stephen Littleton, Maya Brooks, and Susan Holtzman.
Good evening. My name is Helen Quinn, 2121 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Coral Gables, 33134, and I'm here on behalf of Miami Waterkeeper. Madam Mayor, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners, this evening I'm respectfully asking you to vote no on item 3C in the budget until it's been given more time and planning. This item strips the Department of Environmental Resources Management of its permitting authority, the very authority that allows it to protect natural resources like Biscayne Bay, our mangroves, and our pine rocklands. This is my first time, pardon. Your own Biscayne Bay study found that the bay generates $64 billion in economic output, 448,000 jobs, and $4 billion in tax revenues. Weakening Durham's authority threatens this vital economic and environmental resource. Instead, I urge you to make Durham a full department to keep their permitting authority. Please reject item 3C as written and protect the future of one of our most beautiful ecological treasures, Biscayne Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, Mayor Cava, Chairman Rodriguez, and Commissioners. My name is Sue Kavalersky. I reside in Coral Gables, and I'm here as an employee of Miami-Dade County for the past 13 years. You probably already know this, but Miami-Dade County is considered one of the most dangerous places to ride a bicycle in the United States. 13 years ago, Mayor Jimenez started a safe cycling initiative, Bike 305, in reaction to cyclists getting killed in crashes by drunk and distracted drivers here in Miami-Dade County. I was hired to create and implement his program, and today I'm asking you to save my job. Because of the work and outreach I've been able to do over 13 years, many residents have told me that I have saved lives. Not my words, their words. So tonight I'm asking you to save my job so I can continue to save lives. I train county staffs, I train municipal staffs, law enforcement, transportation agency staffs, cycling groups to properly fit bicycle helmets, to organize community bike rides, and teach safe cycling practices. I have personally trained and certified hundreds of these people.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I appreciate your help in restoring my job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, good evening. My name is Carlos Cepeda Gomez. I live at 8950 Southwest 69th Court, Pinecrest, Florida 33156, District 7. I am an ambassador with Miami Waterkeeper. We protect South Florida's waters by using science to advocate for our ecosystems and the health and well-being of South Florida's residents, from the Everglades to Biscayne Bay. I'm here to specifically ask you to vote no on item C3. This would separate environmental enforcement from DERM, or Environmental Department. This would undermine decades of environmental protection and threaten our county's environment. Making Durham a standalone department with full Chapter 24 permitting authority, you would ensure that decisions about development, wetlands, and water quality are centralized into an agency that prioritizes us, the public. Without this authority, we risk putting private interest ahead of nature and and people. Durham's role is not just regulatory, it's protective. It cares for our economy, our health, our livelihoods by prioritizing science. Please uphold Durham's full authority and our water by voting no on item C3. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Jose Garcia Chirino. I live in 5163 Southwest 142nd Place, 33175. I've been working with Bike 305 for 5 months now, and in that short time, I have seen just how important it has been for this county. We have fitted bike helmets for hundreds of people, a lot of which are kids, many of which would not have access to these helmets otherwise, and could face serious injuries or death without them. We aren't just a safety advocate group for Miami. We're the only public safety initiative for cyclists in Miami-Dade. We got a petition written, signed by 137 members of the community, many of which include high-ranking cyclist influencers, begging for Bike 305 to continue. Even though I have been with the program for a relatively short time, I urge you to consider just how important Bike 305 is for the county and everyone who lives in it, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, Board Commissioners. My name is Maya Brooks, and I live at 8250 Southwest 72nd Court, Miami, Florida. I'm here on behalf of Miami Waterkeeper, and our mission is to protect South Florida's waters by advocating for resilient solutions grounded in science, rooted in nature, and driven by community. I urge you to preserve Durham's authority. Establishing Durham as a standalone department with full Chapter 24 permitting power is essential to ensure decisions about our environment remaining in hands of scientists and experts, not politics. If Durham's authority is diminished, our county is risking weaker protections, slower responses to pollution, long-term harm to Biscayne Bay, along with our drinking water and our resilience to climate change. This law is about safeguarding the health, safety, and future of every Miami-Dade resident. Please keep the environmental protection strong by maintaining Durham's independence and full permitting authority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Russell Bailey. I reside at 2157 Northwest 68 Terrace, Miami, Florida. Hello to the commissioners. I'm here on behalf of Bike 305. Not only do they just support people and teach people about safety and everything, I dress up in a Santa suit every Christmas. One year I was very, very short for about 16 bikes, and I had nowhere, my back was up against the wall, and a lady gave me the number to Sue. I called Sue, and she just simply said, listen, it's short this year. I don't have any new bikes, but I have refurbished bikes. But you can come and get them, you're welcome to them. I went and got them, and spread them out to the kids. We took the pictures. All we saw was joyful faces. So it's more than just, the safety is very, very important, but the love I have for the kids over in Liberty City, this lady came up, she was an angel for me, and I just want to let y'all know that much, okay? Thank you so much.
Mr. Santa, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Holtzman, and I live at 9055 Southwest 73rd Court, Miami, Florida, 33156. On behalf of NAMI Miami-Dade County and all the people we serve, I want to thank you, commissioners and Madam Mayor, for the support the county has shown toward our mission and towards mental health in our community. Unfortunately, this year our funding has not been fully restored to the level of previous years, and we would like to see that change because we have so much more work to do. NAMI Miami-Dade County provides an essential role in helping people with mental illness to maintain their health by providing support and education so that people can adhere to their medication and their therapy plans. In addition, we hope to see a path forward for a dedicated stream of funding for CBOs to support the critical work we do at NAMI. And I just want to remind all of you that 1 in 5 people lives with a mental health condition. 1 in 5. So look around you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Before you begin, give me one quick second here. Emily Cardonas, Samantha Barqueen, Rachel Silverstein, Felicia Douglas, Savannah Lubin, Herbert Berry, Noah Edwards, Jessica Ganim, Adriana Fernandez, Andrea Morrow, Kendra Howley, Howard Herring, Nathaniel Sandler. Please approach the podium. All right, we're ready for you.
My name is Stephen Littleton. My address is 17334 Southwest 12th Street. I'm speaking as a psychotherapist and a concerned family and community member. I have spoken to people from all walks of life, personally and professionally, who are deeply disturbed by the notion of funding the horrors that we've all witnessed on our screens for nearly 2 years. The state of Israel is committing a homicidal campaign that has included forced starvation, bombardment, executions by gunfire, demolition of homes, and deliberate targeting of journalists, children, hospitals, and schools. To continue to invest in Israel bonds is to continue to fund this murder. The county has already invested $151 million in Israel bonds, a fact that has even shocked the mayor. 95% of over 730 people surveyed countywide have reported that they do not think Israel bonds are a responsible use of county funds. Lastly, if you want to buy a port fuel depot so badly that it's worth wasting an hour of our time holding up this meeting, stop wasting money financing murderers.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I live at 15040 Southwest 49th Lane, Unit F, Miami, Florida 33185, and I am Samantha Budking, the Chief Programs Officer at Miami Waterkeeper. Miami's environmental feature is on the agenda tonight. Durham has developed strong rules that protect us from hazardous waste, sewage spills, flooding, overdevelopment, and pollution. But item 3C of this budget would reorganize Durham and strip it of its most important power, environmental permitting, and have it left to RER. Environmental permitting decisions for dredging, filling wetlands, coastal construction, and stormwater discharges would no longer be in the hands of Durham's trained scientists and engineers. Making Durham a department without its authority is not empowering Durham. It's quite the opposite. The language in the budget will set our county back decades in environmental protection. Durham can and should be improved through staffing, modern technology, and digitized permitting, not by stripping it of this authority. Please, commissioners, vote no on item 3C. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey.
Oh. Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Douglas, 6025 Northwest 6th Court. I just want to thank Madam Mayor and all the commissioners for your continued support for Curly's House Food Bank of Styles. We're here to basically get our funds restored, having that we do have our senior program since 1999 in our Miami-Dade County community. Yes, we are in the heart of Liberty City, and yes, we do serve over 5,000 clients a month, not just our seniors, but our disabled veterans. We do attend all of our senior buildings where we do provide them with fresh fruits and fresh vegetables, so that is very important for us to continue our funds so we can continue our program in our community. And I do have our founder, Laverne Spicer, who has ran this program for over 30 plus years, so we need our doors to continue to stay open because they believe in us, they trust in us, and our vision and our mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laverne Spicer, 6025 Northwest 6th Court. I just want to say thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you to all the commissioners for your support. To piggyback on what Felicia said, we also provide a safety net for our community. We feed everybody throughout the county, not just in Liberty City. We also work closely with people that have disabilities, people that are on wheelchairs, walkers. We feed these people with dignity, giving them fresh vegetables, fresh food, and we also allow them to pick whatever it is that they want, so they can take it home and cook. So once again, thank you all for all of your support. God bless.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Emily Cardenas, Executive Director of Dranoff 2 Piano Fusion at 9889 Hammocks Boulevard, 33196 in District 11. I want to thank the Mayor and the Commissioners this evening for painstakingly identifying alternative solutions to resolve this year's budget crisis, resulting in the proposed full restoration of funds to the Department of Cultural Affairs and to our brothers and sisters operating CBOs. Now we look forward to a speedy passage of the budget tonight. Our patrons thank you, and so do the 1,000 students in Piano Slam who we serve annually in middle and high schools from Miami Gardens to Homestead. But we know that the next few budget cycles may be just as hard. So I personally, together with the Arts Action Alliance, pledge to work with this commission to create a dedicated and more reliable revenue stream for arts and culture in Miami-Dade County. Thank you all.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. My name is Dr. Kendra Hawley, 7601 East Treasure Drive, 33141, District 4. I'm the president of the American Federation of Musicians Local 655, and I'm proud to represent all musicians in our jurisdiction from Key West to Vero Beach. We want to thank you all for hearing our voices, for your time and efforts, and for recognizing and supporting arts and culture, the soul of Miami, its people, and the greater communities we have built together. In a city where we are seeing a huge influx of visitors, new residents, and luxury high-rises going up on every corner, where you have to pay to park at your own home, the grocery store, and the doctor's office, we are here to remind you of the reasons people want to come to Miami: for the arts and culture. We urge you to find a permanent, sustainable solution to support the important work of all nonprofits who pick up the slack on a daily basis and continue to make Miami a place for everyone to thrive. Arts and culture make life in Miami worth living. Also, vote no on item C3.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Commissioners. Hello, Mayor. I'm Rachel Silverstein. I'm the Executive Director and Waterkeeper of nonprofit Miami Waterkeeper. My address is exempt. Everyone loves to hate the environmental regulators. That is until there is sewage running down the streets, there's toxic waste in the water, there's dead fish on the shores. Durham protects our quality of life, our beautiful Biscayne Bay. It keeps us healthy, and it protects our environment and our economy here. And that's why we're so concerned about item 3C. When the mayor and the administration first told me that they were going to be creating Durham into its own department, I was thrilled. This was a promise the mayor had made to me when she first ran for mayor. But when I actually saw the language 2 days ago, I was shocked to find that what it did was disempower Durham and to actually strip all the regulatory permitting authority in Chapter 24 out of Durham and to give it to RER. There's no plan, there's no flow chart, there's no org chart. We haven't had enough discussion and thought about this. This is a huge sweeping code change. Do not do this tonight. We can have this conversation, we can fix Durham, but not like this. This is too much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone. So what we're going to do at this moment, we're going to use this as a teachable moment. And whenever you hear that sound like beep, that's a great opportunity for you to stop wherever you are, because what you're doing is taking away time from those who are behind you and also not giving them the same respect the previous speaker had given to you. So we're going to, again, once you hear the beep sound, please stop and know that your time has concluded. So thank you so much. Hi.
Hi, we're a consolidated group representing arts and culture.
Say that again.
Herring, number 53. My name is Hannah Baumgarten, 900 Bay Drive, Miami Beach, Florida. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner and Mayors, for being a truly dynamic body, finding solutions to the arts funding gap that could never have happened without your hard work and resourcefulness. We look forward to working together so that we may address our community's needs and reshape the very nature of our collective futures. Clerk, please give these honorable leaders candy. They have a long night ahead.
Thank you so much. So with the individuals who just finished speaking, Savannah, got a question for you. So the individuals who were standing behind you, did they register to speak also, and they just forfeited their time?
Yes, all of them registered to speak. We handed the numbers because the numbers span different.
We got it. Don't worry. I appreciate you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm located at 2121 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Coral Gables. My name is Jessica Gannum, and I'm a policy analyst with Miami Waterkeeper. I'm here to urge you to vote no on item 3C in the mayor's budget. The Department of Environmental Resource Management, or DERM, safeguards Miami-Dade's residents and our way of life. DERM has jurisdiction over everything from water quality to toxic waste management to protecting land for water storage to preventing flooding and discharge of polluted water to Biscayne Bay. Although we were told this item would strengthen DERM's role, the language was introduced just 2 days before the final budget hearing, and it removes all permitting authority from DERM. But its permitting authority should be kept within DERM, where scientists and technical experts make hard decisions about resource use. Budget item 3C is harmful, misleading, and premature. On paper, DERM is restored as a department on October 1st. This is how it operated 10 years ago. In reality, this strips DERM of all of its permitting authority to protect mangroves, seagrasses, wetlands, pine rocklands. I urge you to reject budget item 3C as written. Make DERM a—
Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Noah Edwards. I'm with Miami Waterkeeper. Address is 2121 Ponce de Leon, Coral Gables, 33134. For 50 years, DERM has had control of the county's strong environmental code, even when it was placed under RER. That authority to make hard decisions to protect our resources remained. We understand that permit times are slow and frustrating, and by all means, we should fix that. This ordinance goes way beyond anything that has been discussed and completely strips all Chapter 24 regulatory authority out of DERM and gives it to the building department. This affects decades of environmental regulation in Miami-Dade County, and if it's lost, it will never come back. DERM is critically important, and I ask that you strike item 3C. The implications of this should be carefully planned and thought out. As Political Cortadito just said, what's left of DERM's bite might get filed down to the baby teeth. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Chair, and Board of Commissioners. I live in 524 Washington Avenue, Miami Beach, 33139. My name is Adriana Gonzalez Fernandez, and I am here with Miami Waterkeeper today.
I think there's something wrong with your mic. Can you get a little closer?
Yes,
thank you. Is it on?
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. My name is Adriana Gonzalez Fernandez, and I am with Miami Waterkeeper, and today I'm here to urge you to reject budget item 3C. The Department of Environmental Resource Management is Miami-Dade's first line of defense for our clean water, wetlands, mangroves, and resilience. Its authority over environmental permitting is what allows DERM to stop harmful development, protect land for water storage to prevent flooding, and prevent the discharge of pollutants into Biscayne Bay. Across the country, no local government separates environmental oversight from permitting. This would strip Durham of its essential authority. Without it, the protections our community relies on would be stripped away. Complex, high-impact projects should remain in the hands of Durham's experienced experts, its scientists. This is a significant code change and reverses decades of how environmental regulations have worked in the county. Weakening Durham puts Miami-Dade's future at risk. Please defend our environment and residents by opposing to item 3C. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me one moment, please. Alexander Herrera, Denisha Collin, Roger Irvin, William Roundtree, Nicole Shergill, Lorianne M. Cox, Tanya Detdunis, Christina Garcia, Krista Leon, Pioneer Winter, Adam Spacer, Mickey Bloom, Vincella Smith, Damie Sanchez, Natalie Earl. Please come to the podium. You're up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning. Good evening. There we go. My name is Andrea Miro. I live at 2867 Southwest 38th Avenue. I'm here to talk about Durham and the Environmentally Endangered Lands Program, or EEL. The last-minute amendment to remove regulatory authority from Durham is a big mistake. It's sneaky. It weakens the only group in the county actually protecting our environment. Additionally, I'm concerned about the $2 million cut to EEL's land management fund. It seriously threatens the preserves that the county has already successfully protected. We've already protected them. We need money to manage them. On top of that, the current hiring freeze means that EEL has not filled 3 positions, already funded positions, that it desperately needs to manage over 28,000 acres of natural lands that keep us safe and healthy. I'm asking to preserve Durham's regulatory authority, restore EEL's management funds, save Biscayne Nature Center, and protect Miami's nature. We don't need another $100 million to the sheriff's office. We need to protect Durham, we need to fund EEL, and we need it now.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Hold on one second. Can we also have someone else to approach the podium? Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alexandra Herrera. I live at 2419 Southwest 27th Street. Good evening, everyone. I am here representing Breakthrough Miami, and as a proud member of the Breakthrough Miami Village, I strongly support your recommendation to fully restore county funding for community-based organizations. In my work with Breakthrough Miami over the last 4 years, I've had the privilege of supporting scholars in middle school as they learn crucial attributes to take into their young adulthood: leadership skills, sense of community, and academic foundations that shape their long-term success. Breakthrough Miami starts coaching as early as 5th grade, an incredibly impactful jumpstart into a successful and fruitful path for the rest of their academic journey. By 8th grade, nearly 80% of Breakthrough scholars are taking high school level courses. I'm incredibly proud to be a part of this organization as I witness its real-time impact on our scholars and families, and even on myself. Thank you again for your leadership and for recognizing the importance of investing in organizations that directly support our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. You look nervous.
No.
You're not? You got this?
Yes.
Let's try it.
Hello, everyone. I am Denisha Collin. I live at 5725 Northwest 2nd Ave. I've been a Breakthrough scholar since I was 9 years old. I am currently a 10th grader. Breakthrough helped me find my voice. Every summer, I spent 6 weeks at Breakthrough learning and preparing for the next grade. I would love have college students as my teachers. They made learning exciting and relatable. When school started in the fall, I was ready to succeed. I already knew the material and I felt confident. Even during COVID, Breakthrough never stopped. We went straight to Zoom, and somehow even Zoom was fun. Also, the best part is forming friendships. The people I met today are like family. And also this summer, I got to pay it forward by returning as a teacher assistant helping in the class. Thank you for supporting Breakthrough Miami and scholars like me. Thank you for supporting to fully restore funding for the community-based organizations.
Great job. Thank you.
Roger Irwin, 721 Biltmore Way, Coral Gables, 33134. Thank you, Madam Mayor, County Commissioners for your time and thoughtful consideration of community voices. As a proud member of the Breakthrough Miami Village, I strongly support restoring community funding for community-based organizations. In my work with Breakthrough, I support scholars transitioning into the critical period of high school, a time when young people build the habits, resilience, and academic foundations that shape their future college opportunities. With school counselors in the public school system having a caseload of 400 students, we address that gap by providing one-on-one advising. By 11th year, over 90% of our scholars are enrolled in advanced courses. 100% graduate high school, and 98% go directly to college, earning degrees at nearly twice the rate of all of their peers. Thank you for your leadership and for recognizing the importance of investing in Breakthrough Miami's life-changing services for students and all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great job, by the way. You look sharp.
Thank you.
I got it.
Good evening. Hi, my name is William Roundtree. My address is 8150 Northwest 13th Court. I'm here with Breakthrough Miami in support to fully restore funding for Breakthrough Miami and all the other organizations in the collective. With Breakthrough, I've developed a mindset to tackle challenges and create success. Breakthrough has opened so many doors and given me countless opportunities to grow, whether it was academically, socially, or physically. Breakthrough is there for any issue. Now, as a senior, I'm proud to be a leader at Law Enforcement Officers Memorial High School, just right across the street. My peers are able to look at me and be able to see a dynamic speaker, someone who articulates their thoughts, and to be able to take accountability. These are all things I've required at Breakthrough. No matter where the train goes, Breakthrough will always be there to keep you on the right track. This year, I even have my own personal mentor through Breakthrough to help me navigate through the whole college process. Breakthrough isn't just a program, it's my community, my family, my support. Thank you for supporting Breakthrough and for restoring funding for community-based organizations. This is how we can make the future happen together and save the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roundtree, is that your father or a mentor?
Mentor.
Mentor? Yeah. He's happy. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Christia. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Christia Leon, 8365 Northeast 2nd Ave, 33138, District 3. I'm here with Miami, supporting the proposed budget for nonprofits in arts and culture. Thank you for recognizing that schools deserve arts and culture enrichment from the organizations here and from our Sunroom Writing Enrichment in Schools and Educator Resources. Writing enrichment bridges vital literacy gaps, especially in early grades, improving test scores. From Miami's Sunroom students, a few poems. I am from Miami, where we have dreams bigger than airplanes. Kindergarten student to Colsey Center. A round little seed pressed down in soil and watered with nothing but dreams. Morningside K through 8, 4th grade. Please support the recommendation on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Hi.
evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Dadoon, Executive Director of Diaspora Vibe, Cultural Arts Incubator. I'm at 164 Northeast 56th Street, Miami, Florida, 3317. Thank you to Miami-Dade County Board of Commissioners, Madam Mayor, for voting to restore the Miami-Dade Department of Cultural Affairs budget. I am here with our newest DVCAI Catalyst Fellow and also Catalyst Fellow Maya Smith, and also our Director of Performance, Gordon Myers. We are here on behalf of our founder and curator, Rosie Gordon-Wallace, to represent Diaspora Vibe, Cultural Arts Incubator, where our mission is to promote, nurture, and to exhibit the talents of Latin and Caribbean artists in Miami-Dade County. I'm here to ask for you all to vote to fully restore the funding for Miami-Dade County Cultural Affairs, as well as to ensure long-term funding and to promote the current Deputy Director, Ashley Thomas, to Director. Thank you.
So I also heard that you're a Catalyst Fellow from a little birdie called the mayor whispered that in my ear. Is that true?
That is our newest fellow here.
Gotcha. Maya Smith, right? I gotcha. Congratulations.
Good evening. My name is Adam Saper, 1040 10th Street, District 5 with Commissioner Higgins. Hundreds here have pled with you all to spend Miami-Dade's tax dollars on housing, healthcare, the arts, immigrants, and our most vulnerable communities. Those of you commissioners that remain in this chamber tonight, I urge you to listen. What you don't hear are requests that our money go to funding a war, to fund the killing of children, to fund a genocide. But when the county buys Israel bonds, we, everyone in this room, everyone on that dais, funds death and destruction. 95% of the people surveyed in this county believe that there is an irresponsible use of our money. Some of you on that dais ignore this truth, but others, I know, are horrified. We are here to give you permission to speak out, to say that these investments are wrong, that our tax dollars have no business buying bombs. One of you can and one of you will be the first person to speak this truth to power, and when you do, you are in good company. As the speaker said at the last hearing, you have put blood on our hands, and only you have the power to wash it off.
Thank you so much. All right.
Good evening. My name is Maya Smith, and as you heard, I'm the Catalyst Fellow at the Diaspora Vibe Cultural Arts Incubator. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and to the Board of Commissioners. I'm here as a proud product of Miami-Dade County. I'm born and bred in Miami-Dade County, and I'm a first-generation college graduate. I was the first in my family to live elsewhere outside of Miami and abroad as well. I've traveled to more than 35 countries. I've lived in more than 5 different states, 3 different countries, and 2 continents. In that time, I've become a global citizen, and I can say very proudly that my experience growing up in Miami-Dade County made me the global citizen that I am. We have a very, very rich culture, and the diversity of the ethnicities of the people that we get to experience, it can't be understated. So I really want to say I appreciate you restoring the funding for the Department of Cultural Affairs, and I hope that we continue to have sustainable partnership on the funding, because every dollar that we invest in what's soulful is strategic.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Mickey Bloom. I live at 1040 10th Street, Miami Beach, 33139. I am here tonight to urge you not to renew the millions of dollars the county has currently invested in Israel bonds. I ask this as a taxpayer who wants to put your fiduciary responsibility to the residents of this county over politics, to invest our money into our community, into housing, public transit, parks, local businesses, not genocide. I ask as a mother who cannot feed my son without thinking of the catastrophic starvation affecting nearly every child in Gaza, who cannot dream of a future for my son without thinking of thousands of parents in Palestine who wonder if their child will make it through the night. I ask as a Jewish woman who believes that my Palestinian brothers and sisters deserve to be safe, free, and to live with dignity. It is so easy to feel voiceless in this moment, but money speaks. Without international financial support, Israel cannot sustain its assault on the Palestinian people. As the mayor said, the eyes of the world are upon us, and we must lead with moral courage. Divest from Israel.
Thank you so much.
Pioneer Winter, address 11325 Northeast 9th Court, and I speak and stand here with a consolidated group of arts and cultural leaders. I direct Pioneer Winter Collective, which is a dance theater company here in Miami-Dade. I was born and raised here. Earlier this year, we were honored with a proclamation presented on behalf of the mayor by a young man who years ago was part of an teen arts and leadership program, which was actually made possible by Department of Cultural Affairs. And today he serves in civic leadership. So that's the ripple effect that arts investment yields. Art pays back in dollars and dignity. It gives people control over their bodies, their voices, their futures. It's agency and it's liberation. So I urge you to approve the full restoration of arts and culture budget, keep the Department of Cultural Affairs independent, and commit to long-term protection so we don't have to dance this dance every year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you.
Good evening, board commissioners and everyone. My name is Natalia Earl, the Collective Impact and MDC Age-Friendly Initiative Program Manager for Urban Health Partnerships, 1800 Southwest 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33129. Urban Health Partnerships is a local health nonprofit working through collaboration to improve health outcomes and livability so that residents of all ages can thrive. We thank you and urge you to vote yes for full and partial restorations in this budget that preserve park hours and programs, save Metro Connect, and funding for CBOs and nonprofits like ours. With the county's most recent investment, the initiative has completed the 2025-2030 Community Action Plan, which is primed for implementation, and with your continued support, this roadmap will allow us to work directly with each of you in your districts to avoid duplication of efforts while advancing your priorities, showcasing that Miami-Dade invests wisely in what matters: resilient housing, safer streets, accessible transit, parks, community health, and other supportive programs. Let's work together to ensure people of all abilities and every generation
Thank you so
can
much.
thrive.
Can you state
Thank
your name
you.
for the record again, please?
Say again?
State your name for the record, please.
Natalia Earl.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honneur, good evening, bonsoir, buenos dias. Tradition La Kulakay Inc., 212 Northeast 59th Terrace, Christine Keane, Commissioner. Dr. Wislan Cesar, Executive Founding Director of Tradition La Kulakay Inc., La Commune's community. We bring forth arts and culture to children ages 6 to 16. Since its inception, we impacted directly or indirectly over 5,000 children to our spring and summer intensive program. We urge you to keep the arts going. It's the lifeline of the community. We do not work in isolation. We serve through the neighborhood school, such as Tucson, Morningside, Jose de Diego, Miami Shores Elementary, to name a few. Community needs to remain steadfast and anchored in the arts and culture. It brings about social emotional, it empowers children, it gives them a voice, and it's not just the children, it's the adults. It's a place for immigrants to find their voice and stay connected. It solidifies us as a human being, the way we create. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Hi. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and all. My name is Daime Sanchez, representing Urban Health Partnerships at 1800 Southwest 1st Ave, Miami, Florida 33129, where I serve as Administrative plus Development Assistant and Lead Community Liaison. Thank you for supporting programs that create safer, healthier communities. At UHP, we improve public spaces, expand food access, and promote health so all residents can thrive. I first joined as a college intern, and as a first-generation Latina from Miami-Dade, I am grateful to do what I love while serving my people. I am also a product of the nonprofits here, starting as a Breakthrough Miami Scholar at age 10, and now recently serving as their Summer Assistant Director for the past 2 summers. These spaces shape my life trajectory and inspire the work I do serving families across Miami. But nearly 1 in 6 children in Miami are food insecure. With SNAP cuts and overwhelmed food banks, county funding for nutrition programs is essential. Thank you for supporting the Nutrition for All appropriation last spring. I urge you to continue standing with it so children, especially LGBTQ+ youth, have access to nutritious food and safe, inclusive spaces where they could grow up with dignity. These numbers are real. I know because I was one of them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
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 I'm going to try to speed talk. Good
Just take your
evening.
time,
My name
though.
is
You still
Nicole
have a minute.
Shargell. I'm sorry, sir?
Take your time.
Okay, thank you.
Within a minute.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Shargell. I live at 439 Northeast 64th Street. I'm a Breakthrough Miami Scholar mother. Thank you, Madam Mayor and County Commissioners, for listening to the needs of our community. As a part of a Breakthrough Miami as parent of a Breakthrough Miami Scholar, I am so incredibly grateful for you fully restoring funding for our community-based organizations. The impact of Breakthrough Miami on my family is priceless. Breakthrough Miami was able to see our daughter's gifts at a very young age and immediately brought her into the Breakthrough family to help her reach goals that were never thought possible if not for their guidance and support. The Breakthrough Miami staff are the stewards of the future leaders of Miami, instilling values of compassion, leadership, and integrity. But my daughter and all the other Breakthrough Miami scholars are not just my family's legacy and not just Breakthrough Miami's legacy. They are also Miami's legacy, the 305 legacy, and your committee's legacy for empowering them. Thank you. These funds enable Breakthrough Miami to curate a pathway for each child they support, to develop young minds into areas that otherwise would not be possible, helping with school placement all the way through till college, engaging STEM studies, SAT
Thank you so
tutoring,
much.
and even
Thank-
taking them to college.
Thank you so much. Madam Mayor, that is a proud mother right there. She's proud. Lorianne, before you get started, let me just call up a few more names. Just give me 1 second, please. Elizar Gonzalez, Jeffrey Presley, Theo Reyna, Josh Stevenson, Sophie Coutina, Brandon Buckles, Nicholas Duran, Catherine Santos, Tara Habash, Richard Carrera. Please approach. Lorianne?
Thank you. My name is Laura Ann Cox. I'm the CEO of Breakthrough Miami. Our address is 3250 Southwest 3rd Avenue, Miami 33129. And I just have to say, how do I follow all these incredible individuals who have spoken so much about the work that Breakthrough does and our community-based organizations? I'm here feeling so proud and so grateful to all of you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and our county commissioners, for listening to the needs of our community and your recommendation to fully restore funding for community-based organizations. Breakthrough Miami and the CBO network are your partners to the county to provide critical services delivering measurable ROI. Propelled by your investments, we've been able to grow exponentially, now serving over 2,000 youth. Breakthrough also serves as a major workforce development partner, creating transformational early paid workforce experience for over 200 young people through our teaching fellowship and assistant program. We work with you and for you and this community.
Thank you. Hi. It's on. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Keith Smith. I live at 626 Northwest 11th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33136. I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the $151 million bonds appropriated for Israel. For 2 years, we bore witness as the Zionist government sullied the reputation of the Israeli people by engaging in an unjust genocide of the people of Gaza that you know is unconscionable. It is the Zionists and not the people of Israel that have continued this crime against humanity and have betrayed their own nation and people with the aid of America and the use of our money that should be put to use in investing in our infrastructure, housing, healthcare, and culture that our government has chosen to destroy and our officials have considered to cut. I know as a fellow Miamian and as an American citizen, we have a moral obligation and an ethical imperative to not only stand for what's right, but to do what is right. In a time where our leaders have failed us, it is time for us to set a proper and true example for what must be done. And that is why I'm calling for the divestment of any and all bonds and appropriations for the Zion regime to support the true
Thank you so
people
much,
of Israel and for
Mr.
Miami.
Smith,
And
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Thank you. I appreciate you. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Eliezer Licea Gonzalez. Our address is 1800 Southwest.
Repeat that name again for me, please.
Eliezer.
Okay.
Licea Gonzalez.
Got it.
The address is 1800 Southwest, 1st Avenue, 33129, Miami, Florida. I am a proud community liaison with Urban Health Partnerships. I want to thank the mayor and all the county commissioners for the opportunity to speak. As someone who works directly with residents in some of the most underserved areas of Miami-Dade, I see every day how critical your decisions are. I deeply appreciate the county's support for older adults through funding for the age-friendly initiative. In my outreach, I meet many abuelitas and elders who rely on our parks, libraries, and local programs for connection and care. Your funding helps make them feel seen and supported. These spaces are where I host health conversations, share resources, and build trust. They are essential, not optional. These choices matter. We are ready to do the work, but we need your partnership to keep going. Muchas gracias, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jeff Presley. I live on Michigan Avenue in Miami Beach, 33139, District 5. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Chairman, and Commissioners for your leadership and continued commitment to community health. I live and work in Miami-Dade County, and I'm here as a community engaged research coordinator for Urban Health Partnerships. I work with our communities to decrease barriers of access to a better life in such a beautiful, unique, and vibrant place here in Florida. Thank you for your strong stance to protect our community members and shared spaces. Our public parks, beaches, and wetlands are not just green spaces. They are critical sites of wellness and social connection. As we prepare to reapply for state appropriations to support the Food and Nutrition for All collaborative, we hope the county continues to stand with us. Food access is an increasing issue in our communities, and we need to be prepared for additional challenges that are sure to come in the near future. The need is growing, and so is the impact of community-led work. Thank you for your time and your dedication.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Hi. Kathy Dos Santos, Executive Director at Transit Alliance Miami, 2150 Coral Way. This budget is $5.4 million short to reduce fare hikes and eliminate STS increases. Just $400,000 short to ensure STS remains at $350. With these fare increases, 140,000 Miamians will now pay up to $325 more for transit. And the worst part is that these aren't long-term solutions. This is a limited fix, and there is no guarantee that we won't face the same shortage next year. You have heard from riders like me who can take 5 hours on a weekday to be here that this is a slap in the face. Most other riders will discover this at the fare box and will respond at the ballot box. Transit Alliance commits to working with you to find sustainable transit revenue, but you must work with us to prioritize transit riders and increase, not reduce, the transit subsidy. You will not get more money from riders, and you'll lose us if you don't improve service. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Josh Stevenson at 215 185th Street, North Miami Beach. I'm a U.S. Army veteran, and I'm here today to say that we need to divest from all Israeli bonds and bring that money back here to Miami, where we elected everyone here to govern. During the election season, every elected official has no issues with using veterans and vulnerable members of our community as political pawns to be used to whip up votes during their election, only then to turn around and use that power to spend our hard-earned money to fund a genocide. It's irresponsible and immoral to invest our tax money into a genocidal regime halfway across the world. There are Palestinian Americans that live and run businesses right here in Miami-Dade. What I find particularly disturbing about this is that we buy their goods, collect their taxes, and then send that money to a foreign government that uses that money to mass murder their family members. That money needs to be here in Miami to help those small businesses, our veterans, and vulnerable populations in our community to better themselves, their families, and our county. Stop using us for political points, stop funding a genocide, and bring our money back here to Miami-Dade where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Sir.
Nicholas Duran, 2150 Coral Way. I'm here on behalf of Transit Alliance and the hundreds of thousands of residents who rely on Miami-Dade Transit every day. We're profoundly disappointed in the decision by the mayor and members of this board not to protect access and affordability for riders in this budget. Look, we get it. Nice things cost money, and money has to come from somewhere. But you wouldn't dare hike gas costs by 2 cents, let alone by 22%. That'd be political suicide. So why saddle 60% of transit riders with a 22% fare jump? Why ignore the county's own data showing this increase would force at minimum 3% of riders off of transit? There's a deficit, clearly, in this board's priorities. Transit riders aren't line items in a ledger, nor are we your cash cow. To say $325 more a year is a small price to pay for transit attacks our dignity. We are asking for your courage and due consideration at this time. With $5.4 million, you can cut the bus and rail hikes in half and eliminate the STS increase. Will you meet us halfway?
Thank you so much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Richard Carrera. I'm a transit historian and advocate from Miami Lakes. I'm here representing the Miami Transit Museum and Transit Alliance Miami. Many of the millions of riders who ride transit yearly don't have another choice. During the past 7 years, Miami-Dade Transit has been on a steady decline, going from over 6.2 million riders in October 2018 to just over 5 million in June of this year. With the recent service cuts and shortage of buses due to the unreliability of the electric bus fleet, among with other factors, increasing fares will only continue to plummet ridership, up to 3% more, negatively affecting those who depend on transit, causing them hundreds of dollars that they could use for other essential needs such as groceries and doctor's appointments. Instead of increasing fares, let's use this budget to create a greater transit system that's properly funded for the hardworking men and women of Miami-Dade Transit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Brandon Keith Buckles. I'm domiciled in Miami-Dade County. Good evening, I'm Brandon Buckles, Traveler One for the agency. You can go to wecontroltime.com for more information. I'm here to highlight 4 urgent problems in Miami-Dade County that jeopardize the safety and dignity of every resident. Number 1, violence against women has not declined. Reports remain flat despite modest budget increases for prevention programs. Number 2, the Sheriff's Office received the largest budget surge of any agency, while the Homeless Trust, the lifeline for our most vulnerable, has seen only minimal growth, leaving those experiencing homelessness the last and least funded. Number 3, tourism revenue is slipping, with Miami Beach visitor spending down sharply. $4 million in tax revenue, $100 million in economic activity this year, eroding the tax base that funds essential services. Number 4, background check policies need reform. Nonviolent offenses and charges that were later dismissed should be excluded from standard employment screenings. President Donald J. Trump was convicted on 34 felony counts and received an unconditional discharge. A reminder, not even the nation's top officer.
Thank you so much. Give me one moment, please. Elaine Ronaldi, Oscar Bustella, Theodora Long, Leslie Armendarzi, Laura Reynolds, Forrest Canade, Manuel Mendoza, Brenda Albee. Please come to the podium as you hear your name being called. Camilo Mejia, Amy Morales, go ahead.
Tala Habash, 2150 Coral Way. I'm here representing Transit Alliance and Miami's transit riders, the essential workers, seniors, students, and families who are the backbone of our county's economy. Today, you're asking our most vulnerable residents to bear the burden of balancing the county budget. But transit and STS access is a lifeline, and for many of my neighbors, there are no other options. Hiking fares on people who already struggle to make ends meet isn't just unfair, it's also counterproductive. When you price people out of public transit, they don't magically find cars, they lose jobs, they forego medical appointments, they become more isolated and more dependent on county services, not less. This decision moves Miami backwards at the exact moment we need to move forward. At a time when our county should be investing more in transit to tackle traffic congestion and build economic efficiency, you're making it harder for people to choose sustainable transportation. While families face an affordability crisis, you're increasing the transportation burden to their monthly expenses. Miami-Dade transit riders deserve commissioners who will fight for them, not balance budgets on their backs. I urge you to find solutions that don't punish people who
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Laura Reynolds, representing Friends of Biscayne Bay and the Hold the Line Coalition at 6820 Southwest 64th Court, Miami, Florida 33143. I'm here tonight to plead with all of you to reject item C3. This restructures DERM, and unless they carry full regulatory authority and only delegate a portion of short-form permits to RER, they're stripped of their authority. It's a suggestion, it's a consultation. It's like under Chapter 163 when we send those development applications to the state agencies and say, do you have any comments? No comment. It's not enforceable. There's no plan, and frankly, the language is confusing and just came out a couple of days ago. Madam Mayor, I'm talking to you directly.
Please, you know, come on.
I'm talking directly about your environmental legacy. I ask you to take the time. What's the rush? This is something we can do in the sunshine with transparency together. Please reject item C3.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Theodora Long. I live at 901 Northwest 14th Court, Miami. I'm also the executive director of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Biscayne Nature Center for the past 33 years. I would like to thank you all for your support in all of the 56 years that we have been in Crandon Park. I'm here today to ask you to remove the $1 million line item budget in the Crandon Park Nature Center. If this line item passes today, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Biscayne Nature Center's programming agreement with the Parks Department will end. The Parks Department will take over the environmental education programming Marjorie helped start in 1969 and continues today. I knew Marjorie Stoneman Douglas myself, and I feel she would be beside herself to hear that Miami-Dade County has put a $1 million bounty over educating the students of Miami-Dade County and their families to learn about the natural environment.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Forrest Kennedy, 432 Northeast 132nd Street in District 2. I'm a filmmaker, youth educator here in Miami. I love living here, but like so many others, I struggle with skyrocketing rents, stagnant wages, and little tenant protection. We've become one of the most unaffordable places in the country to live, and while we have a rental assistance program, this is a Band-Aid to the problem, not a long-term solution. Meanwhile, Miami-Dade has $151 million tied up in Israeli bonds, including $25 million that's soon up for renewal in this November. These bonds are unregulated, illiquid, and take money away from urgent local needs like housing security, transit, environmental protection. This week, the UN Commission of Inquiry concluded that the state of Israel is committing acts of genocide in Gaza. Under international law, all states are obligated to act to stop genocide. That means we cannot keep funding it. Commissioners, we need you to urge the comptroller to not renew these bonds in November and make the Israeli bonds illegal as long as they are continuing their genocidal regime. Reinvest our tax dollars here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Leslie Armendariz, and I live at 395 Gulf Road, Key Biscayne. I am here on behalf of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Biscayne Nature Center. I am here to urge you all to remove the $1 million line item on page 233, which signals the ejection of Marjorie from Crandon Park. We are a nonprofit located in Crandon Park, but this is not just a District 7 issue. Marjorie's Nature Center proudly services the students in each of your districts. Wingham Elementary, Somerset Academy, Snapper Creek Elementary, Gables Academy in District 6, Doral Academy in District 12. Those are just some of the schools that have already committed to coming to Marjorie's Nature Center. We do all of this primarily through grants, user fees, and donations. I'm here to tell you that our Marjorie's Nature Center is not a drain on the county's budget. We are asking that you allow us to remain at the facility that Marjorie built. Let us continue to serve this community. You can do that today by rejecting the $1 million line item on page 233. We look forward to working together in the future.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have some really good news. Those of you who are here in the chambers now, good news is that there's no one else left downstairs to speak, and we're almost done with this portion of the meeting. So what I'm going to do at this particular moment, by hand, how many of you haven't spoken as of yet? Great. So what I would need you to do is, those of you who haven't spoken, make your line to the left and to the right. And then once you come to the podium, give me your name, and that will speed things up for you so you can get home to your families. Does that work for you? Got it. There we go. Okay. And if you have your number, give me your number also. Not telephone number, but number that you received downstairs. All right? So let's do this in order, and I think this is going to work out perfectly for everyone to get you home and get your blood flowing into your system. All right, let's go.
Brenda Alba, 2200 Liberty Avenue, Miami Beach, 33139. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the proposed budget. As the Director of Community Engagement for Miami City Ballet, thank you for supporting the arts and arts education in our community. Each year, our programs reach across Miami-Dade, from master classes at 6 magnet schools to explore dance residencies at 11 Title I elementary schools and STEAM Plus in 7 Miami Beach schools. Nearly 5,000 students attend our free Ballet for Young People program at venues like the Arch Center and the Moss Center. Many sing ballet live for the first time. At Miami City Ballet School, hundreds of children train under world-class facility, while more than 1,000 adults join community classes. Over 50 Miami-Dade students receive scholarships to make training accessible regardless of income. Your commitment and continued support helps ensure we can keep delivering world-class performances and transformative arts education across our community. Thank you. Good evening.
Albert, no, thank you. Albert, do you have a number? What number were you? 87? Thank you so much. Also, listen, if you would like to consolidate with those who you came here with so one person can speak on behalf of the entire group, I would welcome that also. So just saying.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Camilo Mejia.
Camilo, what number do you have?
89.
89. All right. So see how Camilo just gave me his number first? Give me your number first. Easier for us to move through the process and I can check you off. Does that work, Camilo?
Definitely.
Thank you. Gotcha. Let's go.
Okay, number 89 here. Good evening. I urge you to invest $2 million to support groups like AI Justice and Catholic Legal Services to provide free legal aid to low-income immigrants and domestic violence survivors. It is both insufficient and unjust that groups like AI Justice only receive $50,000 for this vital service. As a community shaped by immigrants, Miami-Dade must protect its vulnerable residents amid rising state interference in local government. The Office of New Americans, funded with just $2 million, faces cuts. Yet now more than ever, we need strong local leadership to defend immigrant protections. Detained people at places like Chrome deserve free legal help. Without it, they face longer detention and wrongful deportation risks, separating families. Also, preserve Durham's authority, preserve eviction diversion, divest from the war machine, fund the arts. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Hi.
Yes, I'd like to say good evening to all of the Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioner and my friend, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Mayor, thank you. It is so rewarding to stand here, but I want to say that there are 16 buses that the mayor and others had approved. District 1 needs to go ahead and sign off on those buses. And there's a person here I want to, his name is Richard, he was speaking. We lost 3 buses that was demolition 2 days ago. And those buses are needed. Commissioner Moss donated the buses, and 2 was donated by Commissioner Jordan. And I went to the tag agency and got new titles yesterday. I paid $400. So that's 4 buses plus the 16, that's 20. The letter I was going to give you all is from the White House. They want us to put 50 buses out in the United States, 1 per state. That's $13 million. We were heading to Shark Tank to
Thank
meet
you
Mr.
so much.
Wonderful.
By the way, what was your name and your number?
My name is Shakina Dalmar Donaldson. I am the CEO and founder of Canard Inc.
Thank you so much.
Since 2001. We need
you.
those 16 buses. Allocate them.
I got it. Thank you so much. I got it. Thank you.
Good evening, 98, Dale Andre, 6820 Southwest 65th Avenue. I've been working in this community since the 1980s. Infrastructure that built the arts community here with the support of the Department of Cultural Affairs and with the support of county dollars. My daughter was born here. She studied with Thomas Armour Youth Ballet, went to New World School of the Arts, and then on to New York to build her career. And now the Moss Center is presenting her company in October, and she's planning on moving back to Miami in March to be part of the burgeoning and growing arts community. She's part of a young generation whose voices need to be heard, and I urge you to vote yes on restoring the arts budget and keeping the Department of Cultural Affairs independent so this community can continue to grow and those voices can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, good evening.
What
My
number?
number is 133.
133. Appreciate you. Okay.
My name is Janice Boykin from Cutler Bay. I'm a representative of 305 Urban Cycling Club. I'm here with Sue Kowaleski in support of Bike 305. 305 UCC has had the honor of being trained, certified in helmet fit by Sue. Bike 305 is the only safety cycling initiative within the county, which is very important. Miami-Dade County community has a large cycling community and is growing every day. The youth need to be trained on road bikes with helmets and in training. And with 305, with Bike 305 being gone, being deleted, that will.
Thank you, Ms. Janice. You got it?
You got it?
Yes, I got it. I think we all got it.
You got it?
You want some money?
No, I don't want any money. It's not for Urban 305. It's for Bike 305 to not to be eliminated.
Got it. Thank you. And while you're at it, just make sure you ask for some money. I got you. All right, we'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later about that one.
Great job.
Thank you.
Give me your number first, please.
Oh, sorry. Number 90.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Amy Morales. I live at 829 Southwest 9th Ave. I'm here to uplift that over 54% of Miami-Dade County residents are foreign-born, some arriving after climate disasters in Central America or fleeing a dictatorship from Haiti. The point is, the necessity for immigrant protections isn't just an abstract concept here. It's a requirement so that the people that call Miami home can remain here. Many of these communities now find themselves formally documented, meaning they've been stripped of their legal status and now find themselves in legal limbo. My dad is one of these people. When I was 9, he was deported for driving with an expired license, not because he didn't want to update it.
Amy, give me 1 second. Hey, can we give Amy your attention, please? We're almost done. I promise you. We're moving pretty good. Start again, Amy. Thanks. Not start over, but start from where you left off.
My dad is one of these people. When I was 9, he was deported for driving with an expired license, not because he didn't want to update it, but because he couldn't afford it. I often think to myself, had my dad been guaranteed a lawyer, would the outcome have been different? All statistics confirm it would be. As you amend the budget today, I urge you to fund the important work that legal aid providers like Americans for Immigrant Justice and Catholic Legal Services do in representing low-income clients for free.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate you.
Number 104, Hill Blackett, 1000 West Avenue, Miami Beach. So I'm going to read 2 things to you. The first thing is an excerpt from the county charter, section 503, paragraph C, regarding the transferability of county funds. And the second thing is an excerpt from comments given at the previous budget hearing by a commissioner regarding Israel bonds. Here's the charter. Any portion of the earnings or balance of the several funds, other than sinking funds for obligations not yet retired, may be transferred to the general funds of the county by the board. Here are the commissioner's comments. So for those who don't understand, the bonds don't actually have a budgetary impact. The monies used to purchase these bonds are not available to fill any budgetary gap. They are a completely separate portfolio, end quote. It seems to me like members of this board are not being honest with the public about whether budget cuts and transit fare hikes are truly necessary and whether divestment from Israel bonds can help fill the gap. Stop funding Israel, fund Miami-Dade, and please don't strip regulatory authority from Durham. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Hi, don't stop the clock yet. For a point of personal privilege, just information quickly. What time the Metro Rail stop running? Because I take the rail.
Hold on for a second. I think they extended it today for this budget hearing, and that's a relevant question. Does anyone, Madam Mayor?
Through the chair, yes, until the end of the budget hearing. Transit will be
Good,
running.
because I'm
Thank
at
you.
Arlington Heights,
Gotcha.
District 3. Hi, my name is Sharon Fraser.
I would have taken you home, Miss Fraser.
I hope so, with a helicopter. With a helicopter.
You would have.
And I got all respect to your wife.
Yeah, that's that. Huh?
Somebody got to laugh.
No. No.
Somebody got to laugh. Somebody got to laugh.
Let me clear that.
No, that's respect.
No, she's.
I know his wife very well.
No, Sharon. No, Sharon.
I'm a woman.
Sharon and I go way back. When I was a prosecutor, and for the record, Sharon is one of the best persons as a legislator that I had an opportunity to learn from in the process. So at the end of the day, she's still my best friend, will always be my best friend, and I got your back no matter what.
Thank you.
Next time, don't wear a FAMU hat. Wear a Howard University hat.
Well, I wear one. I got a nephew at Howard.
Gotcha.
He's in Alexander. But good evening, Commissioner, Chairman, Mayor. I'm up here because my heart is aching about the Office of Housing Advocacy. Recently, I experienced a housing issue, almost 2 weeks before being homeless. The Office of Housing Advocacy was somebody, they took $1 million away The Office of Housing Advocacy need that money. I understand the CBOs, they need their money, but I want the money to go back to the departments. We need to hire, we need to continue with Community Action and Human Services, the Office of Housing Advocacy, the Police Department, the Fire Department. All of these are essential. Yes, I love the CBOs. I'm not a CBO. My business is a for-profit, which I can't hardly go to work because I got sciatica in my back. But anyway, please, Madam Mayor, the Office of Housing Advocacy is very important. Community Action Agency, which is a full wraparound social service agency that's been around for about 50-something years, if not more. Please, make sure they get put back in the budget, and let's move this train forward.
Sharon, did you give me your number? It's 189, right? Got it. Don't worry about it.
District 5, or I give you,
The
what
number.
number you want?
I got it. It's
My
fine.
house address?
No, 189. It was 189.
My number was 189.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Have a blessed one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just to clarify for you and everyone, the Office of Housing Advocacy exists. It has been moved to the Housing and Community Development Department.
Does that help, Sharon?
Yes, Dolores needs her job.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Good evening, number 93.
Okay.
My name is Sonia Farril, 6486 Southwest 13th Street in West Miami, and I am the very proud Executive Director of O'Farrell Learning Center. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the funding you've given us throughout the years, which has truly helped many lives and has allowed us to serve over 2,000 of our most beautiful and neediest population, the low-income children in Miami-Dade County. I also want to thank you for the unwavering support you gave to the CBOs on September 4th and coming up with different solutions and ideas in order for all of us to receive 100% funding. Please approve and pass the mayor's recommendation so that we may continue serving our community and keep doing God's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Hi.
Good evening. Monica Vigas-Baton, CEO of Legal Services of Greater Miami, 4343 West Flagler.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak in support of the eviction diversion program. Since its inception, the program has assisted in more than 3,000 cases of individuals at risk of eviction. In 30% of those cases, clients received what we call extended representation, which resulted in either court appearances or negotiated settlement. In 90% of those cases, individuals were able to either prevent an eviction altogether or obtain additional time to move and avoid a forced eviction. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers here, but all of those numbers represent individuals and families that are able to build stronger opportunities and futures and communities for themselves and their kids. And I hope that we can count on your support for the mayor's proposal of $2 million for eviction diversion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. 181, Philip Stoddard, 6820 Southwest 64th Court, South Miami. Two requests this evening. First is that I think that Durham is best situated to enforce their own regs with the possible exception of the short form applications. And Durham should retain that authority. The second point is that the Nature Center at Key Biscayne is owned by the county school system, run by a nonprofit. They've done a superb job. Every fifth grader in the county gets their exposure to the Biscayne Bay and seagrass beds out there. And they've done such a darn good job that I think it would be a real mistake to take over that program and try to replicate what they've done. So I hope that you take out that $1 million light item, which I'm rather skeptical about, that you'd actually get that money. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Number 150, Leslie Mendoza, 2400 South Dixie Highway, 33133. I'm the Executive Director of Cava Pro Bono and want to thank all of you for full restoration of CBO funding and Miami-Dade County Eviction Diversion Program, which we are a proud partner of. These two provide vital services to residents of our community and are a wise investment to the county as the benefits far exceed the cost. Additionally, I'm here today to remind the Commission that in 2023, we were asked to expand our legal services to start a program specifically designed to address the needs of neurodiverse individuals and families in our community. We did just that, and my colleague Ida will expand on this program when it is her turn to speak. I humbly ask for continued funding of our neurodiverse legal assistance program. which was not in existence when CBO funding was decided in 2018 and is critical to filling an existing gap in our community. 15 to 20% of the population is neurodiverse, and we are the only ones currently providing this. For every adult who transitions, becomes a taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Number 108. My name is Amanda DiPerna. I live at 11319 Southwest 248th Terrace in Homestead, and I work with Debris Free Oceans. Wanted to thank you for your leadership on recent zero waste ordinances, from pay-as-you-throw to expanding composting. These are proven tools to reduce waste and are the policies we need to move Miami-Dade toward a more sustainable future. But passing ordinances is just the first step. To make them effective, we need to ensure that there's dedicated funding for their implementation, which means supporting the staffing, outreach, research, and infrastructure required to make these programs actually reduce waste in our community. We also need enforcement, so it's crucial that you maintain Durham's Environmental Permitting Authority and vote no to item C. Investing in zero waste is about public health, protecting Biscayne Bay, and building a more resilient Miami-Dade. And it makes economic sense. According to the United Nations, for every $1 invested in waste prevention and recycling, saves more than $2 in waste management. Thank you.
In the audience, if you have a conversation, please step outside.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
And if you can do me a favor, once you're finished at the podium, please exit. Thank you.
Good evening, 154. My name is Ida Diaz-Silvera with Caba Pro Bono, 2400 South Dixie Highway, 33133. We are a free legal service provider serving low-income residents of Miami-Dade County. I am the lead attorney for the Neurodivergent Legal Assistance Program, here today to humbly ask for your financial support so that we may increase our free legal services to some of the most vulnerable residents of our county. The main population served through our program are children diagnosed with autism transitioning to adulthood. With the latest CDC autism prevalence rate of 1 out of every 33 children with the diagnosis, and based on the latest county census, there are nearly 15,000 children in Miami-Dade County with the diagnosis of autism. Our program assists these individuals upon their transition to adulthood with mechanisms such as guardianships that are legally required for parents and the caregivers of these individuals to authorize continued therapies, health care, special education, and vocational rehabilitation. We're asking for your support so they do not have to spend thousands of dollars hiring a private attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, number 113. My name's Maddie Kaufman, and I live at 2508 Southwest 19th Terrace, and I want to thank you for supporting the development of a county zero waste master plan. I lead Zero Waste Miami, a coalition engaging over 140 people to co-create projects to eliminate waste. We currently have federal funding, but that's set to expire, so local CBO funding is more important now than ever, so thank you. And I also encourage you to invest in the reuse sector. Many states like Arizona and New York have olive wash hubs that sanitize and redistribute reusable cups and containers to restaurants, stadiums, schools, and more. And I have met with many of these reuse companies that are extremely interested in coming to Miami. Many cities, including Gainesville, have also invested in creative reuse models like repair centers, lending libraries, and exchange hubs. These programs prevent waste before it's created, keep valuable goods in circulation longer, and generate strong local economic benefits for every one landfill job. There are over 75 to 200 recycling and reuse jobs. The reuse sector is the future, and we should position ourselves as leaders and not followers. Thank you.
Hi, number 107. My name is Marcia Jaquays, and I'm representing Community Smiles at 750 Northwest 20th Street in Miami, 33127. I would like to thank very much Honorable Mayor, Commission. Thank you so much for restoring full funding to our CBOs. Community Smiles provides low and no-cost dental care to our most vulnerable, but more importantly, you need to know we are the only provider in South Florida that provides full restorative care. That includes crowns, bridges, dentures, implants, oral surgery. I want to emphasize the impact that this elected body has had. I'm going to read to you a personal testimonial due to funding from Miami-Dade County. When you're fighting cancer every day is a battle, I thought I was strong enough to face anything until the pain in my mouth became unbearable. It made eating, speaking, even smiling feel impossible. I knew I could never afford the dental care I needed, but I also knew I couldn't keep living in the kind of pain. So I did the only thing I could. I asked for help. I came to Community Smiles with hope in my heart, but fear in my mind. Would they turn me away? Instead, they welcomed me with open arms. Without hesitation, they looked into their budget and found resources thanks to the allocation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. Number 155, 156. My name is Ana Alicia. This is my brother Jose Alicia. We are here on behalf of South Dade Adult Center. My brother Jose Alicia and for all the members with disabilities who attend South Dade Adult Center. For over 30 years, the center has been a second home to my brother Jose. It is a place that offers more than just services. It offers connection, purpose, and a peace of mind for the families already navigating overwhelming challenges. Cutting this program to save what is considered pocket change in comparison to other funding programs is not worth eliminating the programs and isolating dozens of seniors and disabled residents in our community. These are real people, real families, not just numbers on papers. Please do not punish our most vulnerable citizens because the numbers look good on paper. South Dade Adult Center is a safe haven. I urge you to please reconsider and keep South Dade Adult Center open.
Thank you so much.
I was working.
Please don't shut down my school.
Please don't shut down my school because I hope them pick up all the garbage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Appreciate you. Hey.
Good evening. I am George.
No, I was trying to get them to. Gotcha. Ready, George.
Ready? Okay.
What's your number?
Number 95.
95, gotcha.
Commissioner Hyman. My name is George Reyes. I reside in District 11. My address is 2804 Southwest 142nd Place. I'm here to urge you to vote no on whatever change you want to make to Durham. And the reason is because you've already got problems where you can't approve a septic tank permit for 2 months. You also have a problem in the building department where inspectors now, instead of having 30 inspections, have 60 inspections. You now have inspectors wearing cameras, which I really don't understand why. You now have an inspector who's visited on the property and he's wearing a camera. That means that you better hide whatever you have in the kitchen that's disorderly because not only is the inspector going to see it, but also whoever's watching that camera is going to see it. You also have an inspector climbing 24 feet, which is the equivalent of the second story with a loose camera. That's a danger to that inspector in it by itself. But most importantly, what you need to solve is the bottleneck you have with inspections. They're taking very long time. The industry approved a higher permit fee because it's entirely a fair proposition, a fee for service rendered. That's not happening right now.
Thank you, George. Appreciate you. Hi.
Hello, my name is Crystal Rodriguez. I live in 61st Ave, 186th Street, and my number is 197.
Thank you, Crystal.
I am here for the second budget hearing to urge you not to cut funding for the Human Service Assisted Utility Program, our public transportation system, Metro Connect, and nor the nonprofits that serve Miami-Dade residents, and to also please reevaluate the police funding of $1 billion. The utility assistance programs keep family from losing power and stability. Metro Connect helps our buses, workers, and students and seniors the opportunities they need for public transportation. And nonprofits not only provide direct relief, but also lead critical efforts in areas in community uplift. When we cut their funding, we weaken Miami's resilience. These investments save lives and reduce future costs. Additionally, I understand our police department has asked for $1 billion with a B. That is almost 10% of our budget, and it's larger than any portion of our sector. I'm not asking you to defund. I'm asking to reinvestigate and reevaluate this matter because do we really need $1 billion for police?
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
My name is Camilo Payan. I'm number 99.
Number 99?
Yeah.
Thank you.
7220 Waterway Drive in unincorporated Miami-Dade. I'm a lifelong Miamian, chair of the board of Tequeria, the largest community of Latin tech professionals in the United States, a member of Miami DSA, and a father. I live by 80 Barnes Park, a park that has been terribly mismanaged by the county. I'm glad there won't be parking fees, but it doesn't change that the park is in disrepair. The nature trail is broken, the splash pad is still broken, the pool still needs updates, and full staffing for children to be able to actually use it. I can't help but see that we have invested millions of dollars in Israeli bonds, money that's used to starve and murder children halfway around the world. Human Rights Watch, the United Nations, and genocide scholars all agree that the Israeli government is committing the crimes of mass starvation, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. We need a budget that takes the $25 million that are coming back in November from those bonds, away from the Israeli regime, takes them out of death and destruction and uses them to protect our children, invest in Barnes Park, invest in our transit system, in the arts that enrich our lives here in Miami-Dade. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi.
Number 138.
Thank you.
Good evening, my Board of County Commissioners, Madam Mayor. My name is Brian Douglas. I'm a member of the Miami Workers Center. I reside at 249 Northwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida, in District 3, Commissioner Hardeman's district, the #1 commission district in terms of number of evictions. Tonight, I speak in favor of support for continued funding for the eviction diversion program at the 2024-2025 level of $3 million. The eviction diversion program saves lives. Thank you for restoring the funding in the amount of $2 million. The eviction diversion, in order to maintain our mission of preventing vulnerable populations from being thrown on the street, we needed the full $3 million of requested funding to meet our mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Hi, I'm at 515 Southwest 12th Avenue, number 125.
Thank you.
My name's Valeria. I'm with Miami DSA, and I am here as a part of a coalition of concerned Miami-Dade County taxpayers. We have been talking to hundreds of residents for the past couple of months about our county's $151 million investment in unrestricted funds to the Israeli government and military. And we have dreamed with them about what our county could look like if we invested in our county in lieu of genocide. We talked about affordable housing, we talked about public transit, education, healthcare, all incredibly needed in Miami-Dade County. Today, we published a report that shows that 95% of Miami-Dade County residents believe that Israel bonds are an irresponsible use of our county funds. More than half did not even know that our county invests in foreign governments. I urge you all to divest from genocide and invest in our county. Specifically, I urge the comptroller to not renew the $25 million investment maturing in November 1st.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Hello, Commissioner. My name is Mr. Anthony T. Walters. I'm here for boots on the ground for disabled people. And I see that that's where we are lacking. So I'm asking to the commissioners and the chairmen to look forward to helping and supporting disabled people and also your veteran people, sir. And look forward to make things better for disabled people, because a lot of funds I see have not. And I'm disabled myself, so I'm speaking also for myself. And my district is District 3, my address is 2465 Northwest 46th Street.
Thank you. Did you give me your number?
193.
Gotcha. Appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening. My number is 147.
Thank you.
My name is Maria Llorens. My address is 720 Northwest 55th Street, and I'm here on behalf of Miami Workers Center. We're happy to see funding restored for the eviction diversion program and the proposed changes to the budget. It is critical that the program have stable and increasing funding to continue serving tenants. The programs and CBOs that our residents rely on aren't optional. I want to engage Miami's young people's priorities, in particular investing in legal representation and support for immigrants, especially those who are detained. Finally, we oppose the SDS and transit fare hikes, which would add hundreds of dollars in annual costs during an affordability crisis. Working families in this county need to know that you have their backs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlie Fisher. I'm 116. Good evening, commissioners sitting in the room. To my fellow residents who are here asking that
Charles, can you give me your address, please?
It's 900 West.
Can you step at the mic so we can hear you?
It's 900 West Ave.
900 West Ave. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. Most importantly, my fellow residents who are here asking the county programs not be cut and fees not be raised. Don't let the county pretend we don't have money. They've invested plenty of money, $151 million worth, into the Israeli war machine. This money, our tax dollars, is currently being used to starve and massacre innocent women and children in Gaza. This November, $25 million worth of these Miami-Dade Israel bonds comes up for renewal. These are our public funds, and both the commissioners in this chamber and the comptroller clerk have the ability to sell them and bring our money home. Please stop spending our tax dollars funding this genocide. It's time for you to wake up and act with some moral clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Hi, Eric Yanez, 121, District 5. I'm here to call for the divestment of Israel bonds. I would like to thank you all for being here. I know how hard it must be seeing your 4 Florida colleagues at an all-expense paid vacation at the 50 States One Israel delegation happening now in Israel. As of 2 days ago, September 16th, a United Nations Commission of Inquiry concluded that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. These bond investments are both immoral and economically poor decisions. With the upcoming bond maturity on November 1st, 2025, we have the opportunity to reinvest in Florida bonds with potentially higher yielding results, such as university and college bonds, transportation bonds, and multifamily housing bonds. And we're urging you to listen to your tax-paying citizens and liquidate the Israeli bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. 167 Mary Michelle, 15011 North Saxon. The other night, someone told me that we cannot save the Palestinians. There's just not enough time to change the outcome before they're all starved and slaughtered. But I disagree. I believe there is something we can do. We can redirect our country away from the genocidal and apartheid Israeli regime. It's taken Israel 2 years to murder 1/3 of the population in Gaza. Men, women, and yes, children. Lots of children. If local governments will finally take the step to break away from this unholy alliance to a maniacal foreign government and listen to their constituents, the country, and the world, Gaza has a chance. Make no mistake, Israel is committing genocide by every international standard and rule of law. You will not be held blameless, morally nor legally, if you vote to continue funding this genocide. Your complicity will be marked in history. Act accordingly. The Hague awaits.
Thank you.
Number 183. Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you, buenas todos. My name is Mishka Ahmed. I reside at 1681 Northwest 70th Avenue, longtime citizen in Florida. I'm an FIU alumni, double Panther with my master's in international intercultural education field, and I'm especially an active member of the Islamic Center of Greater Miami. We are all here asking you not to invest in more deadly Israeli bonds with Miami-Dade tax dollars, which would be better off locally for us all. This is not a Muslim or an Arab problem. This is about human rights, where local Miami-Dade taxpayer money is used to fund war crimes. We feed our neighbors at our mosque. People of all faiths and colors come and eat because you have not invested enough to help them survive, to provide your citizens the basic necessities. Madam Mayor loves to come to my mosque for photo ops when elections are coming up, but you do not listen to Muslim voices when we are telling you these investments are killing our families and wasting taxpayer dollars. Consider your neighbors' needs, put them as a priority instead of wasting millions in the failed state.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So, I guess this would be a great opportunity again. I know everyone is excited to get to the podium, and this thing is about to be over as it relates to this portion of the program. But again, understand that there are people waiting behind you, and the same respect that those before you gave you to speak, also do the same thing for those who are standing behind you patiently. Thank you, sir. You start with your number.
141.
141, okay.
From District 2, 690 Northeast, NMB, Florida. The county doesn't have a deficit issue, but rather a money management issue. $46 million to FIFA, $31 extra to the sheriff's office, and the worst of them all, the $151 million in Israel bonds. Others will speak in details regarding how immoral these bonds are, but I want to express my discontent on how evasive the commissioners have been when trying to figure out why these bonds were purchased. We've been requesting meetings with your offices to get answers, but emails and calls are not being answered, sending many on a wild goose chase for a crumb of information. So today, I urge the commissioners to meet with residents who are concerned about the county's investment in Israel bonds, encourage the comptroller to not renew the expiring bonds in November, and instead invest into CDFIs that benefit the community, and change the county investment policy to not include the option of Israel bonds. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kyle East, and I live at 2133 Calais Drive in Miami Beach. I'm number 137. In the report we published today, it makes clear that Miami-Dade residents say divest from genocide. 95% of over 700 people surveyed countywide said they do not think Israel bonds are a responsible use of our county funds. As you've heard, Israel is using $151 million of our tax dollars to commit genocide against the Palestinian people of Gaza, to enforce a siege and intentionally starve the entire population, to force people out of their ancestral lands across Palestine. In the words of Mayor Levine Kava when she recently spoke out against Israel's horrific starvation campaign, we must meet this moment. So for us here in Miami-Dade County, that means that we have to stop the renewal of $25 million in Israel bonds maturing on November 1st. That is how we meet this moment. And we have to pledge to end all future investments in Israeli apartheid, displacement, occupation, and genocide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Louisa, 161 Northeast 42nd Street, Apartment 1, Miami, Florida, 33137, District 3, Commissioner Hardman. I speak before you all advocating for a unanimous vote of yes from this commission to restore 100% of the cultural affairs budget, meaning the arts sector, maintain its independence, and to work with the community to establish a trust for longevity for the department. Next, bring back Resolution 11A3 in regards to the $49 million, not $46 million, $49 million that favors a nonprofit, the Greater Miami Sports Commission, aka host committee for FIFA, and that favors District 1, $21 million in cash, $25 in in-kind services, and $3 million to District 1. For what? Lastly, invest in our community, divest from genocide. It is disgusting and political when last hearing this commission declared Miami-Dade County an ally of Israel, and we share the same values. And that represents, reflects our
Louisa,
the bonds.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, we're number 161. My name is Naya Blaze. We're here on behalf, alongside my sister, Dia Blaze, and we are representing Assistance R Us. Assistance R Us mission is to bridge the digital divide through access to technology and digital literacy training. Everyone knows that technology is advancing rapidly, so the gap grows every day, and our digital navigators are trained to fill in that gap. So we hope to be able to continue to do the work that we're doing in Miami and continue to keep us in the front of this digital revolution.
Thank you.
I wanted to just add thank you to Mayor Kava for making digital equity a priority through the BEAD funding plan. Naya and I joined the local tech planning teams to learn more about what the BEAD funding was going to be used for. And it's great that its focus is infrastructure, but it's really important that we include community-based organizations to be a part of the BEAD funding rollout. So please keep organizations like us in mind at that time. Thank you.
Naya, did you give me your address?
The Assistance R Us is registered Southwest 162nd Street.
Oh, got it. Got it. Same? Thank you. Hi.
Number 192, Melissa Saldana, 3505 Northwest 2nd Street, Miami, Florida, 33125. Good evening, everybody. After working 9 years in community-based nonprofits and 4 years inside county government overseeing the CBO grant contracts, I'm speaking today as a private citizen and as someone who used to work in the Office of Management and Budget's Grants Coordination Division, the very team that will get saved. I want to thank you for restoring full CBO funding and for keeping the staff, my former teammates, the brave and patient CBO contracts officers who deliver excellence every day, protecting the public dollar through due diligence checks, yearly audits, and monthly monitoring of program performance. But this shouldn't have required 5 hours of public comment and a political firestorm. A permanent CBO trust fund without enforcement is just a slogan. If we're serious about outcomes, it's time to use the tools that we already have. The CBO report card already exists. If a provider is rated red 2 or 3 years in a row, those funding should be reallocated.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and County Commissioners. I am Adela Valcárcel, number 196, residing on 110th Avenue and 14th Street, proud alum of Breakthrough Miami. I'm here to thank you for restoring funding to CBOs like Breakthrough Miami. As a child, my friends and I often felt invisible. We didn't have parents who could leave work for school meetings or tutors who could help us get ahead in our education. Breakthrough Miami gave us a village when we had nobody else. Mentors who looked like me called me a scholar before I even believed it myself. They helped me believe that my story was not one of limitation, but one of possibility. Today, my friends and I attend top universities across America. I myself personally attend FIU. Programs like Breakthrough Miami are not extras, they are gateways and lifelines. Thanks to your decision to restore funding, more students like me will have the doors of opportunity kept open. Thank you for investing in the Miami-Dade of today and tomorrow.
We need more of your stories. Thank you so much. Sir.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman, and Madam Mayor. It's good to see you again. My name is Mario D. Ambrose, and I live at 17948 Northwest 40th Court, Miami Gardens, Florida, 33055. I'm also the Vice President of ASME Local 199, as well as a veteran, and I'm here to be short today. I would like to, I've often been told, thank you for my services as being a veteran, but today I want to thank you all for your services, and most importantly, 2 other people that are true soldiers. My president, Sedoria Brown for ASME Local 199, and my mayor. Those are warriors. Those are true, but the job is not done, but those are true soldiers. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Alexander. I live at 1331 South Federal Highway, Point Beach, Florida, 33435.
Sarah, what's your number?
143.
143, yeah. Thank you.
So, let's be honest. There's a huge problem at MDAS. The shelter has a $43 million budget, yet dogs don't even get the basics. Not a single bed. I secured and delivered over 60 beds last weekend as a civilian, not a volunteer or an employee, because I care and I will show up for free like it's my part-time job. You pay $1.5 million for 4 employees for education, PR, and social media, yet dogs still have no cones after spay and neuter, no Adopt Me vests for Paul Ventures, and are shuffled from shelter to shelter, causing extreme stress. Nearly 800 dogs get only 5 minutes out daily. Mayor Cava said the shelter is run great. I spoke facts to counter that and was terminated 24 hours later. If facts are negative, then your shelter is not run great. You claim to need volunteers, yet reject free help and silence those who bring the truth. A visitor said, I was there with my daughter this weekend and could not stay inside. The air was acidic. No one greeted us. The dogs were so sad, and maintenance was despicable. I drove to Broward instead.
Thank you
Dogs
so
are happy,
much.
clean, and
Thank you so much. Hi.
Hi there. My name is Giselle del Castillo, and I live at 1935 Rue Granville Drive in Miami Beach. My number is 115. I am an educator, and I have dedicated my adult life to guiding and protecting young children. To me, every child is a universe, precious and deserving of safety and care. That is why what's happening to the children of Gaza weighs so heavily on me. According to UNICEF, Israel's genocide has killed over 50,000 children. Gaza now has the highest number of child amputees in the world. These are children just like the ones I teach and love, children who deserve to play, dream, and grow. To quote one of the biggest advocates of children in Gaza, Miss Rachel, leaders, be so ashamed of your silence. Be so ashamed that you've seen the images and videos that we've seen, and they haven't moved you to do the right thing. Be so ashamed that you normally speak out for children and human rights, but you won't now because they are Palestinian. Miami-Dade has invested $151 million in Israel bonds, directly funding this genocide of children. On November 1st, 2025, 25 million of those bonds will mature. I urge you, stand on the right side of history and end these investments.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Caridad Mouliner, 1485 Northeast 121st Street. My number is 91. I am here to speak against the proposal to slash both the Office of Neighborhood Safety and the Office of the New American. These offices provide alternatives beyond incarceration, deportation, beyond punishment. Without the presence of these offices, punitive and carceral punishment will continue to be seen as the only or the best method to keep our community safe. Research has proven time and time again that this is not the case. More guns, more surveillance, more arrests, more deportations. These are not solutions when it comes to community violence, nor do they prioritize our community well-being. They instead create deeper divides, increase mistrust of public servants, and a perpetually grieving Miami. Please do not eliminate the Office of New Americans or the Office of Neighborhood Safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nick Mayer. I live at 930 Southwest 124th Court, Miami, Florida, 33184. I'm a resident of District 11, a member of Engage Miami. I first want to give two thank yous. First, thank you to the mayor for letting us know about the budget shortfall all the way back in May, just so that way we can have understanding of where we're at in the situation. I really want to thank for that level of transparency. And second, thank you to y'all for restoring funding to Metro Connect, a program that is a lifeline to low-income riders. I'm here to ask for one item in support. I have canvassed with organizations like Engage to let residents know about the rate increases that they will see from FPL, rates improved by the state. I believe the county should step up and provide relief by funding programs like Light Heap. This impactful program from federal government is on track to lose all funding. With the high costs coming, I think the county should step up and help its residents by supporting a program like Light Heap. I thank you all again. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Omar Packard, 2617 Segovia Street. It's
Oh,
clear.
Omar, what's your number, please?
134. It's clear there is a shocking disregard for human life among those who have backed the $150 million in Israeli bonds. But this isn't just about our city funding atrocities abroad. It's about putting an overwhelming share of our city's funds into a sinking ship. Israel is on the fast track towards pariah status, and Miami should not be dragged along for the ride. Investing is supposed to serve our community, but instead, public money is being siphoned off to bankroll an ideologically driven genocidal project abroad. Our tax dollars are propping up a foreign country, while here families can't even find affordable housing. Ask yourself this: would you have invested city funds in South Africa during apartheid? History condemned those choices, both morally and financially. The same judgment awaits anyone willing to gamble our city's livelihood on Israel. Our responsibility is here, to our own community, to act with prudence, to safeguard taxpayer dollars, and to ensure Miami serves Miami,
Thank you
not
so
a
much.
foreign political
Thank you so
agenda.
much.
Free
Thank you.
Palestine.
Thank you so much.
101, number 101, Giancarlo Damota, 2721 Southwest 28th Court in District 7. I'd like to call this commission's attention once again to the $25 million investment our county made in Israel bonds that are set to mature on November 1st of this year that can be put towards addressing our county's historic budget deficit according to Section 5.03, Paragraph C of the county charter. The concerns of several county residents who spoke out against these investments at the last budget hearing were simply dismissed by members of this commission, and I once again urge you all to amend our county investment policy to bar future investments in Israel bonds and to request our county clerk to not reinvest in our existing bonds when they mature. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good
Hi.
evening. Samaya Wade, 10800 Biscayne Boulevard. My number is 126.
Thank you.
All right. I'm a member of Engage Miami, and I'm here to uplift the young people's budget priorities. We're calling on you to fund organizations like Americans for Immigrant Justice, to continue providing free legal representation for lower income communities, individuals in immigration custody, and domestic violence survivors. $50,000 is not enough. As a county sustained by immigrants, you have a responsibility to protect these communities. I am asking you fund all these critical CBOs. Our state databases are not updated at the same rate as federal, and people are being lost track of, deported, separated from their families, who go weeks without knowing where their loved ones are. Our community members are being forcibly removed from the country despite having the legal right to a bond hearing. Denying people access to lawyers increases the likelihood that their constitutional rights are violated, causing additional and unnecessary suffering to individuals and families alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Tania Dandy, number 165, address 10800 Biscayne Boulevard, and I'm here today to uplift the young people's budget priorities as a member of Engage Miami. Miami-Dade must invest in programs like EEL, given mangroves avoided $1.5 billion with a B in damages during Hurricane Irma, saving 25% of potential damages. Meanwhile, coral reefs provide over $650 million in flood and erosion protection, reducing wave energy by up to 97%. So I ask you today to, one, fully fund the Environmentally Endangered Lands Program, who protect and restore our habitats, and two, maintain the Division of Environmental Resource Management as a standalone department with permitting authority to safeguard our water and environment. And three, invest in reuse, recycling, and composting. Please remember, climate change and climate resilience affects us all. The question is, will your budget leave a legacy that polices or protects our future? Thank you so much for your diligence this budget season.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Yeah, it's okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rosalba Villamil. I live in 55 West Flagler Street, 33130. And I work part-time in Miami-Dade Park Recreation and Open Spaces, specific in Active Older Adults program. I am very concerned because with the closing of program, I may lose my job. This job is very important to me because I am head of family household. And with this income, I help support my family. If lost it, my financial situation will become very difficult. I ask you to please remember that behind every job, there are families who depend on this income. Keeping this program not only helped the community, it also gave us the chance to continue working with dignity. Thank you very much for listening to me and your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Edgardo Arencibia y
Good evening, my name is Edgardo Arencibia.
vivo en 9944 Southwest.
I live at
Waller Bay.
9944 Southwest. Continúe, por favor.
Quiero agradecerles por escuchar a la comunidad y mantener el servicio de MetroConnect.
I want to thank you for listening to the community concerning Metro Connect, the service.
Para muchos de nosotros, MetroConnect no es solo un transporte, es lo que nos permite llegar al trabajo, a la escuela, a citas médicas y regresar seguros a nuestras casas.
For many of us, Metro Connect is not only a means of transportation, it is what allows us to get to either the school, medical appointments, or come back home safely.
Gracias a su decisión, miles de familias seguimos teniendo una opción accesible y confiable.
Thanks to your decision, thousands of families continue to have an accessible and reliable option.
En el futuro espero que sigan apoyando programas como este
And in the future, I hope you continue to support programs such as this one
que representen inclusión y movilidad para los que vivimos en Miami-Dade.
to
Muchas gracias.
represent inclusion and mobility for all of us who live in Miami-Dade. Thank you.
Gracias. Ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Mayor. My name is Cristina Vegas. I live in 11431 Lakeside, Doral, 33178. On behalf of MetroConnect drivers, I want to sincerely thank you for listening to the voices of our community and allowing this vital service to continue. Every day I see firsthand how MetroConnect changed lives. We are not just giving rights. We are helping seniors get to their medical appointments, workers arrive on time, students reach their school, and family stay connected. For many residents, MetroConnect is their only option for safe transportation. As drivers, we are proud to serve with respect and care, knowing that each passenger represents a story, a need, and a hope. By supporting MetroConnect, you are ensuring mobility, independence, and dignity for thousands of people in Miami-Dade. Thank you again for standing with the community and keeping MetroConnect moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Buenas noches, comisionados,
Good evening, commissioners,
señora alcaldesa y residentes del condado.
Madam Mayor, and residents of Miami-Dade County.
Mi nombre es Carlos Cabanillas, 11431 Leyside, Doral.
My name is Carlos Cabanillas. I live at 11431 Lakeshore Drive, Doral.
Y quiero agradecerle en nombre de los conductores de MetroConnect
And I want to thank you on behalf of MetroConnect drivers
por escuchar a nuestros residentes y asegurarse de que este servicio siga disponible.
for listening to our residents and ensuring that this service continues to be available.
Cada día en la carretera veo la diferencia que MetroConnect genera.
Every day on the road, I see the difference that MetroConnect makes.
Para los adultos mayores significa acceso a la atención médica.
For older adults, it means access to medical care.
Para los trabajadores significa poder depender de viajes confiables.
For workers, it means being able to have reliable transportation.
Para los estudiantes significa una forma segura de llegar a la escuela.
For students, it means they can get to school safely.
Y para muchas familias significa mantenerse conectados con sus seres queridos.
And for many families, it means staying connected to their loved ones.
MetroConnect es más que transporte.
MetroConnect means more than transport.
Es oportunidad, inclusión y tranquilidad.
It means opportunity, inclusion, and peace of mind.
Cada viaje que damos representa a alguien que depende de nosotros.
Every trip we take is for someone who depends on us.
Y ahora, gracias a su decisión, puede seguir contando con este servicio.
And now, thanks to your decision, they can continue to rely on this service.
Gracias por apoyar a nuestra comunidad
Thank you for supporting our community
y por ayudar a que MetroConnect siga moviendo hacia adelante a Miami-Dade.
and for helping MetroConnect continue to move Miami-Dade forward.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, number 92, Melissa Viteri, 10800 Biscayne Boulevard. I am here today in support of the Young People's Budget Priorities with Engage Miami. At the first budget hearing, we heard little to no discussion on immigration policy programs. Today, I urge you to make this a priority. I am deeply concerned that the Office of New Americans, which received only $2 million last year, is slated to be eliminated. An integral part of our community are immigrants, who deserve to be protected and invested in, not pushed to the margins. We call Miami-Dade County to follow the lead of counties like Broward and fund community-based organizations providing legal representation like organizations such as Americans for American Justice to provide Know Your Rights trainings and full legal defense for people in immigration custody. We need a budget that puts people first, not second. I urge this committee to protect and expand funding for immigration services and ensure that the Office of New Americans is not only preserved but strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hello, Nancy Mitchell. I'm 103. I live at 7531 Southwest 83rd Court, 33143. I'm a member of PACT, and I'm here this evening not only to ask the Commission to support $1 million addition for the eviction diversion program in the change memo, but also to commit to finding sustainable and increased funding sources for the essential program so it can operate in full capacity. I've lived in Miami for 72 years and in my current home for the past 56 years. During that time, I've noticed my entire neighborhood changing. I'm the only one left from the original neighbors. I would not be able to stay in my home if it weren't for the Save Our Homes law, which limits the amount of increase that my property taxes can go each year. It's only right for the county that we increase our investment in a program to protect people.
Thank you, ma'am. So much. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Geneva Claus, and I'm number 120, and I live at 1233 Marseille Drive. I'm also here with PAC today to thank you all for the change memo that includes an additional $1 million for the eviction diversion program. As you heard, it's a very essential program. It's 98% successful. We should absolutely find sustainable ways to increase that funding to get to full capacity of 12 million. One of our members of PACT had to leave early because we were waiting since 3 p.m. downstairs. So I'm going to read his testimony. My name is Bernard Clark, and I'm a member of PACT. I'm here to encourage you to increase the funding for the eviction diversion program. As a career educator in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, I'm keenly aware of the importance of a stable home environment to the success of our students. Evictions disrupt student learning, they negatively impact study habits, can cause students to have change in schools, and even force some students into homelessness. The eviction diversion program works. Legal counsel for those facing eviction allows most families to stay in their homes. Please support the additional funding for the eviction diversion program. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, Jared Simon, 3 Avocado Ave. I'm here with Break the Bonds Miami.
What number are you?
94. Could I have the 2 seconds?
Thank you.
Or should I start over? Okay. I'm here with Break the Bonds Miami. Over the last few months, we surveyed over 730 Miami-Dade residents, asking what they think about the county's investment of $151 million of their tax dollars in the Israeli government. 95% said they believe these investments are an irresponsible use of public funds, a resounding mandate to end the county's investment in Israel bonds. I have in my hands a 24-page report based on the results of our survey that I would like to enter into the record. I have copies for each commissioner, the mayor, clerk, and comptroller, and the county attorney. For others in the room, you can talk to one of us to see the report online or find it on Instagram at JVP South FL. Israel bonds are the only investments the county has in a foreign government, the only illiquid investments in the county's portfolio, the only investments with which county officials justify with overtly political statements, the only investments that flagrantly profit off of undermining our values. I'll say it again. You all put blood on our hands. Now read about it and wash it off.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable County Commissioners. My name is, my ticket number is 184. My name is Nicole King. I am a proud county employee of 24-year tenure. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to providing excellent service. However, I'm deeply concerned about the impact of potential budget cuts to our workforce. Many of my colleagues currently face several financial hardships, including homelessness and unstable living conditions, such as sleeping in cars, renting hotels for long-term stays, due to their county wages already not being sufficient. However, experiencing layoffs firsthand myself, I understand the detrimental effects that this can have on both individual and our overall workplace. I urge you to consider the profound consequences that further budget restrictions could have on dedicated employees such as myself providing quality service. Thank you very much for listening. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Yes, hi, Cece Brown. I'm the president of ASME Local 199, 4349 Northwest 36th Street. And I'm here to talk about the proposed elimination of the 44 classifications from my bargaining unit. You know, it's a little disheartening when you hear the administration read back a new budget that talks about money being allocated for CBOs, but we don't realize that these community-based organizations, which are important, our own family, which are current county employees that are barely making ends meet, are constituents and community members themselves. So for the administration to find $70 million to fund these organizations, but we can't find $3 million, we can't find it to save these folks that have dedicated their time, their years, and look not only for their county paycheck to basically fund their own households, but even the insurance that the county provides. We have to learn that we need to take care of our own folks before we take care of outside organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Cece. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Gilan Fandel, 1215 Southwest 15th Street. My number is 117. Over the last 2 years, Israel has killed and injured hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, blocked humanitarian aid, forced starvation, committed acts of sexual and gender-based violence, and directly targeted children, among other crimes. I'm disgusted and ashamed to know that with $151 million of investment into Israel bonds, Miami-Dade County is complicit in Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza, apartheid system, and forced displacement of Palestinians. The blood of Palestinian lives is on your hands, commissioners. And here in Miami, people you represent struggle to have their basic needs met. So today, I ask that you urge the clerk of the court and comptroller not to renew the $25 million of Israel bonds maturing on November 1st, and to remove Israel bonds from the list of authorized investments. Divest from genocide, invest in our communities, in affordable housing, in public transit, in healthcare and climate justice, and free Palestine.
Good evening, Commissioners. Number 159, Marcelo Valladares, 16171 Southwest 73rd Street. I'm the Everglades organizer with Sierra Club, Florida. Durham plays an essential role in maintaining and protecting our environmental regulations within Miami-Dade County. To remove Durham's permitting authority would be like making speed limits into suggestions or getting rid of a bartender's ability to cut you off, and essentially allows for the continuous erosion of our environmental resources and water quality throughout the county. Permitting authority must remain with Durham and with the professionals and experts who have the experience to properly manage and protect our Everglades, our environmental resources, and achieve our climate and resilience goals. Vote no on C3 and also protect the Biscayne Nature Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for hearing our comments tonight. My name is Francesca DiGiulio, and I'm a Miami resident at 100 Northwest 6th Street, an attorney with Everglades Law Center. We are concerned by the language proposed in today's draft budget related to changes to the powers and authorities of the Department of Environmental Resource Management. Durham plays a crucial role in protecting our county's air, water, and ecosystems, and managing flooding and stormwater, and we should be doing everything in our power to keep the department as strong as possible. Any change that weakens Durham and its important environmental review processes is deeply concerning. Responsible permitting and environmental review processes are essential to protecting our natural resources like our pine rocklands, wetlands, mangroves, seagrasses, and the many native species that depend on them. Durham's role is critical for ensuring resiliency for our county into the future. Also, any major change like this should have significantly more time and opportunity for public input. Please consider modifying this provision to ensure Durham's authority is protected, or at the very least, delaying consideration of this language to a later date to allow for additional public comment. And I realized I didn't say my number. It was 149. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, number 97, Phil Ayer, 9862 Southwest 142nd Street, West Kendall. I am here, and again, my name is Phil Ayer. I'm proudly standing with the Miami Waterkeepers and other environmental groups to challenge you about how you're making decisions about Durham and the change of environmental regulatory authority to someone else without a lot of time thinking about it and a rigorous process that is dubious at best. And I would just say that I will invoke the federal government. I haven't heard any other speaker do that. I spent a long time in the federal government with base, realignment, and closure commission decisions. They take time to understand that there's not going to be any kind of consequences that are unforeseen. I spent time with roles and missions of the United States Armed Forces in the Joint Staff under General Colin Powell. We took the time to make the decisions correctly. After 9/11, we redid bases, and I was a senior officer on that project. Also, we need to do the same thing with the nature reserve in Biscayne. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Marion Brown, 12300 Northwest 17th Avenue, 172. The community, I have watched my community be gentrification in all of the housing areas, and my peoples have been removed and replaced out of the district, and nobody's saying nothing about it. And I hear people come up here and speak about genocides. We was genocided right here in America, and we still are asking for our fair share. The money comes from D.C. to Tallahassee, and it still is not getting separated, it's divided, and it's not coming to the black community like it's supposed to. Our fair share has not hit our rooftops, we have not hit our houses, and the job fair and the job here in Dade County is not fair. It's not fair. The people that's here that work for Dade County, it's the division. Pretty much that's what's going on in the county. It's still division. So genocide, my family faced genocides more than anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that is all the public speakers we have for this evening. Right? All right. With that, public hearing has concluded and is now officially closed. All right, guys, as we did in the last meeting, I'd like to recognize the commissioners that wish to speak tonight for discussion, just like we did in the last meeting. And I think while we were here pretty late, it was still effective. And then once you all speak, or those that want to speak, then we'll get into the items and we could do the official motions, the voting, the addendums, and all of that. So I will start with that, but I am going to break my own rules, and I am going to make a motion that I would like to dispose of now, so that then I can focus on other things. But I started working with the administration when our tax collector came up and spoke about the money that he's giving back. So I understand that from what I'm being told that it's really not $7.5 million, that it's just $1.5 million is what I'm being told. But either way, if the attorney can read my motion, which is to apply that money and the remainder from TID to eliminate the fee increases for transportation, including Metro Rail, Metro Bus, and most importantly, STS. And I know that there's folks here from STS that have to leave, so that's why I'm really trying to dispose of.
Second.
Well, we haven't read the motion yet, but
I'm in.
I just wanted to dispose of it before, the folks from STS have to leave. This is for Metro Rail, Metro Bus, and STS services.
Agreed.
Can you please read my motion?
Chairman Rodriguez moves to waive the requirements of Section 2-2364 of the Code, which requires certain tax increment county-wide tax revenues within the boundaries of the Transportation Infrastructure Improvement District be allocated to the Transportation Infrastructure Improvement Trust Fund, and amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to eliminate all proposed fare increases for Metro Rail, Metro Bus, and STS services, and pay the cost of this change by allocating $9 million that would have otherwise been appropriated to the Transportation Infrastructure Improvement District Trust Fund, Fund TF-204, to fund such transit services. And as the tax collector confirmed that he had identified additional countywide general fund carryover available from the fiscal year 2024-2025 to be returned to the county in fiscal year 2025-2026, appropriate an additional $1.5 million into the budget for the Department of Transportation and Public Works to fund Metro Rail, Metro Bus, and STS transit services. Second.
All right, so it's been moved, it's been seconded by Commissioner Regalado. Real quick, just to, again, obviously we've been working on this, my office and myself with the administration, but David, Director, can you just assure us that that amount makes transportation whole so that there is no fee increases for those services? Especially STS and obviously Metro Rail and Metro Bus.
That amount does make the bus, rail, and bus, rail, and STS fares covered.
Okay, perfect.
If we could, through the chair,
Yes,
allow
Madam Mayor.
our Director of Transportation Public Works just to address it.
Of course.
Why? Hold on.
Director Miller, David just
The
answered
total,
it.
the-
Why?
I got the answer I needed actually, so
Why? No.
let's hang tight, but I got the answer from Director Clodfelter. So unless you disagree with Director Clodfelter, and the answer is no, just hang back, Director Miller. We love you, but hang back. But any discussion on my motion, though?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Garcia.
just quick, what's the total amount?
10.5. It's 9 from TID, and 1.5 is what the tax collector is. What I'm told that is the real number from the tax collector.
Can I ask a question then? How do we go
Absolutely.
from 7 million to 1.5 million? Where is the discrepancy in that?
We're fine.
Director Claude Felter?
We're fine.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
So-
I'll let it go.
The
I'll let it
que-
go.
Commissioner Bastier.
Let's just vote on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like some clarification. Are we saying that, so what is the amount that is available right now? What is the total amount that is available? For sure.
What do you mean by available, though?
The amount from the tax collectors. For sure.
What the Director Claude Felter has expressed to me is that it's 1.5.
Okay. How much do we need to support or STS so that they don't have the increase? How much in total?
The STS for the total for STS alone is 250, and the balance would be for the other fare increase for those other modes of transportation.
And then, Mr. Chair, you mentioned STS, you mentioned
Metrobus
Metrobus, you
and
mentioned-
Metro Rail.
What I'm trying to understand is that what is the total amount?
10.25?
Correct.
So there will still be a balance, right? No?
No, I'm taking 9 from the TID, from TID.
Okay, all right.
Correct. Any other discussion on the motion itself? All right. All in favor of the motion signify, I need a roll call? Oh. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right. We no longer have fees for our transportation.
Increases.
Increases, yes. Yeah, very good catch. It's late. I need pizza. Jerry.
Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I will read this motion as an amendment to items C, E, and H when a formal vote will be taken. I understand that you'll be entertaining perhaps some motions just like this, but formally we'll take care of it at the end when we do the formal vote on the items.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So with that, I will now open it up to all of the commissioners. And again, with the exception of this one motion, I'd appreciate if we do the same thing we did last time, which is discussing everything, and then at the end you could all do your motions, introduce whatever you want, and we'll take votes.
As a point of order?
You're recognized.
Just as a point of order, I'm happy to go last like I did last time and take notes. The only thing is we're passing around a lot of motions. I just think that we should be giving them to David and his team so that they can check. Some of them have origination, some of them don't. So obviously it's better if you're telling us where you're taking the money from as opposed to go find the money. I don't think we should be doing go find the money motions anymore. If you're taking it from a particular line, I think that the item should have that particular line so that we're not sitting here fishing for 2 to 3 hours. So we've gotten a lot of stuff passed out. Some of it has the information and some of it does not. So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we can ask folks if their motions don't have a line item that they're drawing from, that they revise them, and then the ones that do, if we can just go giving
Yes.
them to the administration so they can go checking them, and that way we don't have to waste time doing
Yeah,
that
and
once those motions start being read.
That's a good point. I've said
I'm happy
that.
to go at the end, I'll take notes.
I said that in the workshop. I said it in the last budget hearing. And I haven't seen all the motions, but I imagine if they're starting to be passed out now. But I would just encourage, again, basically what Commissioner Regalado just stated, that I've stated plenty of times before, is if you're asking for something to be funded, try to whether your colleagues or the administration agree or not, try to identify a source of where that could be funded from. So it's not just so that we don't have to pause the meeting, so that the administration has to go and we have to wait. So it'd be helpful if everyone could, who is asking to fund something, whatever that may be, that we find a source of where we're going to do it. All right, with that, I know last time I kind of zigzagged from the corners inward. I could do it again that way. All right, Commissioner Higgins, you're up.
I'll go. Well, colleagues, it's great to be here with you all again. Thank you, everybody who came out to talk about our budget. There's a couple of things I'm very happy to see, especially we've got a lot of people from the Workers Center and from PACT here, making sure that we have adequate representation for low-income people facing eviction. My district is, it's maybe not the top district, but it's always number 2 for evictions, and so I'm very pleased to see that assistance maintained. And then, Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy that we dealt with STS and the transit things from the get-go, so we don't have to wait on that, and that way if anybody wants to go home early, they can. Metro Connect, I just want to make everyone aware. I think we satisfied everyone's concerns. It's back in the budget. When we get to item C, I will have to make a direction. I will not be able to modify item C, a Metro Connect, because we have to extend VIA's contract for a little bit longer, which would end up being a bid waiver, and that needs to be done at the board. So I'll be directing the mayor to do that, and then at the October 9th meeting, we'll be able to solidify that. So the money's in the budget, but the contract extension has to come separately. So you have a motion on that whenever we're ready. And then I passed around a longer motion. We heard a lot of worries about the DERM reorganization. We did some work this morning with the mayor's office just to clarify that item a little bit better. I think that it would have been written so shortly that our environmental community got very confused and thought we were taking away DERM's responsibilities. They are not. They still have the same regulatory responsibilities. We got to comply with federal law, state law, and our local environmental laws. We'll just have a different computer system issuing the permits. So that's a little bit lengthier, but I think it will do. It will serve us well with lots of clarification. So those are just things you'll see coming up when I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Oh, wait.
Commissioner Gilbert, you are recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. I don't have extensive remarks right now. I will thank everyone for coming out. I appreciate your voices. Your voices are an integral part in what we do here. And, you know, we're always moving around and we're trying to figure stuff out. Understand this. If you aren't completely satisfied tonight, it's not because we don't want to. We understand how valid your concerns are, how real your requests are, and the extraordinary services that you provide to the community. We understand that. I said this at the last meeting. I will reiterate it here. I appreciate you all coming out to this meeting, the first budget meeting and the second budget meeting. I would appreciate it more if you all came out when we set the maximum millage before we break for the summer. Because in large part, that's when we determine the larger pot of money that we're going to have to fund all of these programs. We understand that primarily we provide social services through community-based organizations here in Miami-Dade County. We also understand that we're doing it through non-recurring dollars. And not to educate folks on what a budget is and what it does, but when you're a reoccurring need, when you have a reoccurring need that's being funded with non-recurring revenue, it is fundamentally a problem. We will be here again next year. I don't want to mislead you all. Unless something fundamentally changes, we will be here again next year. From a structural perspective, we have to find a way to fund CBOs and cultural programs from a dedicated revenue, from revenue that does not currently exist. Because if we fund it from revenue that currently exists, we just pass the problem on to another part of the budget. And so a lot of times people have a vehement distrust of government. I understand that, because we're trying to let you down easy. This is not me letting you down easy. This is me giving it to you straight. The mayor and my colleagues, and to some extent myself, we're trying to plug as many holes as we can, because we understand that you're counting on this money to actually do good work, and we understand the community is counting on you to provide that service. We get that. We get the importance of cultural arts. We get the importance of CBOs. We get the importance of all of those things. We also understand that this is like treating an amputation with a Band-Aid. That's what we're doing. Eventually, we have to cauterize a wound. So we're going to have to do one of two things: find ways to actually permanently fund these activities in these groups, or the same thing that the mayor has been saying, I think for 4 years running now, it's that next year we'll have to cut. And at some point, the number of people that come, the number of coordinated shirts, the vans that pull people up, at some point, when we don't have the money, we just won't have the money. And so I think that we need to probably spend this next year addressing that, figuring out what we're going to do this time next year. And I think that will be helpful. The other thing is, to the young lady who spoke about this, I guess the Office of New Americans, that was a concern of mine. I think that while it wasn't a lot of money, I didn't always just go by there or hang out. I liked the idea that we were helping people become citizens. We're showing them how. Look, the reality of Miami-Dade County is that over 50% of the people who live here were born in a different country. And they didn't come here asking for anything. They came here trying to make real the American dream. And to the extent that we can empower that, we actually have a community that a large part of our success is built on and by folks who weren't born here, weren't born in America, but they're as much American as anyone else. And so I know that we're not making motions now, Mr. Chair, but when the appropriate time comes, and I understand our crunch, so we cannot add that back into the general fund, but what we can do is offer those classes through our library system. We can offer those classes for free through our library system. If that means contracting with the private folks who do it or whatever, but I don't think that we should be in the business, and I get that immigration's a hot button issue and all that stuff, but I don't think we should be in the business of not helping people, not in Miami-Dade County. So at the appropriate time, I will be making that in some other motions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilbert. All right. Commissioner Hardiman. Wave for right now. Commissioner Bastien. Commissioner Orbis. All right, Commissioner Steinberg.
Okay, just want to confirm, I know for the Metro Connect or whatever form of on-demand service that we're using, it was budgeted with 5.5 million, including 4.5 million from the TID. How much money, now that we're pulling more money from the TID, are we going to have left over? And what happens if our projected ridership changes? Because I know right now we have, and I'm looking for the numbers, I can't find the notes. I think you have 1 million in fare revenue, I think it is. So what is your projected ridership? And if that changes, because if our fare changes, right? Because you're predicting $1 million for that from fares. If that changes, are we going to have to pull more money from the TID? Because I don't want to raise the price more.
We're talking about all forms of ridership? Are you talking about Metro Connect? Which are you talking about?
Because we've already taken care of the other forms.
You're talking about Metro Connect? Yes. Presumably, Metro Connect is sort of filling the gap there. So if it turns out that, you're right, we're assuming about $1 million from the fares we now will be charging. If that number comes in a little bit lower, we obviously, number one, any director can try to adjust numbers in their budget. There may be a surplus somewhere else. So the first thing would be to find where there might be surpluses elsewhere on the transit side to offset it. In the worst case scenario, if there is nothing like that, then obviously whatever that difference is could be trapped against the TID, which still has some money in it.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberg, does that answer your question?
I'll come back.
You'll come back? Got it. Commissioner Orbis?
Okay, I can go now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, and members of the public. Tonight, we carry one of our greatest responsibilities, which is deciding how to spend our hard-earned dollars and the hard-earned dollars, tax dollars of our Miami-Dade families. And that responsibility demands discipline, accountability, and putting our residents first. So again, let me begin with what must always come first, which is the cornerstone of any budget, must be public safety and essential services. Families expect safe streets, quick responses when they call 911, and parks that are clean and open for their children. Public safety and core services come first, and everything else has to earn its place in this budget. So I'm glad that this budget protects funding for our sheriff's office, our fire rescue, because these are lifelines and they are not extras. But keeping those lifelines strong means that we must make smart choices elsewhere. And that brings me to the issue of new taxes and fees. I was encouraged to see that the gas tax was withdrawn, and then the parking fees were removed from 80 barns and tropical parks because families cannot afford another increase. And even a small hike would have been too much. I also want to be clear that I did not support the SDS fare increase, and I'm glad that it's no longer on the table. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for making that motion. At the committee of the whole, and again during the last hearing, I raised concern about departmental marketing budgets, and I'm glad to see that those cuts were made. That was the right decision, and those dollars are better used on core services. And finally, colleagues, something that concerns me very much is that we need to look beyond this year. This budget leans on one-time fixes, reserves, and shifts funding. And that may balance the books today, but it leaves us with the same shortfalls tomorrow. So we need structural reform. We need to reduce duplication, rein in the costs, and focus on efficiencies. Otherwise, we will keep having the same conversation every single year, and I guarantee we will be having this same conversation next year. So our job is simple: protect core services, cut the waste, and stop government from reaching deeper into the pockets of our residents. If it can't be justified, it should be cut. I do have a few questions for our departments. Within housing and community development, I noticed that the Office of the Director increased their positions from 30 to 50 positions. Can you explain why that was increased? And then along the same lines, in housing and community development, Section 8, as we understand, is under a freeze, but we're adding staffing in that division. What is the justification for that?
And you're recognized for an ebb and flowing conversation with.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nathan Cogan, Housing and Community Development. So 6 of those positions were transferred in from other divisions within Housing and Community Development, as well as 6 positions were created within this fiscal year. Having said that, the department is currently going through a restructuring. We're analyzing all of our positions within the division or the department. We currently now in housing in the director's office have 17 positions rather than 35. We're right-sizing that division under the office of the director.
Okay, because it grew from 38 to 50 in the current budget. So what you're telling me is that you've now reduced it to 17 positions total.
Correct. We're in the process of doing that.
Okay, and the Section 8 showed an increase for this year, but it's frozen. So why are we adding positions there?
Additionally, with Section 8, we're going through a restructuring. We do have a RFP on the street, which we are looking for a new consultant, a new vendor to administrate the program. As part of the restructuring, we're looking to bring in-house a portion of the Section 8 program, which will result in some savings. There'll be some additional staff for that, while there's a reduction in expenses to the consultant, to the contractor.
Okay, thank you. Next is some questions from the Corrections Department. Again, I noticed in the director's office, there was an increase from 107 to 163 positions. So I want to know the justification for that. And the budget nearly doubled from 17 million to 32 million in the director's office.
One moment, Commissioner. They're conversing right now.
Hello, Veronica Salom, Deputy Director of Administration for MDCR. Our overall FTEs have not increased, Commissioner. They remain at 3,086. It was just that some staff was reorganized from one division to the director's office.
So all these people now work in the director's office?
Yes, we just moved
And their
forward.
positions are the same?
The total position count for MDCR remains the same.
So that explains why the budget went from 17 to 32 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, and then the resiliency, what is the total resiliency budget after the marketing dollars were removed?
Yeah, the Durham budget.
Is that going to be answered by one of the chiefs or David?
Got it, David. Through the chair,
Yes.
Office of Resilience is now merged with the new department, DERM. It's 10 positions, and the approximate amount, which we have to pull up the books to get the exact number.
Give me just a minute.
Okay, it will get you the number, but it's
Okay,
10
we can-
10
you can-
positions within DERM.
Okay. When you have the number, you can let me know.
Go ahead.
The total's 5.015 million.
Okay.
And it's funded with, just say how it's funded.
Okay, and then in DERM, what functions exactly were shifted out of DERM? And then what staff remains in resiliency?
You're going to have to answer that, Julie. Where's Rashid? Julie. Rashid.
Not everybody speak at once, but yeah.
Well, obviously, we need
Get
to
it.
find the right people to answer
Get
the
it.
questions, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So we have Rashid Istanbuli, who is our incoming Deputy Director of DERM, and he'll be able to address the reorganization issues.
Good evening, Commissioner, through the chair. The question is, and so that I restate the actual question, is the absorbing of the staffing from resilience into the new structure of DERM?
Yeah, what functions were shifted out of DERM? And then what staff remains in resiliency?
So, a couple things. So obviously, and I think you've heard Lourdes Gomez speak about the permitting component that is remaining in. Sure, you could definitely do that.
So our Chief, Roy Coley, has been working on the reorg as well.
Thank you, Chief Coley.
Commissioner, I think I understood your question. Is you're asking what is shifting with DERM and RER in the permitting space, not in the resiliency?
Yes.
Okay. So currently today, all of these positions reside in RER. RER is the department that houses all of those. What the proposal before you is tonight is that DERM will once again become an independent department that was taken away from it, I believe, in 2013. All of DERM's authority was assigned to RER, and the folks with DERM became a component of RER. So what we are suggesting and recommending is that DERM becomes an independent department and its core functions become enumerated, and those core functions are policy making, environmental monitoring, environmental compliance, and the like. And then the people that today, right now currently, do all environmental permitting, those same people will continue to do environmental permitting under the one-stop shop umbrella at the PIC. The board last year directed the administration to have a one-stop shop for all permitting, and that's what this will be a component to accomplish, that the environmental permitting will be part of that house.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, is there still any money budgeted for Thrive 305?
Through the chair, no, Commissioner, that was something early in my first administration.
Okay.
It's not an ongoing program.
Thank you. Finally, colleagues, I have to remind you and bring this topic up again because it is very important to me. On October 5th of 2021, this board created the Ludlam Trail Trust Fund to finance construction and operations of the trail. And then November 1st of 2022, this board went further and formally designated the trail as an area of county-wide significance. So on those dates, this board made a promise and a commitment to the residents who live along the trail, which is more than 7,000 folios, which are single-family homes mostly, and to those families across Miami-Dade County. And that promise was that we will build the trail and we will maintain it. So I was very disappointed to see that the transfer of $4.2 million for the trust fund this year was not included in our budget. These funds are vital to the trail, and I cannot allow the trail to become a project that is forgotten. It is an area of county-wide significance as designated by this board, and we need to defend it as such. We talk about honoring our commitments, and this is one where this promise was actually written into law. So if we do not fund it, we are putting the entire project at risk. And I cannot stand by while that promise is broken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Who's next? All right, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible.
Don't get us excited.
But I don't think that's going to happen. During the first budget hearing, I was genuinely moved by the hundreds of people who showed up to speak. The vice chair said that today in our town hall. And I'm also very moved, whether I agree with you or you agree with me or not, by everyone who came to speak today. Some people went through great hardship to get here, and we heard from them. At 5 o'clock on a Thursday, whether they drove here in traffic or took a bus or the metro, some may have even ridden a bike or walked like Commissioner Higgins. But they all came. And they came so they could have the privilege of speaking to us for 1 minute. Because that's how long they get to tell us how they feel. 1 minute to tell us their story and how our decisions affect their lives. We heard about cuts to housing, cuts to social services, cuts to programs in neighborhoods that serve the most vulnerable in our community. It was, at the last meeting, in the words of Commissioner Bastian, a budget without a soul. Then we spent all night and into the next day making decisions that affect each and every single one of them, like we're doing today. I also thought about the people who didn't show up, the ones who would have to face a 2 or 3 hour commute in gridlock traffic from the south and from the west. Or the mom who works 2 jobs to make ends meet and can't come speak because she can't get somebody to watch her kids. The people who didn't come because they don't think that even if they say something, anything's going to change in Miami-Dade County. I thought about them, and I thought about who speaks for them. And I always think about this because I can never forget, like many of my colleagues up here, where I came from. When I advocate for boot camp programs, it's because I know people whose lives were saved because of programs like that. Folks, you're looking at one. When I advocate for mental health and mentoring and fighting against trafficking, it's because I saw how kids grew up in my neighborhood, the dangers of falling into the wrong crowd, and how having someone who cares makes a tremendous difference. The truth is that statistically, like many of my colleagues up here, I'm not supposed to be here. I wasn't supposed to make it. I've heard your stories. I read the vice chair's book. And you know what? Thank God that we made it. But we never forget all those who didn't. In the time I've served here, I've come to admire and respect each and every one of you. All of you, and yes, including the mayor. Even when we disagree, which is fine, I know where all of your hearts are, because you've all shown me at one point in time. And while I've heard the word obligation used up here frequently, there's only one obligation that matters. It's not to special interests, not to sporting events, not to pet projects. It's an obligation to the people. That is something that I'm never going to forget. And I see the way that all of you advocate for your community, and I know that you're not going to forget it either. And this is why, respectfully, I am so terribly disappointed with today. I'm disappointed with the mayor and her team for the utter lack of information and transparency during the entire budget process. I've spent months trying to get answers to simple questions. I have also heard on this dais from several of my colleagues that have also asked for information at no avail. If this budget is so sound as we're being led to believe, if we're being asked to spend close to $13 billion of the people's money, then why the reluctance to provide information? Why is there a consistent inability to answer simple questions? But this is an ongoing pattern with this administration, and you all know it. Everything is an emergency, like the meeting we had a couple hours ago. Everything is last minute, and everything is hide the ball. The lack of information and transparency is designed to lead toward a predetermined outcome. Each of us, at one point or another, has experienced and made comments from this dais about how we are dissatisfied with the administration's tactics of delivering information at the last minute. That's if they deliver it at all. And yet, we're kept in the dark. We're kept in the dark by an administration that does not respect the role of this commission. And I, for one, am sick of it. When we met here 2 weeks ago on September 4th, I asked questions regarding budget expenditures, questions on how the people's money is being spent. The answer was repeatedly, "We will get back to you." Guess what? No one got back to me. I asked on the record, I asked repeatedly, and I asked in writing, and I sent memos. Nothing. Senator Garcia, I hope that you got the list of positions that are vacant for more than 6 months. I really hope you got that. Commissioner Milian Orbis, I hope you got some clarity on the marketing expenditures in the new DERM that you just had to ask for again. I really hope you got that. Commissioner Gilbert, I hope you got all your information and everything you needed about the underline. I really hope you understand the budget now. Again, colleagues, I say this because it's a pattern. The mayor and her team tell us and give us what they want us to see. If they stall long enough, they can back us into a corner, and you know why. Because they can hide, spend, and keep increasing fees. I cannot in good conscience support a budget where the administration cannot justify expenditures. What I can do And using the extremely limited information that I have is to try to make things better, like all of you are trying right now. Since I got here, I've asked for money efficiencies to be found so these savings could be refunded to taxpayers. Today, the budget keeps growing. We saw how state CFO Blaise Ngoli and Florida Doge found over $200 million in overspending in Orange County and Jacksonville. And what I pose to all of my colleagues is imagine what they could find or will find in Miami-Dade County. The mayor started with a $400 million deficit, folks, her words, not mine. And every single time she had to find money for something, it did magically appear. There's a forgotten revenue source. There's more attrition, more money. One change memo after another, the money keeps shifting and appearing. Let's remember that this is the mayor that originally proposed to not fully fund public safety and to cut CBOs. This mayor also proposed to raise the gas tax and to raise every single fee she could. Make no mistake, Chairman Rodriguez not made his motion, people would have paid more for Metro Rail and bus rides, more for STS, and more just to live and work in Miami-Dade County. The mayor's hard choices were to cut a budget that she grew. It was only after massive pressure from myself and from you, my colleagues, that she reversed course. We fought hard to fully fund the sheriff and solve the air rescue helicopter issue, and we fought to preserve a social safety net. However, there is still many questions and much wasteful spending that remains. This is why I've submitted a proposal, and it's a proposal based on the limited information that is available to my office to cut what I think is necessary waste. It should provide a roadmap to the administration of where to look to find even more savings. It may not be fully accurate as a proposal, given the lack of information, and you're all free to vote it up or down, whatever it is that you choose. But at the very least, I saw it as my obligation to try to provide tax relief to the people. Now, I sent this proposal in writing and with great detail to the mayor's office Tuesday morning. I laid it all out because I believe in being transparent. It is the most detailed proposal that you are going to receive today. Commissioners, there is no reason why taxpayers should pay $21 million for the World Cup when we have tourist tax money that should be used for that purpose. This is why I propose a $21 million restoration to the general fund and a $21 million allocation from CDT, TDT funds, which can only be used for exactly these sorts of events towards FIFA World Cup. Now, let me be clear. I am not asking the administration to cut existing allocations to cultural fairs from the CDT, TDT, or TDS. Instead, I am asking the administration to tap into the trust fund balances for the CDT, TDT, TDS, which are not reflected in this proposed budget. I am told there is sufficient funds in those balances to cover the $21 million contribution with tourist money. The budget still has $3.58 million in PROs for special community projects that the mayor cannot describe and said are to be determined, while frontline park staff is losing their jobs. I propose that we eliminate this item and allocate $3.58 million toward reducing the countywide millage rate and lowering taxes. If department consolidations should save money, it makes no sense that new communications and IT department has a brand new business and creative services division that costs $3.8 million more than the same services cost last year. They also have vacant marketing and media jobs on the books, costing $864,600 in general fund dollars. Both of these should be cut, reallocating, again, $3.81 million and $864,600 toward reducing the countywide millage rate and lowering taxes. If the mayor claims to have cut the Office of Resilience that she respectfully created, then why is the Department of Environmental Resource Management, why does it have a $7.26 million absorbing 10 positions from the Office of Resilience? 10 positions, $7.26 million. I propose that these $7.26 million be cut and reallocated toward reducing the countywide millage rate and lowering taxes. In animal services, $1.005 million are allocated to marketing and PR while our shelters are deplorable. These $1.005 million should be cut in their entirety and relocated toward reducing the countywide millage rate and lowering taxes. There are also 5 non-essential administrative positions that can be cut, generating a savings of $599,017 that should be reallocated towards air conditioning at the Medley Animal Shelter and pest fumigation services instead of PR to cover it up. Taxpayer money, $850,000 to be exact, is wasted on Resilient 305, the extreme heat and Biscayne Bay marketing campaigns, when staff couldn't answer questions from Commissioner Orbis at the last committee meeting. The mayor mentions that marketing fees were reduced, but she's not specific as to which ones. I propose a cut specifically to these 3 areas and a reallocation of $850,000 towards reducing the countywide millage rate and lowering taxes. In housing, general fund tax dollars are being used to fund maintenance workers when these workers should be funded through HUD federal dollars. Instead, federal money is being spent on bureaucrats and an ineffective Office of Advocacy. I propose cuts of $171,870 in federal funds allocated to Office of Housing Advocacy, $144,000 for the HCD Business Initiatives Manager, and $154,000 for the Communications Manager. These funds should be reallocated toward funding the 5 maintenance positions that I just mentioned. This would free up $469,870 that could be allocated toward reducing the countywide millage rate and lowering taxes. In solid waste, we still have redundant vacant management positions amounting to a $1.83 million, including a vacancy for a college intern. But household fees have increased. If we cut these vacant positions, we can keep the solid waste fee flat and offer a refund to taxpayers for that increase. Similarly, in water and sewer, there are more vacant and duplicative administrative positions. $1,451,037. And what about the savings from ending water fluoridation? You guys remember that? There's still a budget allocation for fluoride that we eliminated successfully. That budget, guys, is $978,817 to be exact. I was told it was only $500,000 by the department. I just want to clear that up. I guess we forgot that one too. These can and should be reallocated toward water and sewer fee reductions. None of this spending is essential. It's just more of the same. It's why people say that nothing is ever going to change in Miami-Dade County. It's wasting taxpayer money on things that maybe are nice to have, but that we really don't need. It just goes to show how easy it is for the mayor and her team to spend other people's money. Mr. Chairman, when it's appropriate, we can make these changes and we can lower the millage rate to 4.4919, which is a 1.8% cut. This is a fair amount and a bold move toward alleviating the tax burden in Miami-Dade County residents. Miami-Dade County taxpayers deserve our best efforts at protecting their hard-earned dollars. They should not be punished with higher bills for the sake of pet projects and growing government. Miami-Dade County government must lead by example. We can live within our means, protect essential services, improve our quality of life, and give Miami-Dade residents the tax relief that they deserve. Now, let me just finish by saying this. Yesterday afternoon, we got a memo from the mayor and her administration. It still doesn't answer my questions. I asked for a list of vacancies older than 6 months, as did Senator Garcia. I asked for information on communications because several employees have reached out to me regarding excessive fees charged to other departments. I asked about eviction prevention because I wanted to discuss whether more money could be spent on actual lawyers and not some community organizers. But the bottom line is that I do not need to explain why I am asking for anything. And my fellow county commissioners do not need to explain themselves either. It is the duty and obligation of the mayor and her administration to answer the questions posed by us, the policymakers, the representatives of the people. And look, straight up, the mayor may have the votes to pass her budget. And you know what? Good for her. But the utter lack of transparency, the unclear answers, the misdirection, this cannot continue. Because it's a great disservice and an utter attack of regard and respect to our office and the people we represent. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move my item.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Mayor.
I'm so sorry. I think my reputation has been impugned.
Well,
I feel that there has been a litany of erroneous information
you have the right
that
to res-
cannot
I think you have
go
the right to respond,
unanswered, and I certainly have the right to speak per the charter, as well as through your respect, Mr.
And I'm recognizing you.
Thank you.
For a quick response, because I understand you were called by name, so you have to.
Thank you.
I understand that. But it is the commissioner's time, so we'll make it quick, please. And
Well, I couldn't possibly answer all of the charges that this commissioner has brought.
well, I don't think that's
So
what
I'm
the
not
answer
going
should.
to do that.
Yeah, I don't think that's
I am not
what.
going to do a point-by-point rebuttal, and presumably when he brings his fantastic, if you will, proposals, we'll be able to speak at that time to each of them. But I do want to say this. This, unfortunately, demonstrates the lack of knowledge of the budget process by this particular commissioner. This is a collaborative process. I have met with every single commissioner multiple times. Unfortunately, this commissioner repeatedly declined those meetings or canceled them at the last minute. To score political points, no doubt, because that is what he has done today. All of the other commissioners met repeatedly, had their questions answered, and we have worked collaboratively on the budget. There's also a lack of history and knowledge to many of the points that were raised. Just a few examples. The Office of Resilience was created by my predecessor, Mayor Jimenez. World Cup FIFA was approved by this commission, and in fact, this commissioner voted in favor. I have not proposed a tax increase. I have not.
All right.
TDT,
Hold on, Commissioner.
and I did
Commissioner.
not vote
Commissioner.
The
and I
first
did
vote
not
on
vote
FIFA, yes, sir,
mid-year.
you did.
I said
Commissioner.
specifically
Commissioner Gonzalez.
TDT tax.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Excuse me.
You will be recognized so that you can
and we-
respond
we
if she
have the
says lies,
record,
but
sir,
you
of
cannot
your
jump
first
in.
vote.
You cannot jump in. We were all here for the meeting at 4 o'clock, right? Where it got spicy, for lack of better terms.
Ran his word,
I
spicy.
just had a spicy pepperoni pizza.
I have not proposed a tax increase, not here, not since I've been mayor, and there is no tax increase in this budget. The board is the only one that can approve a tax increase, and it has not been done. These are Board of County Commission budgets. They are approved by the majority. You said this afternoon that you were enthusiastic about marketing during your podcast, and I think to prove it, You spent a lot of money on T-shirts and bags, okay? So you could get your message across. And obviously, marketing plays an important part in communicating to the public about things like how to get your dog adopted, or how to get trash picked up, or where to find the bus that will get you where you need to go. These are all critical components of marketing, sir, and we are cutting marketing and consolidating. So I would just say this. I cannot go through the list of things. It was impossible to keep up with your litany. But I do know this. You do need to show me respect. And per the charter, I am the mayor. I was elected by the people of this county, not once, but twice, because they trust me, because I have shown responsibility as their mayor. And you are not to speak directly and order my staff things to do. It is contrary to the charter. And in fact, that is what you have been doing repeatedly, ordering them to show up at your office weekly, ordering them to respond to memos by your deadline, not even a board directive. That is not within your prerogative as a commissioner, sir. So at the end of the day, I'm here as your mayor. I take guidance from this board as the policy body, and if you propose changes to what we have submitted to you after listening to all of your concerns and working hard to accommodate them, of course we will accommodate you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so.
Mr. Chair, if I could be recognized, please.
You are going to be recognized, but I do want to set the tone here is you're going to now respond, but there will be no response back. Like, this isn't going to be a brawl of any sort.
Understood, Mr. Chair, but there's some misguidance that was given.
You can respond, and then Commissioner Gilbert wanted to say something too.
Absolutely. And so when we talk about FIFA, on the record, David Klopfelter, pull up the video. On the record, the mayor administration, when we first spoke about FIFA, talked about FIFA, I am on record saying CDT, TDT funds. What does that mean? That means tourist dollars. It is exactly what I have proposed today. I had an assurance from the administration that they were going to use that money in order to fund FIFA, not taxpayer money, tourist money. In the mid-year, in the last vote, that is exactly why I voted no. Now, marketing in my district, I reach out to my district every single day. And guess what? My district is not running at a deficit. My district is running lean. And as to any commissioner up here asking for any information, I think that it is utterly embarrassing that we do not have line items. I think it is utterly embarrassing that the administration at our last meeting, I am asking directors, executives, what this money's being used for, and they can't tell me. I think it's embarrassing that Senator Garcia and I still to this day do not know how many unfunded positions have remained unfunded for more than 6 months. It is imperative that if we are going to vote on a budget, that we have line by line an understanding of how the money's being spent. And you will see when we debate all of these changes that I'm asking for, how the administration still doesn't know how some of this money is being spent. How the administration has held things back, like, for example, the money in the trust, which does not get told to us as commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Mayor, you'll have an opportunity later on in the meeting to address some of the concerns. Commissioner Gilbert,
Yeah, I just want to sometimes slowing down and taking a beat is worth it. And the nuance of language and communication is important. So when items come up, we're going to discuss them, not debate them. And you can disagree with someone and not be disrespectful of them. And so one of the things that I value about this board historically, and with this board particularly, is our ability to disagree and still have drinks together. Be friendly. And so I just hope that we're mindful of the tone. I don't think that And while I might disagree with some of your ideas, I don't necessarily disagree with your motives. So we're trying to get to it from a different perspective. And I'm just hopeful that we mind our tone, because I've seen places in my private attorney life when I was representing cities, when it became contentious among members, when it becomes contentious among members and it becomes open political warfare on the dais, the people and their business suffer. That is not how we do things at the county. And I just want us all to remember that and have very measured tones. Thank you.
Commissioner. Commissioner from District 8, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of the members of our community who came and spoke tonight. I do think that passions and emotions are on high right now. I think everyone's intentions are in the right place, and I appreciate you, Commissioner Gilbert, and our chairman for reiterating how important it is to keep decorum here in Miami-Dade County. We will not replicate some of our sister and brother jurisdictions who allow decorum to fall. And so I appreciate that message being reiterated, despite the height of the emotions that we have on this issue. And listen, we are navigating a new normal as a board. This is my fourth budget, and certainly the first budget where we are at a shortfall or at a deficit. And in navigating a new normal, there is a new there's a new course that needs to be charted, and we have been dealing with a very puzzling and quizzical and, quite frankly, difficult several months in dealing with our residents and explaining to them how we are going to close a $400 million shortfall. So when the frustrations are being communicated from this dais, it's coming from a place of understanding or trying to understand how are we going to prevent what happened this year from happening next year, and what steps are we going to take as a body to try and do better next year. And it becomes really a procedural question. So, I want to say thank you to the administration for, removing the gas tax and the fees at the parks, and for restoring the funding to our firefighters, and restoring funding to Metro Connect and to cultural arts and to our CBOs. And thank you to our chairman for making sure that transportation rates are not increased. But I think that the underlying tone that is coming from the board is one of, we cannot continue to operate the way that we operated this particular budget year. And what do I mean by that? Miami-Dade County is now, for the very first time, separated into 6 different governments, where it's literally a moving number, depending on when constitutional offices are sharing information with us and returning money to us. So a number of my colleagues have asked, what are we going to do differently next year to prevent a repeat of what's happening this year? And to our mayor, I said to you when we had our conferences, I said, listen, it's going to be very difficult for me to vote for a budget where we are laying people off and where we are financing things that I have consistently voted against, like FIFA, for example. It's very difficult for me to vote for a budget that has a fiscal projection year after year for the next 5 years, where we are financially entering into a territory where a $250 million budget deficit is what is projected. It's difficult for me to vote for that budget. But I am going to vote for your budget this evening because I understand that we are in a new normal. I understand that we are navigating a place that this county has never navigated before. And I really want to thank you, Mayor, because I know it's been a very difficult process. I know you've been beat up by the public, you've been beat up by us, and you've done your level best to get us to where we are tonight. And so thank you to you and to your administration. Thank you to our constitutional officers who have worked with us and hopefully understand at this juncture that you have to work with us because we all represent one Miami-Dade County. And when I say work with us, I mean do what was done this year, return back money to us as quickly as possible so that we can fund the necessities of our residents. And really thank you to my colleagues, because despite what has been said in public forums and to media outlets, No one is doing more work than the other. Everyone is putting in their best effort to try to find solutions to this budget crisis that we find ourselves in. Every single commissioner has worked extremely hard to try and find solutions. And so, Madam Mayor, I said to you when we sat down, we have to figure out a way to do things differently. And what I'm hearing from my colleagues is we cannot, with blindfolds on, have our hands out to the administration saying, please give us information on a budget that you admittedly say is our budget. If it is our budget, we must have access to these numbers all the time. Anytime it's 2025, I mean, with technology, with AI, when you think about your own personal finances, access to numbers is something that we are very accustomed to. If it is our budget and 13 commissioners are going to pass a budget, we must have access to the information year-round, 24/7. There is no reason why a dashboard cannot be created for the purpose of understanding and seeing real-time how each department within Miami-Dade County is operating financially. So we are not waiting until 3 months before a critical vote in order to determine how we are going to close a $400 million budget gap. And mind you, that was the gap this year. Next year, it's expected to be even larger. So if we are shouldering the burden of passing this budget and finding solutions, which we all have done our level best to accomplish this year, we must have access to those numbers year-round, real-time, via a dashboard. We have asked for the line items. I know that there has been some hesitation in giving that, but as we navigate this new normal, I suspect that the board is going to be more demanding in access to information, and it simply cannot be memos that are snapshots in time where vacancies change, numbers change literally the moment that the memo drops. The same way that people bank and major organizations run through financial dashboards where data is made available and accessible immediately and in real time, Miami-Dade County must meet the moment, must come into the technological age that we are in, and that access has to be provided. So I know that is not the way that we do business in Miami-Dade County. It's not the way that we've done budgets in the past, but it must be a consideration for how we do budgets moving forward in the future, because what it will do is it will close the door to us as colleagues accusing you of not having access to information, because it'll be right there. We'll have access to it. What's the transportation department doing? What's the parks department doing? What's, name another department. We should be able to log into some proprietary or some sort of a dashboard that we as commissioners have access to be able to see those numbers. I think that will go a long way in helping us prepare for next year where access is given in real time, in addition to a number of the solutions that I and my colleagues have proposed throughout this process to continue to create efficiencies moving forward. So at the appropriate time, I'll make the appropriate motions, but I do want to extend a little bit of a different messaging, which is one of gratitude and thanks. And you have my support this year, but I will be very, very clear that should we find ourselves in this position next year and no major reform is made in the way that we as commissioners have access to this information, it will be extremely difficult for me to support a budget of this sort under these sorts of circumstances at this time next year. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chairman.
No.
All right. Who's not spoken that is pending? Commissioner Higgins spoke. Everybody on this side spoke except for Senator Garcia. And on this side, you're last. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we look at this budget, I agree 100% with Commissioner Gilbert. We really haven't addressed the issues that we need to address today to ensure that we have a viable next year and following year. We look at look, Madam Mayor, I do appreciate what you've been able to do with the budget. What I don't appreciate is the turmoil that was created in our community with saying that there was a $400 million budget. When we originally saw that number, I said there's no way we could have a $400 million shortfall. And I understand that we use the constitutional offices as saying it's because of them or in part because of them. I understand that things have been said in the press that say that some of us don't understand how the budget works. I've done budgets for a good 20 years. I see how budgets work. I understand how they work. And numbers are numbers. Policy can be objective, but numbers are what they are. Whatever numbers were today, were yesterday, they're going to be today. So, and I say that because as we moved the Constitutional offices moved, we knew the money that was going with them. We knew potentially the money that could come back to us. It's only been a handful of months that were in our budget. So we've had historical knowledge or data to know what was happening. So I think that's where a lot of the frustration comes from this dais. To put out a budget, going to Commissioner Bastian's comment about the heart and soul of this community, a budget is a representation of our beliefs. And Madam Mayor, it was really hard for this community to understand that the first thing that we went after were the parks and recreation, and cultural affairs, and our CBOs. I understand that you really care about the CBOs, but we shouldn't have started there. We needed to start somewhere else. And where could we have started? Madam Mayor, we've had this conversation. We could have started with the unfunded positions. I understand, oh, it's just a matter of time. And the frustration that you hear coming from the dais as well is it's hard sometimes to get information. I did get the information, Madam Mayor, on the unfunded positions completely. It was a little difficult to read because it was done on a PDF form, and we figured it out afterwards. But the fact, it's hard to be able to get the information of the 6 months, of the time that the positions have been open. And in part, commissioners, I think that's our responsibility, because we complain about the fact that we don't see a line-by-line budget, but the reality is that's part of our rules. So the mayor, yes, she gives us a budget based on the rules that we have. You know, here's 10 or 11 different positions or guidelines as to what the detailed budget comes about, or should be, but we need to change this rule. If we don't change this rule and have a detailed line-by-line budget so we can see the revenues and expenditures in every department, we're going to be here every single time. Every single time we're going to be here. And maybe some have some hidden projects in there that don't want people to know, but that's not my problem, because I don't have any hidden projects. Kind of wish I did, but I don't have any hidden projects. The one projects that I fought for was Amelia Earhart Park. And Madam Mayor, thank you so much for the ability to get some money from Amelia Earhart Park a couple of years back, and I appreciate that. However, when we look at this budget and we see the growth of government throughout the last couple of years, we see that the total budget has increased by $3.8 billion. That's 42%. Operating budget has increased by $2.7 billion, 48%. The number of employees have increased by 3,274, or 11.5%. We keep on growing the size of government, and it's what we've said before, it's not having a revenue problem, it's having an expenditure problem. And we have to find a way to get those rails controlled, to put guardrails on our budget. You see, it's always easy to go to the taxpayer when we have issues. It's always easy to go to the taxpayer, we'll raise this fee, we'll increase this, we'll raise taxes. You know, we may not increase taxes, but the property values have gone up, so we're gonna have more money coming in. Tell the people of Hialeah, the residents that I represent, or Opelika, Miami Gardens, and Northwest Dade, who can they go to? And that's the fundamental problem, the fundamental question. What they have no one to go to, but government is always easy to go and ask for more money. So I think that we have to start analyzing, commissioners, is how do we bring this in? How do we make sure that we have a government that is going to put public safety first, number one, and I appreciate the work that we've done with our police officers, but there's a lot of work that we need to do with our firefighters. And I appreciate the fact that we found the money for the air rescue, but the reality is that response times have increased in the last couple of years. And yes, there's a debate between 1 minute or 2 minutes, but the reality is that we all know the truth, and we have to do a better job at making sure that we have our response times are much better. So when we look moving forward, members, I think we have to take a deep, honest look at ourselves and figure out what our main priorities should be. And yes, with the CBOs, I think for me, it was hard to see that all these CBOs were cut from the beginning. But the reality is, Commissioner Gilbert, that we do have to find a process. And this is why I seconded your motion to have a dedicated funding source for our CBOs and make sure that the CBOs who have a county-wide impact and who justify the work that they do, have benchmarks, and make sure that they are providing the work that they are providing, and it's a work that's coming back to our communities and helping our families. Those are the ones that should get funded. You know, when we look at mental health, we still have a mental health building that we are struggling with on what we do with it. And the reality is, the problem that we have with that building is that we really haven't had a concrete plan as to how to fund this, because that building, in essence, is going to cost us, folks. And right now, it's very difficult to find some of these dollars to continue the funding of this building. So it's important to have private-public ventures in order to do that. And I think, Commissioner Gilbert, I think we've all agreed with that. You know, you on the left and me on the right, we agree on public-private ventures. We agree. What are you going to say?
I'm in the middle.
In the middle. But all right. But we agree on that. But the big fundamental difference for me is that I really do believe that we have to find a way to reduce the size of government, make sure that we find efficiencies, and ensure that we have a government that's responsive to the people at all levels, especially the working class. So, Madam Mayor, while I do appreciate the restoration of some of these programs, I thank you so much for that, I do, but I think the fact that having a lot of these positions that we have, these unfunded positions, I think we can do much better in ensuring that we do address the expenditure problem that we have in our community right now as we continue to move forward. So Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the work that you've done and all the commissioners here. Look, I know that every single one of you has done a phenomenal job addressing the issues of concern that you are over or the committee chairmans of, and I have a great deal of respect for every single one of you because I know where your hearts are and the work that you have placed in making sure that we have a budget that's responsible for everyone. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your indulgence for some time with me, and hopefully that as we move forward, we can figure out a way to ensure that we start limiting the size of government and not continue to grow the government and ask our taxpayers to pay more and more.
Thank you, Senator. All right, I've got left Hardeman, Bastien. No? Waving. Commissioner Bastien.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I understand that this process has been taxing on all of us. I remember the first reading, how I felt during the first reading of this budget. The cuts to the different CBOs, the cuts to the arts, the cuts to essential services, to our parks. And as many of you, I was shocked. And I remember the first sentence that came from me which a couple of my colleagues mentioned tonight, is that this was a budget without a soul. I'd like to start by thanking the members of our community. During the first budget hearings, was over how many? What, 275? 220? All right. And then today again, many of them came back. They came to express their concerns about the cuts. They came to express their concerns about the increased cost. They came to express their concerns about a budget that initially seemed to have been balanced on their backs, on the back of those who are barely making it. Those who are physically challenged, those who are having 2 jobs, but they have to take 2-3 buses to get to the jobs, and then now they are facing increased bus fare increase, gas tax increase. They came en masse, and I must tell you, I see that a lot of you are still here, that I'm very proud of you. Those of you who came and then shared with us about your travels, about your challenges, and how this budget, if not changed, amended, the impact that it would have on your lives. And I'm very proud of the fact that with the help of my colleagues, that I did pass the civic education resolution to encourage community participation, and I'm very proud that you all came to express yourselves, and as a result, the budget that we have in front of us today is quite different than what we had initially. I'd like to thank the mayor and her staff. I know it has not been easy. I'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor, for making sure that many of the services that were cut are restored. The services for the arts, we know how important the arts are for us in Miami, the capital of Latin America. I spoke at length at how people were coming from all around the world, that they are getting ready to come from all around the world, only a couple of months from now, to admire and bathe into this great cultural diversity, our arts, about the fact that we needed to maintain the safety net for our neighborhoods, for our communities, for our CBOs, that we could not afford to cut services for our parks, that we could not balance this budget on the back of the people. So I'm really happy that we are where we are today. I agree with all of the things that my colleagues raised about the fact that this budget, this process could have been done differently. It could have been less reactive and more proactive. I didn't like the fact that, one day we see the budget, there's the money, there's a $400 deficit, and then the next day we raise our voices, and then we have the resources. I would appreciate moving forward, Madam Mayor, to have to have a budget that truly reflects where we are, so we don't have to go back and forth, and then suddenly it doesn't increase. It doesn't. I'm trying to find a better way to explain it. It doesn't increase our confidence in the process if each time we raise our voice and then suddenly we find the resources. So why weren't all, why, and then I agree with you that it is a collaborative process, and it is an evolving process. But however, I believe that this could have been done differently. So my goal is for next year, because I heard clearly some of my colleagues who mentioned that if we don't make changes, we would be at the same place that we are now next year. And I don't think we can afford that. We cannot afford to be at the same place. That's why I think we should right now start looking about what we can do, what we need to look at. To reevaluate the capital projects and non-essential spending. We can start doing that now. Look at all our operations and then establish efficiencies. What can we do to save money now? Look at targeted reductions in some of the department budgets. We don't need to wait. We can start now. Look at our expenses for travel and conferences, consulting services. Look at our assets. How can we raise funds so that next year we don't find ourselves in a situation where we cut all essential services, we destroy the community safety nets. We don't have to be reactive. How can we reallocate some of the funds? And then to the CBOs who came, I appreciate, like I said, the fact that you all came en masse to express yourself. But I would advise you now to be part of a collaborative. Start now. Start now. To see how together you could review this budget. You could be part of this budget process now, so that you don't have to react next year. I still have some concerns, Madam Mayor, about the possible increase, the water bill increase. I think that our families, a lot of them are suffering right now. I don't think they can afford additional increases. I'm still concerned about that, but I'm going to be following the discussions tonight to see how we can support you and then pass this budget. Because after all, I think that our community, our members, our families, they deserve to have a budget that is reflective of their needs. I hope that next year we'll be more proactive and not as reactive as we are today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I've always tried to answer the question from the standpoint of the viewpoint of the people. And every time we look at a question and we answer from the viewpoint of the people, it brings us to why the founding fathers did what they did and how they did it and why they did it, in a sense of what I call the great debate. And I do believe passionate debate leads to progress. And I also believe the strength of a republic is not found in silence, but in the contrast of ideas. I also believe the founders understood that debate in government, it was not disorder, right? It was a very safeguard of our liberties. All of those things are premised on what's best for the people, of the people, and by the people. So when we have passionate discussions that leads to passionate debate, it's not so much that it's taking from one side and giving to the other. What it's doing is forcing us to come together in a way that truly makes sense so that we can flush out the best ideas that will truly benefit the people. In the end, it's all about the people. Whether we want to dress it up in the form of a policy, budget, or dollars. At the end of the day, it's all about people. And so the first budget hearing, I brought up the concept of I was the sum of my experiences. I still believe that. And I still believe that each and every last one of us in this room, including those of us on this dais, that we are the sum of our experiences. And in my experiences, I have always stated that I would never, ever leave CBOs, nonprofits, behind. I would never leave public safety behind. And that I would go down in flames if need be to defend what Jefferson and Madison and Hamilton all discussed when they were ensuring that this nation, this great democracy, would go on to be the greatest democracy to ever exist, and that is the fight for the people. The fight for the people has never been easy or as simple as baking a cake. The fight for the people have always been messy. It's always caused concern. And it's always divided those of us on areas of finance, politics, policy, our religious beliefs, and more often than not, our personal beliefs. Why would I bring all of that up? Because I have 13 billion reasons to bring that up. And 3 million reasons why the 13 billion reasons truly need to be explored. Commissioner Bastien brought up a great point about how we are not only beholden to our personal ideas of how we see things and what we deem to be the soul of our community, but she also brought up a great point in understanding that at the end of the day, however we couch it, we have to do good by the people, not only because they gave us an opportunity to represent them here on this dais, but because it's the only thing and the best thing we must do. Madam Mayor, I thank you so much for hearing my position earlier. And yes, when I first saw the budget, the proposed budget, it was almost as if the people who brought us to the dance were left outside to fend for themselves and find a ride home. When I first saw the budget, when I noticed that our public safety had not been properly funded, I wondered whether or not the people who protect us so that we can go home from the dance, wondered if they were really getting a fair shake. And then when I looked at the budget and I analyzed the budget even more, I was mostly concerned because not only did I feel at the point that we were leaving the people who brought us to the dance outside and the people who were going to protect us to make sure that we were getting home safely were not adequately taken care of in the budget, but then I realized that, hell, the way the budget was written, the very car, the transportation that we used to get to the dance was actually being taken away also. And so when I voiced my opinion as to why and how and what caused us to be there at that particular moment discussing issues as it relates to the CBOs and public safety and transportation, I quickly learned that there were other avenues that we could have taken to address those concerns. So we get here to the dais, and for one, we beat the drums on behalf of the CBOs. And in fact, the CBOs have been repaired, but the question really is, have they been fully restored, right? And I do know there are some nonprofits out there that are still not accounted for, that I would like to see accounted for while we go through this budgetary process this evening. But I'm really more concerned not at the fact that we are saying that we have a $400 million deficit. I'm really more concerned on whether or not the people are really happy with the outcome that we have delivered to them. So, as I close, I'll say this to you again and to my colleagues. Passionate debate leads to progress. And when we try to differentiate between discussion and debate, it's basically a play on words. They're the same. And in the process, one may raise his voice or her voice, or one may speak softly, or she may speak loudly. But at the end of the day, it's a voice being made, a voice being rendered to benefit the very same people that we're all up here to protect and to provide for. So, Mr. Chairman, at the correct time, when the motions are being provided, I have a few motions that I would like to lay on the table to have a discussion and or debate that will also help raise opportunities for those nonprofits out there who were left out of this equation that we can possibly bring in by utilizing funds in a way that can be very beneficial to them. I also hope, Madam Mayor, while we're going through this process, we do look at neighborhood safety and the Office of New Americans. I thank you very much for taking into consideration my request to restore some funding back to the eviction process, and I thank you for that. I also thank you very much for taking into account my request that we fully restore those CBOs. I also thank you very much for hearing the request to ensure that our public safety police were taken care of. But I'm also going to ask at this particular juncture that organizations such as Farm Share, we increase that share by at least $100,000 so that we can get them back to the 24-25 amount. And also, let's continue to have a debate about these fees as it relates to solid waste and water and sewer. And in the process, I do believe our debate on these issues will not destroy decorum. I think, in fact, it would do the opposite. It would bring us closer. And in bringing us closer, we would deliver a better result and a better product to the great people of Miami-Dade County. I do believe, and I do think that all of my colleagues would agree with me on this one when I say this. They're counting on us. And I know if there's anyone who can get us to the finish line, it has to be a person who has a background in social work, who understands how to engineer society in a way that benefits the people. Someone who has a heart for the people, and someone who has dedicated her entire life to the people. But at the same time, Madam Mayor, what you have done and shown over the years, without question, goes to why you've been elected twice. Is that the people trust you, and the people understand you. 4 times, I was corrected, 4 times. But at the same time, I'm also asking you at this particular juncture is to listen to my colleagues and again, just because it's debate doesn't mean it's a distraction. It just simply means there's a different way that we communicate to get our points across so that the people can so the people can understand that they were heard and that benefit that they sought is actually being delivered. So thank you very much to each and every last one of you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who came out, especially since our last meeting was a little bit longer than expected. You truly are brave. I don't think today is going to be that long, although, like I said at the last meeting, my longest meeting has been 19 hours, so I didn't think 10 was that bad. It was 12. Yeah, well, it's just, round up, round down. I've done 16 and 18, so I'm good with that. I think that it's important to get this work done and to do it thoroughly. That being said, my first budget was in 1996. And I date myself by saying that because I worked on that budget as a staffer. And I think that it's very different when you work on a budget as a staffer than when you work on a budget as an elected. My first budget as an elected was in 2010. And I remember that Perla Tavares-Hatman, who was then the chair of the school board, mentioned to me that she had a room in her house where she kept all her old budgets. And I thought that that was kind of nuts. And the next year, I thought that was kind of brilliant because she was able to refer back to all the budgets. So when the mayor says that there's a lack of historical knowledge, I think she's speaking to that. And for those of us who have done this process for over a decade, we understand it, I think, a little bit differently. And I think that's important to explain to everyone why this year has been so very different. Yes, there was a change in our government, but to explain that change, you need to understand that we build budgets based on last year, and the constitutionals didn't have a last year. We did not have a last year of the constitutionals. The constitutionals were elected in November. They took office in January, and the mayor had to provide us with a budget by July 15th. Everyone was scrambling to try to figure out what that budget would look like. And I think if we would have had an extra month, Commissioner Bastien, it would have been very different because the information that we had in August was dramatically different from the information that we had in July. And it was no one's fault. Thankfully, this is something that happens once in a government's lifetime. Similar to what happened to this government when commission districts were changed, and for the first time, you had a completely new number of county commissioners with new budgets. I saw it at the city of Miami when they created districts, and all of a sudden it was a game changer. And that budget was a bit of a mess because we were building the plane as we were driving it. I say that to say that I think next year will be very different because the constitutionals will have been there for a year and a half, and we will have some historical data on how much they spend and how much they don't spend. And they will be able to budget based on their actual needs and not on the needs of prior directors trying to figure out what works for them. I think that's important to note because I think this board and this mayor has really worked to solve problems. And Madam Mayor, I will say this, we don't always agree. However, sadly, the more problems you fix, the more problems you get. I have found this to be true in my life, and I think it's also true in yours. And I don't think that we should be demonized for finding solutions. And I think that if we find solutions and we find them quickly and we can get out a change memo and we can course correct, I don't think that's a bad thing. Maybe we disagree on the messaging of that, but I think that it's important to note that some of the things that we've changed are things that were mentioned a while ago. I started my first appropriations meeting passing out how much we spent on marketing by department. Yinka passed it out, and I said, listen, this is how much we spent on marketing. I took it to the mayor. I told her. We talked about it. The same thing when we talked about positions. We talked about how many positions, who was union, who wasn't union, and there would have to be some elimination of positions. We all had those conversations, and that was three and a half months ago, way before we had to make some of these decisions. So I say that we all have a different perspective, and I think that we shouldn't, it is collaborative, but at the same time, I don't think that we should be upset that the collaboration worked well. I think we disagree on the rollout, but I don't think we necessarily disagree on the outcome. On STS and transit, I do want to thank the chair. That was one thing I walked away from last meeting that really did not sit well with me. As many of you know, STS in particular is such a lifeline for our residents. And it does serve our most vulnerable population. And part of my issue with Metro Connect for the last 4 years have been that we have residents riding for free while people that are getting dialysis are paying $350 to get there and to come back. And there's a true inequity in that. So I'm glad that the transit fares are off the table, but I believe that, as Commissioner Gilbert said, we really need to work on transit moving forward, and we need to make tough decisions as we deal with that. As to water and sewer, the fluoride was $900,000 last year, but we only used $500,000, and that money was swept when we went from the 6% increase to the 3.5. So that isn't there. There was a sunshine meeting on this. There was a presentation. If you go back to the sunshine meeting and the presentation, we will see all the money that was swept. And there was an extensive conversation as to the positions and the vacancies. Some of the positions are unfunded. Not all of the positions are funded. So that is also not right. And we stopped at 3.5 because this board gave us specific direction that we did not want to impact the capital programs. So we worked on it with the administration, with the director, with Roy, and we stopped where we would start impacting capital programs. So if we go beyond 3.5, we will impact capital programs, and we will go through the list and decide what capital programs we would impact. With solid waste, similarly, we went through it, also sunshine meeting. We explained how we got to the reduction in solid waste. In solid waste, there are positions that are unfunded, so same situation, vacancies that are unfunded, but the vacancies that are funded in the case of solid waste, as a few in water and sewer, and also in corrections and in other departments, that directly impacts overtime. So there is a correlation between those positions and overtime, and if we completely eliminate those positions, we will have an increase in overtime, and we will have to course correct at the mid-year because our projections for overtime are based on those positions being filled in the near future. You can also see page 4 of the response that the administration gave to the questions. That is also, once again, repeated there, so it's in the sunshine meeting, and it's in right under vacancies. If you go to the answers to the questions, there's 3 paragraphs on vacancies that also speaks about this. I want to also mention the Biscayne Nature Center. It's in my district. I love Theo. We are working on some solutions. I do have some items coming up for Crandon in the near future that I think will help us solve some of those problems there, but I don't think it's something that we need to take up today. I think that we can do that at another time. I will be bringing an item that has to do with HUD, and this is something that we brought up at our last appropriations meeting. There is $3 million that come from the general fund to fund an ALF. For those of you that remember, this ALF came up 3 years ago, and we've been talking about it for some time. So I do have a motion, hopefully, that will resolve some of those issues. And then in terms of the tourism tax, Unfortunately, I had a front row seat to the Marlins deal. And I will tell you that whenever you talk about beds and heads, you got to talk about the Marlins deal. If you look in our budget, the breakdown shows you that actually this year, all of the money that is for sporting events is being used to pay the Marlins debt. And for those of you who want to change our numbers and our projections, I will warn you that this year has been worse than last year for beds and heads, which is why we're investing in FIFA in the hopes that FIFA will bring some beds and heads so that 2027 will be better than 2026, which is projected to be lower minus FIFA. So I say this all because as expensive as the Marlins Stadium is, there is a balloon payment that is due in 2029. And that balloon payment is 20 million more than what we're paying now. And I know that David has been wishing every birthday that he can refinance the Marlins debt, but I don't think they're going to let us do that. But whenever we talk about that particular funding mechanism, easier said than done, given the Marlins deal. And if we did not pay that out of that fund, then we would have to pay it out of the general fund because the Marlins debt is a debt that we have to pay every year. It is not a choice. It is actually an encumbrance that we have. So when the time comes, I'm happy to go through my motions, Mr. Chair. But I do want to thank everyone. I think it was a collaborative effort. You know, I can't speak to levels of participation with the administration, but I will say for myself, I've met with them. I know other commissioners have met with them. I keep my meetings. And I think I have had times where it's been difficult to get some documents, but it wasn't during this budget cycle. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. That's all of us for discussion, at least for now. All right. With that, Madam Attorney, is it in order to have you read the titles to each of the millage and budget items on our agenda? And then the Budget Director to read his statements on the millage items?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to do that. I know there are a number of motions. Did you want to have a straw vote similar to what you did on each of the motions first, so we know then what to amend into each of those, or how would you like to proceed?
Well, I think we may not have to do that, but I think we may want to do that, because if not, we would have to undo the whole budget if something gets amended later on in one of the other items.
I believe at least Commissioner Gonzalez, his motion had a proposed reduction to item A, which is the millage rate, which would require recalculation. So I know that he had a proposal with some revenue reductions. If you want to do that first as a straw vote and see what the final rate is, that may be a better process.
All right, so I can recognize Commissioner Gonzalez to start with his motions, and we could do a straw vote before going forward, if that's the best.
Can I make a recommendation?
Commissioner Steinberg, yes.
Thank you. Maybe it would be best if we go to the first budget item, you read it, and then we make whatever motions that are related.
Commissioner Steinberg, there's a reason we're doing this. And the reason is that if we go through the first budget item and we all vote on it, and then we get to the second or third item, we have to undo everything we voted and re-vote on everything all over again, because it'll change.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Regalado.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there are some items here where folks have called out a particular line item, so there is no impact because they have found a thing and found a replacement. So I think it would probably be easier to dispense of those and then move on to the more controversial. Because if you've done your homework, right, and you've found your allocation, and then we can discuss it, but it doesn't unpin the budget, right? So I think we could probably dispense
I'm good with all of the above. I'm good with whatever you guys want. I think that's good. We can start with the ones that, like you said. So That being said, Madam Attorney, where do you think we start as far as items go?
Mr. Chair, the statute requires that if we're going to actually go through the items, we have to go in order. And the first item would be the countywide millage item. Commissioner Gonzalez is proposing a reduction in the countywide millage, and then he has individual revenue reductions that he has proposed. So I'm happy to read item A. Item A as proposed is at 4.5740 mils. And it would be at your discretion if you want to recognize
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Gonzalez
so
or no?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez, so that we can at least.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a series of items that we can vote up or down. We can vote up or down. If they fail, then they fail. If they pass, then it will affect the millage rate. Once we're done with those, we can vote on the millage rate.
But I guess my question, Madam Attorney, is can we do that at this time, or should we take a straw vote?
That would be, I think what he's suggesting is a straw vote on each of those, so that when we take the formal vote, you know exactly what the correct millage rate is and can be recalculated.
Okay, Commissioner Gilbert.
No, what he's suggesting is an actual vote on each of his motions.
Well, for that,
So
we
he's
have to do
asking
it at the appropriate time.
No, that's what he's suggesting is an actual vote.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Regalado.
thank you. The administration said that they wanted to respond to some of his things. I mean, I think we might want to check the veracity of some of this. I mean, I checked some of it. It doesn't refer to a book or page. So, like I said, the part about water and sewer and solid waste that I dealt with, I could tell you what's incorrect in that. But I'm sure David could also do it, as could Roy. So I think we should probably, before we spend a lot of time on it, just go through and see what David says is in or out, because some of this stuff has already been eliminated. I've swept some of it myself.
All right, Madam Mayor.
Chair, I also have about 2 minutes of comments on some of the remarks that have been made here today that might help as you proceed with
That might be helpful. That might be helpful.
if I may,
Go ahead.
and then
You're
David can look
recognized.
for whatever. Okay, so first I want to say thank you so much, everyone, for your thoughtful remarks, and thank you for those who have acknowledged how hard this work was, because it was a collaborative effort and it was a lot of work. Monthly check-ins on the budget. We've already talked to the chair of the Appropriations Committee. We will be doing that. Obviously, the numbers are available. We'll try to work on making them more available, more readily available through online tools and the likes as to the spend, right? We have the spend rate for each department each month, and we do produce that actually as a quarterly report. Isn't that what we do? So currently, we produce a quarterly report that shows progress towards the budget in each department. But we can do more, and we can work with you accordingly so that we can keep track. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins specifically asking for maintaining ongoing information, so we're not waiting till the end of the year, right? And that's what we, of course, need to do, because it is a new reality, and we need to work together on it. I want to mention about vacancies, because there's been a lot of focus on vacancies. We did cover it in our memo in great detail. And particular, I'm so sorry, Vice Chairman McGee and Commissioner Gonzalez, I specifically wanted to mention to you about vacancies, since you've both been talking a lot about vacancies. At the end of the day, and we have it in this memo, there are only 130 funded vacancies over 6 months. And Senator Garcia as well, you're focusing. Of those 130, general fund, so this is general fund, I'm not talking about proprietary, fee-based, only the general fund, which is where we had to close the gap of the 400 million. Of the 130, only 6 of them are not in public safety or transportation. And I call that out specifically because we really want to be very clear and make the case that if it's in public safety, of course, we want to fill it, just like the sheriff. And you all granted the sheriff the right to fill her vacancies. And you, as a commission, want to fill your vacancies. So we have vacancies in public safety and in transportation, because we have to constantly recruit and fill because of attrition, and they are vital, essential positions. So of the 130 funded general fund vacancies over 6 months, only 6 of them are not in public safety or transportation. The water bill issue, I think Commissioner Regalado spoke very clearly, but one point you did not make about the 3.5%, if we do not do the capital projects, we will be fined by the federal government, and state government will withhold funds. These are mandates. Capital projects, the majority of them are mandated projects that are underway. Vice Chairman McGee, I'm so sorry, but I'm trying to answer the questions that you raised. You talk about caring about people. I want you to know we are working around the clock to pipeline all of the people who are losing jobs because of the cuts that we have to make to tighten our belts and be more efficient, because we do have vacancies and they are qualified. And we've already identified quite a few, and we are committed to placing all of those people in jobs. And we've discussed that with the unions for those who are unionized, and we are working with all of them to place them. And we've spoken very much to let people know. Also, notices don't go out until September 29th. There's a 21-day notice period. We are going to work consistently to get those people placed. Office of Neighborhood Safety. We are working on finding places for those people, and of course, through the Peace and Prosperity Plan and our crime prevention, we have an office within our new Community Services Department that will focus on crime prevention, and we'll be able to continue that support without having a separate Office of Neighborhood Safety. Office of New Americans, we partner with community organizations that are providing, they've always been part of the program. They are continuing to provide citizenship classes, assistance, and we will continue to partner with them even though we won't have our own office. Solid waste, folks, it's pennies per month. You know, got down to 0.7%. It's an extremely modest increase for something that costs us more money. If we have to cut, it will be, I'm sorry to say, probably illegal dumping that is affected if we don't make that small adjustment. And just finally on overtime, I think, again, that point was made. If we don't fill vacancies, we pay overtime for basic services, and that costs us more. So those are just my initial thoughts based on some of the comments. And of course, based on individual motions, I reserve the opportunity to address anything particular that comes up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for those comments. Just a quick follow-up. We had a member of the community come and speak to us. I believe it was a representative of our AFSCME local organization about 44, I'm sorry? Oh.
CC.
Yes, of course, CC. I believe that there was a representation of 44 classifications that were either pink slipped or were facing losing their jobs. And I know I spoke with Carla Denise before the meeting. I was wondering if we can get assurances on the record that those classifications are either pipelined or in the process of being pipelined to positions. Again, I mentioned in my remarks today and at the previous hearing that my priority is our employees and making sure that we are affecting them as little as possible. So, Chief, can you speak to that and give us an update, please?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for acknowledging that, Commissioner. Since we spoke, actually, we were able to reduce that number from 44 to 35 by identifying ways in which we don't have to necessarily cut those positions, and that we are actually pipelining or finding homes for all of the individuals who are impacted. So I have a lot of confidence. I can't say 100% because the nature, you know, there may be people who choose to retire or do other things, but for those who choose to stay with the county, we are working diligently to ensure that there is a position for them in the county. I also have a little bit of concern. I just want to be very clear that if more positions are eliminated in terms of the funding associated with them, it'll be harder for me to place people. But at this juncture, with the positions that we've already eliminated and defunded, we have vacancies that are funded that can support those people. And that is based on what I know today, not based on any decisions you may make throughout this meeting to make further cuts.
And thank you for clarifying that. And that was my follow-up question. To the extent that this board has given directives to eliminate or freeze positions that are available positions to those 44 or now 35 classifications and opportunities for them to be pipelined, let us, i.e. me, let us know so that we can unfreeze to allow those members of our family here in Miami-Dade County to have the opportunity to have employment. So please keep us posted on that.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And you would have to unfreeze and also ensure the funding was there and available to fill those vacancies.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on that.
Commissioner
topic.
Orbis, yes.
To the administration, are you actively trying to place these folks in the offices of the constitutional officers that probably have vacancies and can take them?
Through the chair, Commissioner, yes, we're looking at vacancies. We're actually looking at our proprietaries, and we're actually working with constitutional offices that may have positions that these individuals qualify for. Unfortunately, the ones that I'm speaking of, they're service level jobs that may or may not fit in those areas. But we have been very pleased with our relationship with the constitutionals in the areas that people qualify for. We actually have a lot of fluidity between the two areas.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bastian.
I do have a follow-up question. I am concerned because I'm getting a lot of calls, right, from people who have either been told that they do no longer have a job, or who are told that in such and such time there will not be a job available for them. What is there a process? Because I feel a lot of anxiety. People are calling, crying. They have mortgages to pay. It's really creating a very difficult situation for them. Within the county, is there a process for them? I don't think, because they're calling my district office. And then the mayor said earlier that, we, as policymakers, we cannot directly direct you to do this, to do that for an employee. At the same time, these people are in crisis right now. These are our workers. They've been with us for a while. They have children. They have parents who depend on them. They have bills to pay. They have mortgages, rent, whatever the case may be. It seems to me that there should be a process where they need to go through, because we all agree that we are going through some difficult time. If look at how what's going on with us. I mean, you can see.
Commissioner, could you talk into the microphone?
So you can see.
Hear you. We can't hear you.
I'm using my hands and I'm
Yeah,
at the microphone. So I can understand what they're going through. So what is the process right now?
Through the chair,
You're recognized for an ebb and flowing conversation with Commissioner Bastian.
Commissioner Bastian, I also feel their pain, and I also know that Madam Mayor feels their pain. If anybody has ever interacted with her, she gives out a business card, not only with her cell phone number, but her email, and employees have direct access not only to the mayor, but to each one of us. And so we are actively working with people who have been already identified as in positions that won't be funded. We have what's called a pipeline process. And as a result of what we've had to do with the budget cuts and reductions, we've actually even eliminated some of the rules associated with the pipeline. We are directly placing individuals in roles that they qualify for, and freezing. I've actually asked where there are positions that we could hire externally, that we do not do that until the people who've been impacted have had an opportunity to explore those jobs. So we actually have a very formal process. I'm actually very, very pleased that we've had a relationship with the unions. That's what the unions do. I mean, they are working and fighting to help support their people, as the mayor is as well. And so we are anxious to try to make sure we can place people. And Commissioner Bastian, if you personally have someone that you'd like me to speak with, please send them my way. I am more than happy to take that call and to work with them and our PIOD team under the direction of Deputy Director Virginia Washington to assist.
As we speak right now, right, in real time, how many people have received the pink slip? How many?
So as of today, we have not issued any notices. Through the union CBAs, we're required to give 21-day official notices. After the close of this budget, we intend to issue those notices. It'll be around September 29th. But what we have been doing, Commissioner, is anticipation of the budget passing, not wanting to wait. So we had as much lead time as possible to try to identify positions that people would qualify for. So people have been notified informally because we want to work with them. We did not want to wait and only have 21 days to try to help them.
To the chair, how about non-union members?
We're doing the same. It's absolutely the same. Working with them to try to identify positions.
But who's advocating for them? How do you?
I am advocating for them. I am on the telephone every day. I am sending resumes all around the community. I am working for them.
She's every day.
Yeah, the mayor can take the microphone if she needs to. Oh.
So, Madam Mayor, you are advocating for them. What I'm telling you is that I receive calls from my office. So what I'm trying to find out, Madam Carla Denise talked about the union, advocating for union members.
Yes.
So what about those who are not every employee, county employee is a member of a union?
Okay.
So what about those?
I'm working with all of them, Commissioner, and if you have anyone in particular who's contacted you, they should call me. I'll be happy to receive their call, and we will work with them right away. Everybody's in pipeline. We have Deputy Director of PIOD, Virginia Washington. She's posted all the resumes in a centralized place. We've had several special meetings with our directors to talk about this. We've created training positions. I've said we're going to hire them first. Our internal candidates go first, and we're filling these vacancies.
Okay.
That's what pipeline means.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner.
Hold on one second. So I guess I'm a little bit, how can I'm concerned because at the same time, while Madam Mayor, I hear you, refer them to you, but I'm still uncomfortable because if there is a process for people to go through, right? I'm uncomfortable because you saying that refer them to you, Madam Mayor, refer them to you. So when we refer, then how?
Almost everybody has my cell phone number and my email address, dlc@miamidade.gov. And here comes Virginia Washington, our Deputy Director, and she can give you more details about how we're handling it if you would like, Commissioner.
Commissioner Bastian, would you like Ms. Washington to respond?
Yes, Ms. Washington.
Okay.
Because I'm still getting calls and I'm concerned about that. I hear the mayor, I hear Madame Carla Denise. The case remains that people are still calling, crying, tears, panicking. So that's why I'm trying to find an answer.
Through the chair.
You're recognized, Ms. Washington, for ebb and flowing conversation with Commissioner Bastian.
Thank you. So Commissioner Bastian, the employees who've been identified, who have been spoken to regarding their positions being impacted in this budget can reach out to us directly, and I can give that information. I'll give it on the record. It is 305-375-3346, and that is our team who will work directly with those individuals in identifying jobs. To the mayor's point, we will be placing them in positions that they qualify for. We've amended the process to make it to expedite it, but also ensure these individuals that they have the opportunity for continued employment.
Thank you. So my office did refer a few cases. So who do my staff follow up with? 'Cause
They can follow up with
we
me
have
directly.
referred a few cases to you guys.
Absolutely, they can follow up with me directly. I'll put my phone number. It's 305-375-1793, or they can email me, virginia.washington@miamidade.gov. Like the states, virginia.washington@miamidade.gov.
Or
Very easy.
I wonder, is it possible to like when we refer, when my office refers the
Absolutely, absolutely. If you have
feedback?
Absolutely. If you have individuals, they can contact me directly. If you have someone from your staff who can get their information, and we can coordinate discussions with them regarding this process.
But you understand what I'm asking? Can we give my office feedback as to whether this person was placed or not? Because they will
Absolutely.
come back to my office.
Yes, absolutely, yes. You're welcome.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bastian, you and I share the same concern. There are a lot of things in this budget that I don't want to send the wrong message to our employees of Miami-Dade County that they're not the priority. And I accept the representation being made by the administration, that everything is being done. Commissioner Bastian, I think it would be helpful, and you can chime in and let me know if you agree or not, but can we have, to Ms. Washington or to Chief Carla Denise, a report that lets us know how the process is going? Because we're going to approve a budget tonight. It's the second and final hearing, but then we don't have, other than calling and asking you, it would be very helpful to us to just be updated on where we are with the process of pipelining these team members, letting us know maybe we have vacancies at the commission as well, so that we're working together on the effort. So I guess, Commissioner Bastian, I don't know if that helps you to be, informed in a written report. We started with X number, we're down to this many, we're having it, and that way we can all chip in to help to the extent that that is an option.
And through the chair, Commissioner, we would be happy to do that because it's happening in real time. We'll try to make sure we get that information to you on a very frequent and timely basis because it's happening in real time.
Yeah, we don't have to wait for an agenda. I think the
Correct.
whole commission shares this concern. Send us an email. Here's an update. It would
Absolutely.
be amazing if we didn't have to ask for it. Just pop it up. Here's an update. It's been a week. Here's, let us know. We'll
Absolutely.
step in and help when we can. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Could we, point of order,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could we just ask people to keep it down?
I was about to keep quiet, right? Is that what you're saying? That's what I was about to say. All right, thank you, guys. All right, so let's do a straw ballot for from what I understand, Madam Attorney. The only one that has emotions that can affect the millage is Commissioner Gonzalez.
Currently, yes.
Okay.
And it's not, he has certain motions that he has, described that affect the millage. Not all of the ones that he listed affect the millage.
All right, Commissioner Gonzalez, you're recognized for.
Sorry, I had a question about the layoffs.
Oh, okay,
Before we
yes,
move on.
that's
Yeah,
Commissioner
to
Orbis. Hold
Carla
that thought,
Denise.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Is there a way that we can delay the layoffs or the separations until you see the closeout from the constitutional offices and their final numbers? Because their budget closes out later on in the year?
Correct. Through the chair, Commissioner, we actually have already done that because we're concerned about making sure we have enough time. And so the timing of when that will happen is very close to the timing we'll get that additional money. So we are pushing out as far as we can without having implications, on the budget. So absolutely, we're doing the best that we can to cross-reference any new monies that may come in and the timing of this. Some of those positions were eliminated because programs were eliminated. So what we're doing is trying to find new positions, new roles that these individuals would qualify for based on the vacant positions that are funded.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gonzalez, if you can go through your motions so that we can take a straw ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the county attorney has my motions. Not all of them need to be taken in straw. So we could just go one by one, vote them up or down.
All right, just the ones that would affect, Jerry.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I'm relying on the memorandum that is dated on September 18th, 2025, entitled Proposed Changes to the Proposed Fiscal Year 2025-2026 Budget, that you provided to this board at today's meeting and was provided to the clerk as well. As I read that memorandum and going by the paragraph numbers that were listed.
So we're going one by one on each item.
Correct. I was going to indicate that from that memorandum, paragraphs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 13 are all paragraphs that relate to revenue reductions where you're proposing a millage rate reduction. So that's what I'm going to be going through one by one just now. Does that work?
Yes.
Point of order.
Commissioner Regalado for point of order.
Thank you. Can we just have David speak to some of these? Because like I said, the ones that I looked up, I found several of them to be incorrect. So
Mr.
before
Chair.
we start voting, can we just hear from, if they're still existent?
Well, Mr.
And
Chair.
what lines are coming from? Page would be good too.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if he reads them and there are any discussion, Mr. Clawfilter can respond.
Correct, that appropriate.
And then the commission auditor can also clarify, and then we can put it up for a vote. And if the straw vote succeeds, it succeeds. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
That's pretty much what Commissioner Regalado is saying, but we have to do it I would do it in that order so that. it's per
Absolutely,
motion.
individually, not
Right.
just
So can
let
you
Mr.
read the
Clawfilter
first,
speak.
can you read the first motion?
As indicated, Mr. Chair, starting with paragraph 3 from Commissioner Gonzalez's memorandum, he moves to amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to reduce the budget for the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Department by $3,585,000 by eliminating all funding allocated under the line item for special community projects. This would result in a surplus of county-wide general fund revenues that can be used to reduce the general fund millage rate by the relevant amount.
So, Mr. Chair, as I understand, this doesn't have anything that was already pulled out, so we can have a straw vote.
Okay, so we have so we're discussing it, all right? Even for the straw ballot?
Yeah.
Well, we are, because that's for the response if necessary.
And just to clarify, this is $3,585 in the parks budget that is funding special community projects that have not been identified yet and will be identified in the future. I am just saying that I would like to remove it. We can vote it up or down. You don't have to vote for it.
Okay. Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you. I appreciate your item, Commissioner Gonzalez. I'd also appreciate you not necessarily taking this one up, and I'll tell you why. The question was asked when we talked about these things previously, why we went to CBOs and parks first, and seemed like to a greater extent, and it's because that's basically all we have left in the general fund. I think that it's interesting because when we talk about the budget, we talk about this $12 billion thing, but the budget really isn't a $12 billion thing from our perspective, what we're allocating right now. We've already taken a lot out of parks, and while the events might not have been identified now, we know that we want to activate these community spaces across the county. And so I understand that it's difficult, but I also understand that what makes us a community isn't just that we have a park, it's that we do stuff in them together. And so I would appreciate it if we could keep this in, Commissioner. Thank you.
So,
And I appreciate, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Commissioner Gilbert's input. I think he makes a fair input, but regardless, I don't think that 3.5800, specifically it's $3,585,000. I mean, that's a very specific number for things that may be happening in the future. It's just me. If I'm the only one that votes no, I'm the only one that votes no, but I'd rather have a straw vote. So I would like to call it.
I am in just a second. Commissioner Regalado?
Thank you. Thank you. On this point, I will say, one of the things that happened in this budget that there was a huge uproar about was the possibility of charging parking at Tropical Park, and I'm glad we eliminated. But Mickey and myself and Garcia, we have parks that get charged for parking, right? So, and we also have parks where they're dramatically impacting our programming and zeroing out all of our special events. So a lot of our special events have been completely zeroed out, which is what this is about. I have the Biscayne Nature Center that I have to fix. That's been, that's being cut. And these are parks that are generating money, right? Because the money that's being generated at Crandon is being spread out through the entire county. And residents from all over the county come to Crandon and pay those fees. So for those of us that have parks that are now being stripped of special events and programming, that's what this fund is about. So I think if we are going to eliminate this, then we should make the rest of us whole. Then, if there's no parking being charged at Tropical Park, then there should be no parking at Crandon, there should be no parking at Amelia Earhart, and there should be no parking at Holliver, because there is different treatment in some of these parks. So I was very respectful of this fund. I understand that we're all having our things cut. So I think if there is going to be a reallocation of this, which I will not support, it should be a reallocation to parks so that we can then make our parks whole. Because our parks have been reduced significantly, and there have been layoffs in our parks, and there are dramatic changes coming to our regional parks that we're all taking like big boys and girls.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I still have not heard from the administration what specifically is this is funding for. I understand that Commissioner Regalado would like for it to be specifically for some things in her park. That's not what the budget says. That's not what the administration has told me. You don't have to vote for it. Like you can vote against it, but let's vote.
All right, so
Through the chair.
Madam Mayor, give me a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. In favor of the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, the nays have it. Okay, can you read the next motion?
Moving on to paragraph 4 from Commissioner Gonzalez's memorandum. He moves to amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to reduce the budget for the Communications, Information, and Technology Department by $1,441,000 by eliminating all funding for the vacant positions as described in paragraph 4 of his memorandum. This would result in $864,600 surplus of countywide general fund revenues that can be used to reduce the countywide general fund millage rate by the relevant amount, and an additional $576,400 surplus for non-general fund revenues, which should be allocated to the reserves for those non-general fund sources.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could get the Commission Auditor, can you explain if any of these positions have been removed according to the budget that you analyzed?
All right. Yinka, our Commission Auditor, is
By removed.
Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Gonzalez has the floor.
Yeah, Mr.
Point of
Chair,
clarification.
I would like for the Commission Auditor to just respond before anybody jumps in, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Just a point of order as to removed. I mean, are we talking
Mr.
about
Chair,
funding?
again, I would really appreciate if the Commission Auditor can please respond, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
I think that's the right thing. Respond, and then Commissioner Regalado, if you still need clarification after his response, you'll be recognized.
Inka Majikudumi, Commissioner Auditor's Office.
Wait, just point of inquiry. I'm just trying to ask a question. Response to what? I'm trying to. What is he responding to? Oh, there was a question. Okay, I didn't hear the question. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Repeat your question, please.
As to whether any of these positions that I have listed have been removed or have been unfunded in
There
this
you go.
budget, please.
That's the word.
Yinka Majikudumi,
Yeah, I think-
Commissioner Auditor's Office.
Did you understand my question?
Yes, sir.
And your
Did you
microphone.
understand my question prior?
Yes, sir. All right.
The podium doesn't go up any longer.
To your question, Commissioner, the positions are listed in the department's budget as submitted in the administration's memo listing vacant positions that were funded. However, I want to clarify that the second changes memo reflected the $400,000 additional attrition. We do not have the details behind the attrition, so we can't confirm whether or not some of those positions have been included in the attrition number.
Is there a way to know?
At this point, Commissioner, no, the information is not available to us.
You don't have the information.
No, sir.
Does the administration have the information now?
You're recognized. The administration is recognized.
Through the chair, Thank you. The 400,000 that the commission auditor referenced was actually the elimination of the funding for the marketing positions that were referenced in the appropriations, and that was actually listed out in the second changes memo. This particular area that he's speaking of, that you're speaking of, Commissioner, is for positions that are in the merged CITD. The majority of them are part of what's currently CCED. They're funding 311 call centers, constituent services, executive producer who is running our media, enterprise marketing coordinator, et cetera. We've actually pipelined 4 of the people that the commissioners were worried about losing their jobs. We're in the process of seeing out if they're qualified for any of these positions, because they're very, very important positions that we need support with, and there's high turnover in this area. So this would have a significant negative impact on our ability to do various things that I think are important countywide, including ensuring our constituents have access to us through 311, and that we're able to produce media that is being used so that folks know exactly what's happening in the community and with the BCC.
And Mr. Chair, just one question before we take a vote. How long have they been vacant?
I cannot speak, Commissioner, to how long each of the ones you have on here listed has been vacant. This particular area has a high turnover rate, and these are not necessarily the ones that were in our list where we listed out the ones that were 6 month and the ones that were other. But
Thank you,
these are
Chief.
positions we're actively recruiting for.
Thank you, Chief. So we don't know how long these have been vacant specifically.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
As I said previously, the 6 months of vacancies, only 6, and I don't know if they were these 6.
These are all call center. No.
So, okay, so, and again, these are generic positions, so they're not individuals, so they remain open because we're constantly recruiting and replenishing them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we don't know how long they've been vacant. So we don't know. So let's move it. Let's vote. You can vote for it. You don't have to vote for it either.
All right, Commissioner Steinberg.
I just have a quick question. Are we talking about the 311?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Then I'm gonna, okay.
Okay.
We can vote.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, the nays have it. Mr. Attorney, can you read the next motion?
Moving to paragraph 5 of Commissioner Gonzalez's memo, he moves to amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to reduce the budget for the Business and Creative Services Division within the Communications, Information, and Technology Department by $3,813,000. For this particular amendment, he would then need to direct the administration to provide the most effective reductions and reallocations in line items within that budget to accomplish this objective.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, if I could have the commission auditor just briefly explain the details that we discussed.
Commissioner Auditor, you're recognized.
Through the chair, the motion reflects the transfer of the Digital Communication and Enterprise Content Division, Creative Branding Services Division, Digital Media Division, Engagement and Client Services Division into the Business and Creative Services. The current year's budget for the previous 4 was 8.8 million, and the referenced Business and Creative Services Division is budgeted at 12.6.
12.6. So you don't have to vote for it. You can vote against it. Let's vote.
All right.
Mr.
Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. Just, I want to say something on the earlier one. The mayor specifically said that those positions were not open for more than 6 months. So just to clarify the record on that, that was very clear. I wanted to ask the administration, because I know there was a lot of moving around. Could you tell us a little bit about this, other than the title? I know that when we went through this department, we talked about a restructuring of it. But exactly what services would we be cutting here? You can explain.
Through the chair, I will have the current director of CCED speak to it. There was actually an error in the math that was done, and so I do think it's important to correct it for the record.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Insan Kim. So the divisions that are within that section would include our digital media services, which is Miami-Dade TV. You know, they do the broadcasts, covering events, do PSAs, et cetera, and other content. There is the creative services, which is the graphic design team and the interpreters and translators. We have digital communications, which among their tasks are the content that exists on miamidade.gov. There is a division that was left out of the memo, which is the enterprise experience management team. They handle a lot of the ADA compliant digital services, and they kind of sort of create the websites. They've been working with the constitutional officers, many of them, to, you know, kind of stand up those websites, to redo the airport, the seaport.
Right, and before you go on, I know a little bit about the ADA compliant piece. So for those of you that don't know, if our websites are not ADA compliant, we get sued and we get fined. So the elimination of that would actually cost us a lot more. We would be in violation of the ADA on all the different websites. And then this would also impact the constitutional officers that use these services. Yes. How many, you could continue, but how many humans are we talking about?
62.
62.
Positions.
Okay, you left off with ADA, if you could finish, thank you.
No, and then we have our client engagement services. They do market research, they do campaign creation and execution. And I know that there's been a lot of talk about the different marketings, but what we do in terms of cost savings is, because it's centralized to us, buying is centralized, so we're able to get better rates, et cetera. We also have a team that is trained to do digital buying, because that's obviously a field that's moving very quickly. And so that allows us, we do it in-house, so we don't have to use an agency or a third party and pay agency fees, et cetera. And so, and especially with the move to go very much digital first for cost savings, that's going to be important that we are able to maintain that expertise.
Does this division also include the notices? I know that we've switched over from printed notices to digital notices. My understanding is that you all also will be doing all the digital notices.
We do. We
All right.
currently do.
So that's a separate legal requirement. So we have ADA and we have digital notices embedded in
The
this.
digital notices, and for those notices that, due to like federal requirement or state requirement, that do still require print, this team handles that. And again, like I said, we're able to negotiate, because of our bulk buying, that because it's centralized, upwards of, like 80% discount off of a rate card.
Commissioner Regalado, can we just take a vote? All right.
Just wanted to explain what they do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, last year, $8 million, this year, $12 million. You don't, with two departments in one, you don't have to vote for it. You can vote for it. Let's take a vote.
All right. All in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The nays have it, unless you want a roll call on that one, but the nays have it in my eyes. All right. Can you read the next motion?
For paragraph 6, in Commissioner Gonzalez's memorandum, it's broken up into two separate motions. The first is amend the proposed budget in all relevant portions of C, E, and H to reduce the budget for the Department of Environmental Resource Management by eliminating all funding for the Office of Environmental Risk and Resilience. For this motion, we would need to confirm whether the amount that would be impacted by this change is the $7.260 million described in Commissioner Gonzalez's memorandum, or the $5.015 million that was described at the dais here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could have the Commissioner Auditor just clarify the math, and then I think we can take a vote.
We noted that, to start with, the change memo eliminated $400,000 in marketing. In addition to that, according to the motion, the amount, $7 million, was for the current fiscal year, $7.4 million. The proposed fiscal year's budget is at $5.015 million. The position count was 27 in the current year, and the proposed budget has a position count of 10. We don't have any detail on whether or not those are filled or vacant.
Let's call a vote.
Move the item. All right, so, but do you want to actually get an explanation, or can we just take a,
Yeah.
is this straw ballot, guys? I mean, all right, all in favor, so it's moved. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. Can you read the next motion?
Do they? Can we get a roll call?
Do we need a roll call, though? I mean, the nays do have it.
I mean, I heard a lot of ayes. I just want to make sure who said aye.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay.
You're comfortable? I just want to make sure.
Very.
Next.
The second motion related to paragraph 6 from Commissioner Gonzalez's memo is to amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to reduce the budget for the Department of Environmental Resource Management by $850,000 by eliminating all funding for the Resilient 305 strategy, extreme heat marketing, and Biscayne Bay marketing.
And if I could just get the commission auditor are these identified in this budget?
Yes, Commissioner, yes. At the value stated by the motion. 850 related to the Resiliency 305, extreme heat marketing, and Biscayne Bay marketing.
I thought we already did 6, and we're on number 7. Oh, got it, okay.
Yep. Okay, we can vote.
Commissioner Steinberg, of course you can.
Thank you. I thought we had discussed the extreme heat marketing.
Yeah, we did.
Is that still on?
Correct, it's in the change memo, as I recall.
So that's not
Second
on
change memo, it was eliminated.
And
Uh,
then,
Mr. Chair, is it in the change memo? Does it say extreme heat marketing, commission auditor? Does it say that in the change memo? I just want to make sure.
I think it's not specified.
The change memo reflects $400,000 was eliminated for marketing.
So we don't know whether the heat marketing is still in there or whether it's not,
It doesn't indicate extreme heat marketing.
but the mayor is promising that it is.
Madam Mayor.
You want to address it?
Yes, but he's saying that it's in the change memo.
It's,
I got it.
okay.
Is it or is it not?
Yes. Yes.
Because Commissioner Regalado, you were saying that it was.
Yes. I remember talking to them about it.
Yeah, through the chair, I apologize. In the second change memo, and I wish I had it sitting in front of me, but we actually referenced the reduction in marketing, and we did not say exactly where it was from, but that was a direct reflection of the last Appropriations Committee. We realized that it was still in the budget. It could have been read as a Scrivener's error, but we went ahead and just reduced it and put that in the changes memo, because it was not intended to be in the original budget. We had already made the decision that the chief heat officer and that marketing campaign should go away. And so we corrected that in the second changes memo. But we did not actually use the words in the memo. We just put the dollar figure.
Thank you, Chief. And Mr. Chair, that's the confusion. That's the confusion, because if you don't say directly that that's what it's going to be cutting when you're talking about marketing,
We
then that's what happens, right? Everybody thinks that it's going to be taken out, like Commissioner Orbis has been saying for the past couple of months, and then it seems like it might still be there. And then if we vote as is, it seems like maybe it could still remain there and something else could have been cut. But again, you don't have to vote for it. You could vote against it. Let's call the vote.
Yeah, hold on. Commissioner Steinberg has the floor for question, and then Regalado.
thank you. No, yeah, and in that case, I agree, right, for that campaign. But I do want to take a moment because we keep hearing about Biscayne Bay, and
I'm going to address something. Just to give some context, back in 2004 and 2005, the South Florida Water Management District actually commissioned a study. Hazen and Sawyer did this study about the economic impact of Biscayne Bay. And it was then updated in 2023 and 2022, to basically assess the contribution of the Bay and the Miami River, and to get some updated information. The Bay is very important, and I guess we can drill down a little bit about what the marketing is for the Bay and the health of the Bay, but I will say that the overall contributions of Biscayne Bay related activities amount to, and this is not from me or the county, this came from an independent study, to $64 billion in economic output, $24 billion in income, 448,000 jobs, and $4 billion in tax revenue for Miami-Dade County. The health of Biscayne Bay is vital for many sectors of Miami-Dade County's economy, clearly. So I would caution us to just be removing certain marketing, because if it does have the ability, I have obviously worked on making our waters safer, cleaner, doing everything we can to protect the Bay, but also protect those on the Bay, making sure that we don't have all the issues that we've been having. And so I want to make sure that whatever we look at when it comes to marketing, we're not hurting ourselves, we're not diminishing the safety of what's happening out there, because it's crazy on the Bay, and making sure that we're doing everything we can to remind people, during certain months of the year, they're not supposed to have fertilizer runoff. Like, these are things that we remind them every year. And so I would hate to see us, just to give some context. I know it's a straw vote, but just to give some context.
All right. You're good. I have Regalado, and then we could.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And to echo,
ask her a question.
and listen, I don't think anyone here is trying to play gotcha. So I don't think it's okay. I know we don't want to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important to at least clarify things, right? Because we don't want misrepresentations made. At the Appropriations Committee, we went like 10 rounds on this. So I did follow up with the mayor when they were working on the change memo, and we did specifically speak about heat. So we were very clear about that. That being said, to concur with one of the things that Commissioner Steinberg said, for those of us who represent the Bay, we have a lot of issues with derelict vessels. We have a lot of issues with illegal dumping. So the marketing around that is really about marketing about fines and getting people to understand and to contact us when they see the derelict vessels and when they see a lot of this. So just as we went 10 rounds on illegal dumping and all that kind of stuff, this is very similar. So again, happy with the reduction to that when we talked about marketing, and we did reduce a lot of the different things. And the other thing is, and we mentioned this at appropriations when we talked about these marketing initiatives, this one in particular was mandated by the board. So when I unwound a lot of the things in order to zero out all of the marketing at water and sewer, I had to bring an item to undo all the board items that created those marketing and educational programs. So when we talk about undoing some of these things, understand that when we talk about the Bay, there was also mandates from this board and from the Biscayne Bay Board that created some of those marketing and educational requirements.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I echo the concerns of Commissioner Steinberg, because I do agree with Commissioner Regalado. We went 10 rounds in appropriations. I sit on appropriations, and it would have just been great if we would have had specificity by now, but we don't. But again, you don't have to vote for it. You could vote against it. Let's take a vote.
All in favor? Huh?
Mr. Chair.
I'm just confused because it's not even whether we voted on it. They're saying that it doesn't exist. So if we're taking a straw vote on something they're saying they've already taken out, the other things I understand just voting on it, but if they're saying now they've clarified it wasn't specific before, now it is specific. So now they're saying that marketing has been removed. I don't know that we're voting on it now.
Mr. Chair, and I think Commissioner Gilbert is making a point, but at the same time, because it's not specific, I don't really know whether it's in there or not. And maybe, it's just me, and I know you guys probably don't feel this way, but I don't trust it. So I'm going to vote my conscience. You don't have to vote for it. You could vote against it.
And that's fine. We could take this trouble, but they're saying it on the record, and we could always do this one. We could always come back and reallocate it, even if it's not a budget meeting. But let's take it. All in favor of it signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Hey.
All right. Show the motion. It's for commissioners to vote, I think. I think I heard like a nay, like somewhere in the audience.
Renee, it's Renee.
Oh.
That was Billy.
Renee's out there.
I was like, what?
Oh, that's Renee back there. That's the senator.
I thought Manny Reyes was voting. I'm like, what's going on?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Can you? I am hearing voices, and I've had like I don't know. I've had a lot of cortaditos already, but in plastic cups, by the way. You see, you're still awake. You're still awake. I gotcha. Attorney, can you read the next one?
Mr. Chair, we're going on to paragraph 7 of Commissioner Gonzalez's memo. He moves to amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to reduce the budget for countywide non-departmental expenditures by $1,117,000 by eliminating all funding for the line items that are described in paragraph 7. And like the last motion, this is dependent on whether or not any of these reductions are impacted by the reductions that were referenced in the second changes memo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could get the Commission Auditor, did you see any of these identified in any of the change memos or specified?
We confirm that, first of all, we confirm that the $1.1 million is in the proposed budget that was submitted. However, we noted that on page 5 of the second change memo, there is a description for $467,000 for marketing and $1.4 million for management consulting and other studies that was reduced through second change memo. We can't have a direct relationship built between that description and the motion that was read.
So I guess to the administration, does other studies mean other studies, or is it this specific other studies?
Commissioner?
Clarify, please.
You're recognized.
Through the chair?
You're recognized.
This section in the second change memo of value in non-departmental and general fund was removed of 1.8. So this is all gone in the second change memo.
But Commissioner Auditor, but you didn't see that it was specified?
The expenses listed from the motion was for items that total 1.1 million. What I'm hearing, or my understanding is that the total amount in second change memo that I read earlier was 1.8 million. It did not have the detail of those 5 items that you're having the motion. So just wanted to clarify that. And there's a difference, obviously, with the number.
Thank you, Commissioner Auditor, and so we could just call the vote.
Point of order.
But there's nothing to vote on, right?
Yeah.
Well, we
Putting it
don't.
on the record. That's
I don't know whether it's in there or not. They're saying it is. It's not specified. I'd like to take the vote.
Point of order.
You don't have to vote for it.
All right, Commissioner Regalado.
Point of order. Listen, if staff is telling us that no longer exists, then we don't need to vote on it because it's not real. I understand that you want it to be real so that you can mention it later, but it's not real. It doesn't exist.
It's not. It's not specified.
Right, it's not.
It's
The lack of specificity in a change memo does not change the document that is the budget.
Of course it
You're
does.
undermining this government. It does not. It does not. It does not. It's one thing for you to misrepresent generally, but you're saying that our government is lying and that the documents that we're approving are false, and that is not true. Our change memo is a legally binding document, and you are a member of the Florida Bar. And you understand that the information that they're giving us is vetted by our attorneys, and it is proper. And it's one thing to indulge you, when it is sort of incorrect. And it's another thing to indulge you when it doesn't exist. It does not exist.
Commissioner.
So I'm happy to go on to your next one, but we cannot vote on something that does not exist because then this is a circus, right? This is not about fixing a budget or finding solutions. It's about creating a moment. And you can go outside and create what moment you want. But if it doesn't exist and they're saying that it doesn't exist, then we should not vote on it.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just as Commissioner Regalado pointed out earlier, we went through 10 rounds of other things that supposedly didn't exist and then weren't clarified. Again, you don't have to vote for it. You can vote against it. But I call the vote. Vote against it.
Vice Chairman.
Hey, look, I'm thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm hearing is not a misrepresentation or an attempt to misrepresent anything. What I'm hearing is from the commission auditor, there is a disconnect between what's coming from the commissioner auditor's department and what's coming from the administration. And so what I'm hearing Commissioner Gonzalez trying to explain, I got you. Let me finish this. What I hear Commissioner Gonzalez trying to do is reconcile the difference in the different conversations he's hearing. So Commissioner Auditor, I guess my question to you is, yes or no, what we're looking at here in Section 7 that was read by the county attorney, are those items specified in the change memo? That I think that's what Commissioner Gonzalez is trying to get at, and if it is, then he has no basis. But it sounds like the reason why he's looking for clarity is because there's a difference coming out of the administration and there's a difference coming from you. So help us land this ship or land this boat or land this plane.
If I may.
And Yinka, I need you to be very clear in your answer, because I don't want this to be a circus and we don't need to have votes if it doesn't exist. So I need you to be very to the point and direct.
The first thing I want to clarify is that the narrative that I'm clarifying is not a difference between our numbers and the administration's numbers, right? So this is not the Commissioner Auditor's Office numbers versus the administration's numbers. We're comparing the motion as read for the items being proffered against the change memo, and we identified that the numbers are different, as stated by the budget director. This motion as read has a total of 1.1 million. As stated earlier by the budget director, the cuts in the second change memo that I also mentioned, which we agree on, was 1.8 million. So there's a difference. Not from our numbers, but from the numbers in the proposed budget and numbers in the change memo.
So it's more in our favor.
Assuming you agree that the 1.8 is directly related to the items mentioned in the motion.
You still have the floor, Vice Chair. Go ahead.
So, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, Mr. Chairman, you have the same question. Now we have two issues here, right, that we have to deal with. Number one, there's no agreement on the number. So that creates an issue in and of itself. And number two, I think what we're looking for is specificity as it relates to the description of the items that are being named in his memo. So right now, he's talking about, in number 7, he lays out specific things, right? Are those things the same as what were found in the second change memo?
If I may, through the chair, I'll just read the item as proffered in the motion. There are 6 items: other studies, miscellaneous operating, radio public information, general publicity, promotional items, Inter-American Conference of Mayors. Those are the items as proffered in the motion. The change memo lists 2 things: $467,000 for marketing and $1.4 million for management consulting and other studies. We cannot build a direct relationship between the change memo and the item proffered in the motion.
And so, Mr. Chair, that
Hold on. You're done?
So, in trying to land this plane, then to the administration, based on what you've heard coming from the commission auditor, are we talking about the same thing? And if we're not, then confirm or deny, and if we are, confirm and specifically list everything that's here so that it gives comfort to Commissioner Gonzalez so that we can move to the next item so that we're not here trying to figure out who has what in its memo versus what the Commissioner Auditor is saying.
Through the chair. The
Hold
Commission Auditor.
on, Chief. I would like you to respond, but the question that the Vice Chair was to the Commission Auditor. Unless you want to redirect it to...
I just wanted to clarify again, Vice Chairman. The numbers as quoted is not the numbers of the Commission Auditor's Office versus the administration. It is the administration's proposed budget numbers versus the change memo numbers.
Look, I think I see what's happening here, right? I really do, and it doesn't take a rocket science to figure this out, right? So there's a motion for a request for a reduction of 1.1, right, to the administration, right? Does that number match your number in the change memo per dollar per cent?
Through the chair, we actually reduced this by 1.874 million. So the section countywide non-departmental, we actually reduced that section by 1.874. What's reflected in the change memo is 467 that was attributed specifically to any kind of marketing or promotional materials. We summarized the 6 things into 3 categories. We also attributed 1.4 million to management consulting and other studies. So there's 6 things listed. We summarized them into 3 things, but for a total of 1.8. So we actually reduced more than what he's asking for countywide non-departmental. That is what we did.
Commissioner Gilbert.
Mr. Chairman, this is becoming a bit performative at this point. I'm here, we stayed till 4 o'clock the last time, and I'll stay as long as we need to. Right now, we're like 15 minutes in on a straw item that's a part of a larger motion that I'm not sure we're even actually voting on anything because they're saying they changed it. Respectfully to my colleagues, Commissioner Gonzalez, I understand that sometimes we may not get information when we want it or how we want it or at all, but to Commissioner Regalato's point, the mayor and the administration, they're bound by, the same code of ethics that we are. And if they're saying that it's been eliminated, then it's been eliminated. I
think so. I think so. On this one, I think.
So on this one, on the other ones, I was more like, okay, let's just vote on it. But on this one, they're saying expressly that it's eliminated. And they didn't just eliminate what you asked. They eliminated more. And so I don't know if the goal was to recapture those funds, you've actually already recaptured the funds. And so I don't understand. I can't.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just, for a point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes back to the point that we talked about earlier. The chief made a mention of summarized. If we would have a detailed line-by-line budget, these questions wouldn't have to ask because we see where everything is coming from. So I understand everyone's point here. But this is why we are going down this rabbit hole of asking these questions, and I see where you're going with this, but I do understand that there has been some more monies have been taken, more so than is being requested. So I think you're on the right path, Mr. Chairman, so I'll encourage him to continue.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that I was like in the literal middle of a sentence.
Oh, I did recognize him, though.
I know, in the middle of my sentence.
Oh, I thought you were done. You paused.
No, it's fine.
You know, pause to think. I think
it's called the comma.
You gotta
It's
say
a
comma.
comma.
You gotta say comma.
That's a semicolon.
Yeah, that's a
man. That's a
semicolon.
semicolon.
All right, go ahead then. You're re-recognized. All right, can we just? This is a straw ballot, anyways, guys. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. And I understand Commissioner Garcia's point, but when I get my change memo, if I have questions, I just call David, and David will tell you. So, I mean, to Commissioner Gonzalez, you might want to meet with them. That might be useful, because you're subjecting us all to this unnecessarily. And we're happy to indulge your desire to go through this. We're all indulging it. However, when the administration tells you that no longer exists, can you give us the courtesy of moving on? Because to then turn it into a 15-minute speech about how you don't trust them is an issue that you have with them. But the reality is that they are bound by the rules of Miami-Dade County and the state of Florida. And there's no conspiracy here. So if you have an issue and they answer it, can we just move on? Do we have to go like 10 rounds on how you don't trust them?
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Mr. Chair, I just want to call the vote.
All right, let's do it, guys.
That's it. We could have done this.
Mr. Chair, there's
10 minutes
nothing
ago.
to vote on.
So vote
But
no.
because it's not.
Vote no.
I think.
no
the-
money.
the
But it's not
question-
specified. I don't know whether
question
it's
is-
in there or
I
not.
agree. I
Vote
agree.
no.
I think on this one, I agree. I think on this one, we don't have to do it. It's a straw ballot. It means absolutely nothing. All of them mean absolutely nothing other than knowing where everyone stands so we can read the first item. But I guess the confusion is it's not detailed. That's the discrepancy.
Let's have a point of order, just so we're clear.
Yes. Go ahead,
Commissioner Gonzalez, we have a lot of independent authority as commissioners, but unless you're chairing this meeting, you don't have the ability to call the vote. Only the chair does.
Correct.
And I asked
The chair does. So if the chair says we're going to vote on this, we're going to vote on this. If not, it's a straw ballot. We're going to move on.
All right, it is a straw ballot. Let's just, all in favor signify by saying aye. All
No.
opposed, nay. All right, the nays have it. All right, can you read the next one?
The next one relates to paragraph 8 of Commissioner Gonzalez's memorandum. He moves to amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to reduce the budget for the Animal Services Department by $1.005 million by eliminating the Community Engagement and Public Relations Division. This would result in a $305,000 surplus in countywide general fund revenues and a $700,000 surplus in other revenues. If approved, Commissioner Gonzalez would ask the administration to determine the most effective way to reallocate the $700,000 in other revenues to fund existing portions of the Animal Service Department's budget currently funded by the countywide general fund to allow all of these savings for a total surplus of $1.005 million in countywide general fund revenues.
All right, all in favor of this one signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, this one's a little bit on the, all right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All against, nay. Nay. Okay, the nays do have it. All right. All right. Next, it was a little iffy there at the beginning. Mr. Attorney, can you call the next one?
The next one relates to paragraph 10 in Commissioner Gonzalez's memorandum. There he moves to amend the proposed budget and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to amend the budget for the Housing and Community Development Department by taking $469,870 in federal public housing funds that are currently used to fund the Office of Housing at HCD Business Initiatives Manager and Communications Manager, and having such federal funds reallocated toward funding 4 maintenance positions in the Public Housing Division, as well as vacant position HCD maintenance specialists, all of which are currently funded by the countywide general fund. This would result in a surplus of countywide general fund revenues that can be used to reduce the countywide general fund millage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The nays have it. Mr. Attorney, there's one left I see, I think.
Mr. Chair, this last one relates to paragraph 13. And for that one, Commissioner Gonzalez moves to reallocate or to reduce from the general fund the $21 million that are allocated to the FIFA World Cup host committee, and he would then direct the administration to figure out the most efficient way to utilize TDT and CDT funds to pay for that difference.
And Mr. Chair, if we could just have the commission auditor explain where these funds are going to come from?
Commissioner Otter, you're recognized. And this one I would like to have some information on, because if the funds are available there, I think that would be a.
As proffered in the motion, we were able to confirm that the funds in the CDT and the TDT does exist. We do know some has been allocated for next year's budget. The only pending information, I believe, for the motion, Commissioner, was the current balance as of today that's available in the trust fund.
Is the administration able to? Well, Yinka doesn't have it, right? Is that what you're saying? It's pending?
We would like to confirm that we don't have.
Director Claude Felter, can you confirm those funds?
I have to look up what the trial balance is, if that's what the question is. I do not have that readily available.
All right, that
But-
would sway my vote, so I need to know that. All right, I need to know the balance so that we can, in the meantime, while you look that up, Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm also interested in this. Just a little bit on this, because there were several remarks during the public comments, and I was listening intently. And I think I don't really take any of that stuff personal, but I will say that in the past, we've framed our contribution to FIFA as though it's something that we all want to do. It's not something we're all eager or we just want to do, but it is something that a prior commission and a prior mayor decided to do. And so as a person who's actually read the bid document that was signed by the mayor of Miami-Dade County that obligated us, the bid that was accepted by FIFA. So let me just suggest, and it won't be for this, but if we're going to submit a bid for anything, we need to create a trust fund and set the money aside. Because then that becomes especially important now, because previously we were a unified government and we could say, yeah, we're going to do this, and we could know that it's going to take at least $20 million to the police department. But now they're not the police department. Now they're the sheriff's office, and now it's not something we can just work out on our books. Now we have to write a check. So when we initially put this bid in as a county, we were one county, but now we're like, what, 5 or 6 constitutional offices now. And so it's more challenging. But what this shows me, and this is for the community, the administration, and my colleagues, obligations are not optional. If you do not want to do something as a county, the time that you say you're not going to do it is when you submit the bid. What you don't do is vote as a commission and sign as a mayor, and then have 6 months of vacillation in public, making people question whether we actually keep our word. Because it's important to note that we're in the business of not just families coming here for vacation and girls' trips for vacation, but we're in the business of institutional tourism, like big stuff, where we commit to help out people. Hey, if you bring this big conference here, if you bring this Super Bowl here, if you bring this college championship here, if you bring these things here, this is what we will do. We can't have people doubting our word. We can't do that, because that begins to affect our economy. And so there's been a lot of back and forth about this, and I don't speak a lot about it publicly, but I don't ever want us to be in this position again, and I have no desire to submit a bid to bring anything unless we're going to submit and set aside the money at the time and have that conversation with the public, because in truth, you know, and I kind of feel bad for my colleagues, because in truth, you all are being forced to answer questions that we didn't vote to do this. This mayor didn't sign to do this, but we did obligate the county to do it. And to Commissioner Gonzalez's point, if we can take the money from the tourist dollars, if it's there, I have no problem with that. The only thing I've ever asked was that we keep our word. We said we were going to do the Fan Fest, do the Fan Fest. We said we were going to pay for security, do security. We said we were going to pay for transportation, do transportation. The things we said we were going to do, that they made their decision based on in a competitive process. And so we haven't gone down the long road of how we have exposure if we back out. But we do have exposure if we back out. And so I just need us to, if we can take it from the tourist tax dollars, I don't have a problem with where it comes from. I just want us to actually keep our word. Obligation shouldn't be optional. Keep your word. And don't pit CBOs against FIFA. It's not fair to FIFA and it's not fair to CBOs. It's just not. Don't tell them we could do this if we weren't doing that. It's just like any of the other obligations that we've had. Every year, we come into each year with obligations, contractual obligations that we actually have to meet. It's just another obligation. So when you're doing a budget, you start it as these are the things we have to do, these are the things we should do, these are the things we want to do. Put it in the bucket of these are the things that we have to do because we actually submitted the bid. There was no host committee when we bid. It was the county. We're the ones on the hook. And so I appreciate you looking into this. If we can use the tourist tax dollars, I'm completely comfortable with that. If we can reduce the amounts, but I just need us to satisfy all the things that we said we do in the document. That's all I need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all those comments. But I don't think this was another obligation. There was, I looked through all the different contracts and proposals and so forth, and nowhere did it say that Miami-Dade County was obligated to raise $20 million for these fanfares and these parties, which is all great. But as the only commissioner up here that's voted twice against this, well, maybe you voted twice against it. You voted against it. Oh, you bifurcated it? Okay, there's two commissioners that voted against this. I can safely say that it's not fair to say that we were obligated. We were not obligated. There was a non-for-profit that was created that was meant to raise the money for this meant to raise the money for this. Now, let's remember what happened here. They came to us, and Commissioner Gilbert, it's really not to impine you and go after you, but it's really on the facts what happened here. They came before this county commission. They asked for $20 million. Then they settled on 10. Then they came back in the mid-budget year review, and on the mid-budget mid-year budget, and they asked for another 10. So they went back on their word to this county commission. They said, we're good with 10. But now they wanted another 10. So that's $20 million in total that they got from the taxpayers in Miami-Dade County. So I don't think that they were obligated. I think they needed to raise the money. They should be responsible for raising the money. And I don't think the taxpayers should be floating these festivals and these parties that's really going to be in line for the people that are coming from overseas to celebrate FIFA and go to the game, when a lot of my residents and my constituents are not going to be able to afford to go to the game. So I think we have to be, let's put everything out there, not say that we're obligated, because I don't think anywhere that I've seen in any of the languages, in any of the papers I've read, say that we are on the hook for $20 million for these parties. So this is why me and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins voted consistently against this.
Dr. Hassan, Mr. Chairman.
Right, so Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized to respond because you were mentioned. I would ask that in your response, though, Commissioner Gilbert. No, I know, but he obviously wants to respond to some of it, and he was the sponsor of the original item. I guess the clarification is, and I may not have all the facts on this, but it may not state in the contract, keep me honest here, by the way, but it may not state in the contract we have to give X amount of dollars. That's not in our bid. But from my understanding, what's in our bid is like we have to put on a fan festival. And that fan festival consists of X amount of events. And then to put on those events, by default, it costs Y. So, but can you clarify that? Because,
Mr. Chairman,
he's not wrong, because it doesn't say in the contract X amount of dollars, but it says we're committed to X amount of events and things of that nature.
Well, I think you're right, Mr. Chairman, but he did say what I said wasn't factual. And in reality, I didn't say that we were obligated for the money. We obligated to do the things. And I actually listed the things. I listed the transportation. I listed the fan fest. So if you actually read the documents, I don't know whether you've actually read the documents, but I did. I read the documents, and so the documents say that we're going to put on a fan fest. They say we're going to be responsible for transportation. They say we're going to be coordinating volunteers. They say all of these things, and it doesn't say the amount, but there clearly is a monetary assignment to those things. We're not going to provide security. So when you say to the public, we're not obligated to do something, you're saying we don't have to do it. Well, how do we then explain us saying we're going to pay for security? We said that we would pay for security. So we didn't say how much security costs. Now, when the sheriff comes back to us and she says, hey, my estimate's $30 million, what do we say? We said we were going to pay for $30 million. So no, it didn't say the amount. But I take a little umbrage to the idea that when I say something, I try to make sure it's true. I try to make sure what I say is true. And so, yes, we have an obligation to provide security. We have an obligation to provide transportation. We have an obligation to coordinate the volunteers. We have an obligation to do Fan Fest. And it was signed by Mayor Carlos Jimenez. That's what happened. And so if we want to just be factual, those are the facts. Now, whether those things cost that much, I don't know. When the sheriff sends her estimate, we had valued security slightly lower than the sheriff did. But understanding what happened in other places, understanding the height, and she gave us the amount that she thinks it's going to take, and I take her at her word. When they tell us to put on the Fan Fest that we said we were going to do with all the functions in the document that it's going to cost us, I don't put on Fan Fest. But it's also important to note, we're not paying for the entire thing. We were obligated, but we're not paying for the entire thing. We're requiring them to raise. And to the extent that we get money back from the federal government, I want them to actually give us back our money. Because I think we could use our money for something else. So if we're going to get, that's what I believe should happen. But my larger point is that we are obligated.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Garcia, and then
thank you.
And then Senator Garcia, and then I'd like to see if Director Clodfelter has that number that Commissioner Gonzalez.
Mr. Chairman, and the big difference here, philosophy and ideology, is simple. The non-for-profit, you can have the parties, you can do all these things. They should be responsible for raising the money. They should not be coming to the taxpayers to get the money from Miami-Dade County taxpayers. At the end of the day, this committee that was established, there's a whole bunch of prominent people from this community. They can go out there, raise the money. Instead, they come to this county commission to make it easy for them and go to the taxpayers. It's always easier to ask the taxpayers than it is to go out and raise the money. That's why I have big problems with it.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman,
But-
point of information.
No,
That's
but we're just-
actually untrue because the committee didn't
Commissioner-
exist when the bid was submitted.
Commissioner, I know, Commissioner, but
That's factually untrue.
Mr. Chair,
I think
Commissioner Gonzalez, and I would like Director Clodfelter to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And regardless, and I do understand that there's a lot of impassioned issues with perhaps this particular concept, but let's just bring it back. All we're talking about here is the source of dollars, and I think that as Commissioner Gilbert was saying earlier, we don't want the source of dollars to be from taxpayers if they could be from tourists. And so if we can use tourist dollars to pay for this, and I am being told that in the trust there should be money, if Mr. Clodfelter can answer how much money there is, then perhaps we can just land this plane.
Mr. Clodfelter.
Mr. Chair.
Let's just try to get the number. I know. I'll come. You're up next. I just want to know if we have do we have the number for the trust or no?
Mr. Chair, this requires an explanation if you indulge me for just a few seconds.
I will indulge.
We get a number though?
Okay. Irregardless, I'm asking staff to get a trial balance. But irregardless, if there is a trial balance today, for instance, in Fund ST007 for Convention Development Tax, we are anticipating carrying over $24.6 million next year. And we are programming every dollar. So that means if the board decides to use $21 million of what we have proposed to program and use, then we have to back out or defund $21 million of something that is listed in the schedule for convention development tax.
Okay, and then we would have to go through the list of what those programs are, but Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out something. The bed tax is a projection. Because it is a projection, the law requires us to have another fund where we actually collect that money. So we have a projection based on last year and economic development, and then we're actively collecting that money. So when David says that the account does exist, but the account is programmed, which is why, and the programming of the account is in the book. So if there's a fluctuation, and David, if you can answer this, there are years where we've actually thought we were going to get, I'll give you a prime example. You have a hurricane, right? So you think that you're going to have a month where you're going to get heads in beds, but there's a natural disaster. So then you don't have that, right? So what happens with that, with those balances? How do you adjust those differences in terms of the projections? If you could explain.
So through the chair, there is a timing issue regarding tourist tax. There, not only because of the factors that you just mentioned, but the timing plays a big thing.
When do you get it in your hands? Because it's
Exactly.
when you get it, when it happens, and when do you receive it?
And we create a shortfall reserve for that purpose, for things that we've legally obligated and things that we need to pay with the cash on hand. So the fact that we may have a trial balance doesn't mean that's not legally obligated, and the timing of it plays a big role, to your point.
So when you give us the balance of that account, can you give it, I guess we're going to force you to look at the two accounts, right? Because that's the reality. What you've programmed everything that you're expecting.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
I have two more in line though.
Can you give us one thing? Can you give us the page number so everyone can pull it up while we, yeah.
Let me look. I think it's 170 something, but I have to
think it's like
go to another bind.
All right, in the meantime, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Garcia. It was my understanding that the $21 million for FIFA was in last year's budget. That money is not in this year's, not in the budget we are passing tonight. There are no dollars included in that $21 million. Is that accurate? That was disposed of last year and in last year's vote. Not last, well, yeah, actually last fiscal year. There is not $1 of the $21 million of cash contribution to FIFA in this fiscal year budget that we are voting on this evening.
So, it was mentioned before, in the mid-year, we did budget for these funds. And we are developing an agreement to pay. So the answer is yes. In the mid-year, we set aside the remaining 10.5. No, it's not in 25-26, if that's the question.
I'm sorry, David. Yeah, so my question is, again, tonight, the budget that we're voting on this evening, the $21 million is not in this budget.
Correct.
Okay. And so my next question is, has that money left the possession of Miami-Dade County, or is it still parked in a bank account somewhere?
Through the chair, it has not left the building.
None of it? A portion of it?
No, we have not finished the agreement. We haven't executed the agreement, and until that happens, we're not paying anything.
Okay. And do you know what the timing is on finalizing that agreement?
It is very imminent. We're on the final stages.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner, I have Commissioner Higgins has been patiently waiting. Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, for CDT.
Is that me being recognized?
Yes, you
Okay.
are recognized, yes.
All right. I've said this on the
Page-
record at the
page
last
340.
meeting. I even wrote a memo about it, that in particular, I was extremely worried about the CBOs, given sort of the tough belt tightening that's happening in Washington and happening in Tallahassee, which is cutting services to our residents. So even what the county had before may not be enough to do what the people need. And that I was certainly willing to look into FIFA. But I've also said that it's important we have a really good World Cup, right? What we know now, this goes back to what Commissioner Regalado was saying, is the beds and heads, as she says, we're in trouble this year, right? I represent probably the highest percentage of hotels of anybody in the county, and I have not talked to anyone that has had a good summer. Matter of fact, all of them have told me it's the worst summer they've ever experienced, and that goes for the restaurants in my area. So this is not as reliable. You know, it will not be as big a number next year as we think. That being said, events marketing is part, you know, we sort of have a national malaise about traveling here. But events marketing is something special, right? People are going to come here for Formula One. They are going to come here for World Cup. And we need to make sure that we put on a really good World Cup to do that. However, I think, like Commissioner Gilbert said, it doesn't matter to me which source of funds this comes now that we have made most our CBOs whole. So if we can find money elsewhere, whether it's the CDD or not, but colleagues, I just went through the list of things that we would have to defund, you know, to come up with this $20 million. And the stuff on the list, it's rough. I mean, it's our zoo. It's, you know, the Bay of Pigs Museum, you know, the Brigada 2506, the Cuban Museum, the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center, the Caleb Auditorium, Fairchild, Vizcaya. So it's not a joke to just swap out funding sources that are already committed, particularly when that funding source, in my opinion, is vulnerable next year. So I toss that out there. I mean, you know, David, what you're saying is, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it looks like there's almost $25 million, but you think $21 million is committed. Is that correct?
Well, my point was, we are proposing everything, so we're committing everything in the budget for next year for these
Okay.
line items.
Okay. Because, I see, I had the wrong, I was hoping we could at least find $2.5 million of doing that. That was what I was thought.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. But I think it's a good line of questioning in here as to how do we do this, and, you know, whether we make a decision tonight or we ask David to come back with, you know, what the CDT TDA would look like at another time. I'm open to that.
Commissioner Gilbert.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want like the mayor to pop off. I mean, Mr. Chair, I don't want the mayor.
Damn.
I don't want the mayor to pop off on me or anything. But I'm gonna call like, yeah, like, you know, I don't want her to go like, no. I don't want to do that. But
Or open a shirt.
yeah, or hold up a shirt or anything. But let me just say, she's coming to collect my organs. She's an organ donor like thing right here, y'all. Listen, she's the organ donor thing. Yeah, be careful.
Rigatoni's.
I'm just going to say the agreement, to the extent that there's no money in this budget, we're still talking about FIFA because the administration did not sign the agreement that we directed them to sign when we voted months ago. That agreement is finished and it has been finished. It is. Yeah. So I don't understand how we could say do something, and then it be like, oh, we're just gonna wait until the budget. And so I think that this is purposely been made an issue. I see the grandma finger, but I'm just saying I would like for us to actually get past this because it's uncomfortable for her, and I understand her discomfort. It's uncomfortable for me, but it is something we obligated to, and I don't believe our obligations are optional. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. I'd ask everyone to open up, because we're talking about this, it's volume 1, page 175, so you can see the different breakdown. And then there's another item that was in our first budget meeting that further breaks down, which is the one that Higgins is talking about, organization by organization. And I say this because the projection for next year is less, but the Marlins payment continues to go up. So it really is important for everyone to understand that not only is the Marlins payment going up, but in 2029 it balloons. And so we have to be prepared for that, because at some point it will take up this entire fund in order to pay the Marlins. So just so that we're all on the same page, right? The other thing that I think is important to mention when we look at this is, and I remember that when, I know it's late, folks, but come on now. When Commissioner Gilbert first brought this up, we talked about bed tax, and we talked about how it was committed. We talked about the Marlins. I mean, obviously, if we could pay this out of bed tax, we would have paid it out of bed tax. But back then, when we had the conversation a year ago, we were told that it was committed. So that's why we found an alternative. So we have always talked about bed tax as a possibility for this. So that is not a new conversation, but we continue having the same conversation about what is encumbered with bed tax and what are the future encumbrance of bed tax. Now, I will say this. If FIFA comes, when FIFA comes, and if it is successful and we get more beds and heads, then that will help us to pay more of the Marlins debt. And I look forward to that, because what's coming for us in 2029 with that debt, if we can accelerate those payments so that that balloon is not as hard, or if we can find a way to refinance it, I know we've been trying, I think it would be very useful, because once we hit 2029, it just gets worse and worse every single year.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, Commissioner Gonzalez, you're right.
And so I do understand that Mr. Klopfelter has identified funds that are already programmed for next year. If I could get the commission auditor to explain, so commission auditor, there is no money that you know of that maybe got carried over or is here now that can be used? And so then we can claw back the 21?
Usage aside, I could answer the question, Commissioner.
Can you put the mic up, sir, please? I'm so sorry.
Apart from the usage or availability of funds, we looked at the item being proffered in the motion, and we identified the balances that was carried over from last fiscal year to the current fiscal year. And we also identified the current fiscal year's current expenditures versus revenue. And that produces a balance. The only thing that's pending will be any additional forecast that is not currently in the books as of today for the next 2-3 weeks of the fiscal year, in order to determine what the final balance would actually be. And as of right now, outside of those projections, the CDT is about $17 million, and the TDT is about $4.9 million.
That's right now?
Yes.
Unprogrammed because it's carryover? Is that what you're saying?
It's recognizing the surplus from last fiscal year, current fiscal year's revenue, new revenue for the current fiscal year, and current fiscal year's expenditure. But I have to clarify that there still has to be some projections on what's going to happen between now and the end of the fiscal year to determine what the true balance would be. The director mentioned a carryover that's currently reflected in the budget also. So there would have to also be a clarification about the relationship between that carryover and what's being projected to end this year to determine what will be actually available.
So can the administration explain that discrepancy or just clarify?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Mr. Mr. Commission Auditor, can you please explain one more time?
I'm sorry, the discrepancy between the 17, okay. So I hear Yinka, he's absolutely correct. There is a trial balance. That's exactly what he described. We estimated in the ordinance on page 314 for convention development tax, he mentioned 17. We estimated as carryover to be 24.6. So as of yet, and we still have to receive this month's, drawdown, we are under the amount that we have forecasted as carryover into next year. So that means we may not come in to what we projected next year as budgeted. But as Yinka mentioned, there are still things that we need to do to close the year out. There may be entries that are backed out, that free up something, but that is a process that will take a few weeks with the clerk to do that.
And so those 17 are there, but are those programmed?
Absolutely, sir. We're programming in the ordinance on page 314 in the book of schedules that we gave you in the first budget hearing as carrying it over for next year for a whole list of things, starting with debt service of $56 million, which we're legally obligated to do.
Thank you, Mr. Clawfetter. Is that the trust? Is that the trust funds?
Is the fund, I don't want to call it a trust fund, but the fund, the two funds being mentioned, as the director mentioned, the projections that he has clarified is that the amount of money that will be carried over from the current fiscal year to next fiscal year has been allocated. However, what I mentioned earlier, which we're in agreement, is that there is a current balance. What we do not know is what the current fiscal year would end with. And that requires a projection on actuals.
Right, but he's saying that, he's basically saying that even with that carryover, those monies have been projected.
Correct. It would be, through the chair,
Is that what you understand?
I understand what he's saying, yes.
Is that what you understood this whole time? When you did your analysis?
We hadn't discussed this prior till today, but my understanding is that there has to be a forecast to close out the current fiscal year. And it appears that the director is agreeing that they had completed a forecast and they programmed the revenue.
Got it, but there's money in those accounts right now,
Correct.
and those monies have been projected.
They've been projected, forecasted, and programmed into next year.
and through the chair, it would be fiscally irresponsible for us to spend those monies without closing out the books.
Agreed.
We don't know what expenses could hit us in the next, I don't know what day it is. Is it still Friday? Is it Thursday? But we only have a few more days left in the month. And so those are funds that we want to make sure are available so that we can close this year. We have to end with a balanced budget. So to program those things for next year would not be fiscally responsible. We have taken every dollar that we can legally obligate, and we've obligated it.
All right, so I think we can call the question. So I wanted to indulge this one specifically, Commissioner, because as Commissioner Gilbert stated, I would have liked to seen it go to the TDT, but I think we could revisit this one even past the budget. The only difference is that the money won't free up today to reallocate to something, but it doesn't mean we can't revisit it when you close out those books, because if we can shift it, I think this board would be inclined to shift it, but when we have a little bit more closure on that. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wait,
All of,
in favor of
it's just a
what?
straw ballot.
It's just a straw, but we can discuss this later.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just a straw ballot. And all against nay?
Nay.
All right, the nays have it, but we'll revisit this. All right, Mr. Attorney, is this the last one?
Yes.
That was the last one, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now Madam Attorney, would you like to please read the titles of each of the millage and budget items on the board's agenda? And then, of course, the budget director could read his statements on the millage items as well.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll start with item A. And I don't believe we have any motions until we get to item C. So item A is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide general fund operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026. And the budget director has a statement.
The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.574 mils, which is 7.57% above the state-defined rollback
Quiet
rate
in the back,
of
please.
4.252. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support services included in the proposed budget, including a planned cost of living adjustment, an increase from the Florida retirement system, and an increase to the maintenance of effort funding for Jackson Health Systems.
Is that it? All right, do I have a motion? All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Bastien. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bastien.
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Four.
Senator Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
E.
Commissioner Steinberg. Vice Chairman McGee.
No.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 9-3.
All right, Madam Attorney, can you read the next item?
Yes. Item B is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for the countywide bonded debt service for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30, 2026, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director's a statement.
The proposed countywide debt service millage rate is 0.4171 mils, 0.3228 mils for countywide debt service, including the Building Better Communities Bond Program and Safe Neighborhood Parks Program, and 0.0943 mils for the Public Health Trust Jackson Miracle Building Bond Program.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins moves the item, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Four.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien. Vice Chairman McGee.
No.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 10-2.
Madam Attorney, next item.
Mr. Chair, the next item is item C, ordinance approving and adopting the countywide general fund budget for the county for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026. This item would be approved as amended to incorporate the second changes memo, which was further amended by the supplement to the second changes memo. The changes read into the record by the budget director at the beginning of the meeting, as well as your proffered amendment, Mr. Chair, to eliminate all proposed fare increases for Metro Rail, Metro Bus, and STS services by allocating $9 million that otherwise would have been appropriated to the TID, and an additional $1.5 million that the tax collector has identified as additional countywide general fund carryover from 2024-25, as you had previously stated. We may have additional motions. This would be the time. To make. I don't know if you wish to bifurcate first
Let's go ahead and
the
have.
CBO portion. I think Commissioner McGee has
Let's
a
go ahead and
comment.
recognize the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I request a bifurcation of community organizations and initiatives listed included as attachment A of the mayor's memorandum dated September 12, 2025, entitled Supplemental Information for Second Budget Hearing, Fiscal Year 2025-2026, Proposed Budget.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to move?
Once he steps out of the chamber, but he's still here. All right, he's got to step out.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I may have a potential conflict of interest regarding the discussion and allocation of funding for the community organizations and initiatives included as Attachment A of the Mayor's Memorandum dated September 12th, 2025, entitled Supplemental Information for Second Budget Hearing, Fiscal Year 2025-26, Proposed Budget. I'm a contractor for Children's of Inmates, a nonprofit organization that is intended beneficiary of grant funding. In abundance of caution, I will be abstaining from voting on this matter and removing myself from the commission chambers while the matter is considered. This statement also applies to item H.
One at a time. All right, so seeing no other recusals, right? Vice Chair, you can step out for a second. No other recusals. With that, Commissioner Higgins moves the item. Commissioner Bastien seconds it? Yes? All right. Clerk, please call the... Do we need a...
Just on the CBO section.
Just on CBOs, do we need a roll call or...
Mr. Chair, we will have a couple of additional motions regarding the CBO while Commissioner McGee is out. This is just on the initial CBO portion that was included in the second changes memo as supplemented, by the second
My
memo.
question is, does it need a roll call or a voice vote?
This one should be a roll call.
All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Garcia, Commissioner Gilbert, Commissioner Gonzalez,
No.
Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Emiliano Orbis, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastien, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
Or
Chairman Rodriguez.
Vote yes.
Motion passes 9-2.
All right. Now can we have him come back in or?
I believe we have two additional motions that relate to CBOs that we should probably take up while he's still outside. Is that
okay,
correct?
Who's got additional motions here? Senator Garcia.
Me, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Garcia moves to amend Attachment A of the Mayor's Memorandum dated September 12th, 2025, titled Supplemental Information for Second Budget Hearing, and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to reduce by $383,000 departmental travel and registration expenses among the following administration departments: Office of the Mayor, $6,000; Corrections, $109,000; Medical Examiner, $70,000; Emergency Management, $8,000; Department of Transportation and Public Works, $122,000; Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust, $3,000; Community Service, $41,000; Cultural Affairs, $24,000. And in addition, reallocate $187,200 from additional attrition of open administrative position in PIOD recruitment, manager HR position 3262, for a total amount of $570,200, and reallocate such funding as follows: additional $126,200 to Voices for Children Foundation, Inc., $100,000 to Farm Share, Inc., $200,000 to Cuban American Bar Association Pro Bono Project, Inc., and $144,000 to the Miami-Dade Mental Health Advisory Board.
Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Senator Garcia. We have a second by Commissioner Gilbert. First, I want to recognize the mayor because I imagine she wants to explain where some of these cuts how it will affect. Madam, reallocations per se. Madam Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this year already, we have cut substantially our travel budget. It's been explained to me that some of this is simply an inflationary matter, that there is a projection, but in actual fact, we have spent less this year. I have consistently denied travel where we used to send multiple people. We send one. Obviously, there are some travel items that are very essential for the work that we do, such as, I'm just pulling up one, emergency management. They're obligated to attend national meetings and state meetings. Corrections officers have to do recertification. That's not always in town. They have to travel to do that. So, we could go through this bit by bit. We obviously didn't know that this was coming, but these are items that we consider essential to our operation. I do want to also mention that the specific position that was identified is an HR position. We are helping right now in the pipeline. We're reclassifying positions. We're working, overtime, really. The HR staff are extremely hard at work, and I certainly agree that these are wonderful organizations. Some of them are in addition to allocations. In fact, I think all of them are organizations that did receive funding through our process with the nonprofits, but unfortunately, we would object very strongly to using these sources to provide for these organizations additional funds.
Senator Garcia is a sponsoring commissioner, and then Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we look at the funds that were distributed from the different departments, remember, this was an increase. We took it from the increase in travel expenditures from one year to the next. So if we are reducing travel, like the mayor says, we're reducing travel, so that means we don't need as much money in those accounts. So there is enough money in those accounts that we're taking a little bit from all of them to make sure that we make these organizations whole. That's one. Number two, when we look at the position that was taken, that 126, to make sure that we can make these organizations whole, that is a recruitment position. So if we are already if we are already in the process of doing this pipeline and making sure that employees go somewhere else, and there's a hiring freeze, why are you going to tell me that we need this recruitment position at this $187,000 value? So I think it's justifiable, members. I think that knowing these organizations that we're trying to help, especially Farm Share and Voices for Children, and GAWA, I think it's very justifiable. It doesn't blow up the budget, and it still gives the mayor the opportunity to send folks to their training and the other travel. Since they are limiting the amount of travel, this is well within their means, and we could absolutely do this. So I ask you to for a second and try to get this done and make sure that we take care of these organizations that have been doing so much for this community for such a long time.
Thank you, Senator. And I like some of the organizations, of course, that you listed in here do great work. In that spirit, I'm going to recognize Regalado, but if we can find an extra $70,000, I'd like to make the Friendship Circle whole as well. But I know that's going even further without jeopardizing any of this. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. So the original item that was passed out had like seaport and library and aviation and solid waste. So those are proprietary. So, right. So what's the deal there? Because
this is a revised amendment for that same reason.
okay, so what's the revised? Because the one that we have, okay, the attorneys can read it again. So I guess we'll have to take notes. Yeah, we have the original with the proprietary. Okay, pass out. Much more helpful.
All right.
Okay, so
It's a little more clear.
Commissioner Garcia, I was going to bring an item for the CABA pro bono. What I was looking at was taking $100,000 from the medical examiner and letting him decide where he gets that $100,000 from. We actually, in appropriations, we talked about that budget. We reached out to them a bunch of times. We didn't really hear back on much. So there is a lot of different things that can be reduced there. So that was going to be my request, to give CABA $100,000 from the medical examiner, and then to see what we could do at the mid-year for the second half of that, or to see what else happened here. But I also agree with you on Farm Share and obviously Friendship Circle. But my only concern with this is, about the certification. So if the administration could explain, because if you're saying that you're taking the difference in how much is left and why the increase.
The administration is recognized to respond.
Commissioner Regalado, I apologize. Could you repeat your question?
So Commissioner Garcia says that this is the difference between last year and this year, the increase. I would assume some of it is CPI, but what if you could speak to the increase, and is it about certifications? Is it that once upon a time it used to be by Zoom and now they got to go in person? Well, because I would assume that's part of it.
That's actually, thank you very much. That's actually part of it. We're actually trying to reconcile the numbers. So for example, for corrections, they actually did reduce their budget by 110,000 in travel. And so if they were to then eliminate another 109, that would take them down to almost zero. So I can't fully answer your question about why the increase. I do know if we were to eliminate travel for these departments, it would impede their ability to perform their key functions and to do their work. And so the travel is used, like we said, to perform the duties of the job. Some of it is even local travel, where we are obligated to reimburse our employees to go from point A to point B. Some of it is larger travel, where they may be going to get a certification or attend a training that's required for their roles. Again, we appreciate that we're looking for every dollar. We went through an exercise of freezing travel and holding travel this year, and so there was a little bit of pent-up demand so that people could actually get their credentials in the upcoming year, because they weren't able to do that in this past year because we were trying to balance our budget. So that's also part of why there might be a little bit more.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
I just want to explain, if you look at the information that was given to us in their budget books, if you look at corrections, for example, it says 2024, 120,000, 2025, $229,000 in travel. And then the difference of that is 109. So it's just the increase of they're still going to keep the $229,000 of travel. So if we are traveling less and sending less people, then they still have the allocations available for them to travel. All it is a difference between 24 and 25. That difference in some of these allocations is what we're taking the money from. So I appreciate it, but it can be done. It can be done, and then we make these organizations whole. And to your point, we can obviously do the $70,000 out of the medical examiner's office, and we can make the commissioners, what was the circle of, what is it? The
Friendship circle.
Friendship circle, we can take it out of the medical examiner's office, and we can do that right there, so.
All right, Commissioner Regalado.
The only thing is, I
we
think
have a
if we're going to
proposal,
talk about travel, I think we should also look at the ITC. Just putting it out there, people.
Through the chair, we actually have a
We are. I
solution.
remember I cut 500. We are.
We actually have a solution if we could offer it to the senator. We
can
could
offer it.
take the 380.
You finish that, then we need to talk about
The 383,000, we found an alternative funding source that we could use to fund that, and we would prefer to do that from the Natural Disaster Reserve, as opposed to doing it here from the travel. This is critically important for us to have these funds available. And so there's enough money there that we could cover the 383,000.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner from District, hold on, Higgins, hold on a second, because I have Gilbert and Cohen-Higgins. So whichever one of you want to fight for, no, I'm just kidding. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, and then.
Go ahead, go ahead. DCH, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question, Senator Garcia, on your motion. I was under the impression that the CBOs were fully funded. So the ones that you were allocating funds here to, did they receive any money from the county, or is this money on top of money that they've already received? We can go through them one by one.
Senator
So
Garcia.
through the chair.
I mean, I think the question was to Senator Garcia, but
whoever has the answer.
Yes, if that's all right.
Madam Mayor.
With the senator. So as we specified in the second change memo in the attachment, the resolution from the vice chairman was to restore the legacy nonprofits 100%. The legacies are those who had received multiple years of funding, either through the grants process or even predating my serving as mayor. The others that were for a few years, often with rescue plan dollars, we left at the 70%. and that was how we interpreted it, and it was specified in the second change.
Right.
And there were also some organizations that had actually received from both categories, rescue plan as well as competitive or legacy, and we defaulted to the larger amount. That was not the single time. We based it on what they had gotten for multiple years.
Senator Garcia, to expand on that for Commissioner
Yeah.
Cohen-Higgins.
Listen, it's just trying to make him whole from all the additional dollars that they've received to make sure that they stay fully funded until we get to next year's budget cycle and figure out what we do.
So this takes these particular organizations from 70% to 100%? Is that what it is?
Well,
Point of
CABA, I
order.
don't think is in there at all.
Have a zero.
CABA's zeroed out.
I'm sorry?
CABA, the Cuban American Bar Association, is actually
It's the
zeroed out.
neurodivergent guardianship, and they're at zero. Farm share is
Commissioner,
I have the numbers.
I know, but just bear with me here.
She asked for the numbers.
And to Senator Garcia, what is $144,000 to the Miami-Dade Mental Health Advisory Board? Our advisory boards don't have budgets.
That's the Mental Health Advisory Board that we created here, that I chair, that $144,000 was taken, was swept to fund some other parts of the budget. It was to make that budget
So
whole.
brings it back?
Yeah, it brings it back to the $500,000 funding that we have to make sure that we are able to promote for mental health services in this community and make sure that we have a budget that can help alleviate some of the issues that we're dealing with mental health services in Miami-Dade County.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner from District 1.
Chairman, just on how we process these things, it would be great if, in preparation for this next time, if we have amendments that have like specific subtractions or additions, and I'm not asking for the administration to agree with them, but they need to at least see them in advance so that we're not actually on the fly trying to find out where we're taking money from and where we're adding money to. And I just think that it would be, from a process perspective, it would be better if we did it that way. Also, David, I was listening to what the senator said. David, I was listening to what the senator said about being funded from the increase and you still having the base. And could you just go through that? Like, he gave specific numbers. Could you tell us whether his numbers are correct? And then after you do that, if they are correct, I'm not necessarily naturally uncomfortable funding from the reserve. I don't really want to fund it from that reserve. And I think that we've had conversations about that reserve, and we said we actually needed money in that reserve because we didn't know what the contributions were going to be for FEMA and all that other stuff and all that stuff, right? So I just want to know how much money, if you're going to make the recommendation that we fund something out of reserves, I think you should tell us how much money is actually in the reserve before you do that.
Through the chair, the directors actually can help us dissect what the 25 number was and then what the 26 number is. So I know I have the Director of Corrections here, I have my medical examiner here, who are explaining to me the urgency of them getting their accreditations and training so that they can function. And because they were not able to travel, they tried to carry that money forward to ensure that they could cover their costs. So I think I need corrections to explain, medical examiner explain, emergency management, transportation, public
Chief.
works.
Yeah,
We're
Chief.
gonna need you
no,
guys
so
to
I would like
explain.
one of those to explain because I'm sure it's going to be repetitive. I would like maybe corrections, since that was the larger number, right, Senator? It was corrections. You said 100 and something. So let's just have corrections explain. What's the real number from last year? What's the number in this budget book?
Public Works was the larger one, Mr. Chairman, but not by much.
Okay, let's do we have corrections in front of us. It's the 109,000, but what was in your travel last year?
So through the chair, I'm waiting for the numbers for last year. But we originally budgeted for 229,000. That was for training. However, we're only sending staff for essential training. So that's how we were able to reduce the budget by 110,000.
So,
which was a final number of 118,000.
So you're down to 118,000.
Yes.
Okay. From the 229. Now, what was last year's?
Corrections is. Corrections, last year was 120,000.
Thank you.
And this year is 229,000.
118,000.
Well, that's not what our books, our papers say. That's not what the memo, from our budget that was presented to us. Again, this is where we have some problems.
So, Director Claudefelter, can you clarify, Director Claudefelter?
I didn't ask them to go through the actual numbers.
Okay.
Can you go through the
What-
actual numbers of, because, and what is Senator Garcia looking at versus what they're reading? Because there is
What
discrepancies here.
it appears through the chair is that the column of the 24-25 projection is the 120 and not the budget column. So I think it's just the column that says 120. That's the projection, the forecast. But the budgeted amount was 184.
184.
I'm sorry, let's see, travel and registration, 24-25 budget, 184, projection 120, and then next year's 229.
Yeah, what the director just said and you just said, Director Claudefelter, does not match. It just doesn't. So I need you to listen to, like, we all need, this is what happens though, guys.
Sir, if I could explain, I'm reading from the book, the proposed budget. We asked departments several times to go back. We squeezed them more than once. So numbers, a few thousand here and there could be a delta.
Not today though.
Okay, I understand.
cannot be a
That's
delta
why I'm
today.
proposing some solution where we can get over this hump and move on.
I understand what you're saying prior to today. Today, there can't be a delta. This is the final budget hearing. So I still feel like I didn't get a clear answer, two different answers. And I understand that I do agree, and I can't control this, but I do agree with Commissioner Gilbert that these motions should probably come a little bit ahead of time so that we can have more time, so that the administration can have more time. But despite that, your numbers have to match. I mean, it's not, there should be no delta, but.
Chairman, I actually still have the floor. I was.
You're right, you do. You do have the floor, Commissioner.
So to the chief, I am more than a little curious. I understand what they're reading from. What are you all reading from?
So originally, we budgeted for 229,000 for training. We readjusted our budget for essential training only, and that reduced the budget by 110,000.
Okay. So now, through the chair,
Yeah, no, you've got the floor.
to Mr. Cotfelder, what do you understand? Is that noted anywhere in your records? I mean, like in the budget?
Between two change memos, that's most likely the difference. So
Well, so this is the challenge, right? If the commissioner says, senator says he wants to reduce it by $109,000 and it's actually $229,000, we're prone to probably do it. But if the commissioner says he wants to reduce it by $109,000 and it's only $110,000, then we're clearly not going to do it. And so when the chair says that there's no room for a delta here, and that's not a few $1,000s, we actually need to know which of those numbers is correct. So what number, if we pass the budget right now as is, what's the number in the budget?
So after the
What to do it.
I'm sorry, through the chair, after the readjustment, the budget that was submitted is 118,300.
Okay, so to the senator, we didn't have accurate information on that number. So that's what.
But where is that number though? Because
I
Then if I may, if you could repeat,
yeah, please.
you may, Senator.
Thank you. Then if I may, in the change memos, we didn't see anything about travel. So this is where we get this problem. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, if I can make a motion, amend my motion to direct the mayor to find the funds, give me a minute. And I'm trying to get to them.
Senator Garcia, let me just, while you think, I just caution with directing the mayor to do that, and while Mayor, I understand that she may prefer that, I don't want it to be taken from the reserves. So while I understand, I'd rather almost find the source right now and take 5 minutes on this than leave ambiguity and then, the decision be from the, disaster relief reserves, and we don't want that because we do live in South Florida where there's disasters. Commissioner Higgins and then Commissioner Steinberg.
So, I've been thinking that we are way too in the weeds saying that we don't want, one of our EMTs to get specialized training. I mean, I just think we're so granular on this that we're going to get something wrong, and we're going to get our ratings reduced in a number of things. So Senator Garcia, I have maybe a suggestion that each of these departments decide how to come up with this money, and it doesn't make any difference to us if it comes from travel or not. Like, corrections finds $109,000 somewhere, and we don't care where. They run a good department. She's managed to get us out from a kind of consent decree along with Chief Reyes. We ought to be able to let her make a decision of where to find $109,000. Same thing with the medical examiner, everybody else. So that might be a friendly amendment. And then I will say, I do worry about having one of our county boards be so disproportionately funded relative. I mean, $500,000. None of the other ones, to my knowledge, have that kind of funding. And that might be, to the chairman's wanting Friendship Circle, maybe that money gets split between the Miami-Dade Mental Health Advisory Board and Friendship Circle, something like that. I mean, those would be my friendly amendments. If that gets a little Friendship Circle, gets a little mental health, everybody makes their own choices, and we move along.
Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
If you guys are.
I like all of that stuff. The friends, the moving along, and all of that. Commissioner, and you're friendly with that? You think that's friendly?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Steinberg.
No, it's just, it's Friday. I feel like we're Monday quarterbacking. Hopefully we're not like the Dolphins this season. Guys, come on. I had to. Come on.
Point of order. That's so cheap. That's so cheap.
Commissioner.
Yeah, we don't do that.
But come on, guys. We need to. Listen,
I'm with you.
These are great organizations. We obviously love them, but we need to be careful here. Like, we need to be, I have a little uneasiness. Like, we need to make sure that we are obviously not taking money from our reserves, that we're not stopping potential travel for recertification for our EMTs inadvertently. We need to be prudent. And so I don't know, I like the direction you were going in, where we kind of give them the direction and the flexibility to find the dollars, but there always is a mid-year budget as well, just something to think about.
Yeah, but I appreciate your comments, but I'm okay with the amendments, the friendly amendments that we've proffered, and we're ready to move on the question.
All right, Commissioner Regalado.
Yeah, and that's why I said the medical exam, just let them find it. So I agree with that. I think that's fine. My only question is, I did want to ask Cultural Affairs about their money, just because I know they're like super tight over there. So is that number correct on Cultural Affairs? Because corrections came back. I just know there's not a lot of juice to squeeze in Cultural Affairs. So that's the only one that I'm a little concerned about.
Through the chair, I'm standing here with the medical examiner, and like Cultural Affairs and the medical examiner, in order to meet the requirements that we had at the last budget hearing, we actually made further reductions, which is what our Director of Corrections was speaking to. And so the directors are astutely aware of the additional funding that we swept from their department in order to meet the mandate of finding money for the fire rescue and mandate to find the money for the CBO. And so in our actual budget tool, which is where all the numbers reside, all of this is, it's also, as I was just pointed out, in the second change memo, Senator. And so I was trying to flip through fast enough to find the page and the verse. I'll keep flipping to find the page and the verse, but many of these reductions have been taken. To answer your question, that would be cutting cultural affairs very thin if we took another 24,000, and it would be cutting medical, it would cut all of them very thin to the bone. I appreciate Commissioner Higgins' recommendation. If you allow us to identify the funding for these respective areas, we will do that, but I think the attorneys are telling me we need to do that now.
Yeah.
We have to find the money now. So, Chairman, we're going to figure out where we can attribute 383, or is it
383.
383. All right. Thank
But from those respective departments.
Right.
And just to, were you done, Commissioner?
Well, I mean, so my question is to staff then, because we have, so is it going to be like a percentage? Are we going to go with these numbers? Because what we're saying is we're splitting the 144 so that you can put Friendship Circle into that. But that's, so Friendship Circle is 72,000. I had farm share at a little bit less, but I had farm share at 150, but it says here 100. So I had the difference for farm share at 150, but this says 100. So do these numbers still work? I mean, I guess if you're gonna, you have to come back with an actual line item. Again, I don't know if we should pick another department that's not cultural affairs, to the maker. If they're gonna going through all these departments trying to find these amounts, because, I mean, I think probably emergency management could find $8,000, but I've seen the cultural affairs budget, and I think it's gonna be tough for them to find 24.
Listen, as chairman of the Cultural Affairs Department, remember, this is the increase in, the original numbers that we got here was the increase in travel that we had based on the numbers that I have here. I understand that there may have been
Changes.
some different numbers, so it's just an increase in travel from one year to the next. This is why these departments were identified. If they can come back and find the dollars for these that will match up with these CBO requests, I'm perfectly fine. And the other position that we took, remember, when we talked about it, is a position for $126,000 that was a recruitment officer position. So that the total of all these projects being funded is $570,200.
I would just, my only recommendation, as they look through it, I mean, I would just move the cultural affairs number if you can. I just think 24,000 is a lot for them, because I think there has been a change in that number.
And I'm fine if they can find it. It doesn't have to be from these departments. It could be from anywhere that they can find them.
All right, so let's.
Okay, so they can look, scour everywhere that's not enterprise.
All right, correct. Let's go ahead and find them, please. And then if Director Claude Felter, if you could find them, and then we can.
Come back to this?
We can come back to this motion in like 5 minutes, and we'll take up the other one. But I will say one last thing, and I know that this is part of the going in circles, but in the budget book, that is the final budget book, page 52 of corrections, it says that the travel is 229, not 118. But the change memo doesn't say that. The change memo doesn't say it. So it doesn't address the travel. So just saying, it's either the final budget book or it's not. But all right, with that, we'll come back to this motion when they figure it out. We have another motion on this CBO portion.
We have a second CBO motion for Commissioner Gilbert.
Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have the attorneys read the motion. I was going to say, I don't want to use the money from reserves either, but the need for specificity that's being insisted upon by the attorneys can be met by using the money from the reserves and directing the mayor to come back with specific delineations about how she's going to pay that back at the next meeting, not at the mid-year. So we can use the money to balance the budget right now from the natural disaster reserve, and then with the directive, completely separate, not in the motion, not in the budget, completely separate, saying, Mayor, this board directs you to come back, identifying 300, what's the amount, Senator?
Commissioner.
383,000.
We can do that if you want.
Commissioner, I'd rather not.
Okay.
And there's a reason for it, which I'm happy to get into and spend 5 minutes on it. But we've actually asked, like I asked for that for the FIFA money. And then a little disclaimer saying I couldn't find the money, it doesn't get replenished. So, because I said, remember, I made a motion after the last 10.5 million, said I want that replenished in this budget, in this first budget, for it to be replenished into the reserves. It was not. And that was an order, a directive of this board. And as long as the administration just puts a disclaimer saying they couldn't find the money, they don't have to do it. So, and that's a directive of this board that we all voted on. So, yes, if they had to do what you're saying, I'm okay with it. But they can come back next month and say that they couldn't find the money. So,
I appreciate your lived experience. But I don't know if there's a oopsie waiver in our documents. I don't know that they can actually do that.
There is an oopsie waiver.
A oopsie waiver?
Yeah, there apparently is.
Okay, well, then let's just go ahead and go with my motion, and I have another motion. Attorney, Madam Attorney.
If the attorney can read.
They're going to preface this. This is on the underline?
No, this is just the CBO because Commissioner McGee's still outside.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Some point, yeah.
To promote administrative efficiencies, Commissioner Gilbert moves to amend Attachment A of the Mayor's memo dated September 12, 2025, titled Supplemental Information for Second Budget Hearing, and all relevant portions of items C, E, and H to direct the administration to collaborate and contract with the organizations providing services to the immigrant new entrant population, such as Catholic Legal Services and its various sub-grant recipients, St. La, We Count, and the Cuban American Bar Association, to provide services and programs in Miami-Dade County's libraries.
So, Mr. Chair, this doesn't actually necessarily add money to the budget. So we partner with these CBOs anyway, and they provide these types of services, and on some level anyway. I want them to collaborate with our libraries to provide them there. That's what this does.
Okay, so, Mayor, on this motion or yours?
I wanted to talk on the prior motion, but we're in support of this motion, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Yeah, it's been moved in second.
Move second.
We're going to go back to the prior motion. So it's been moved, it's been seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor of that motion?
Unreadiness, I'm so sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. If someone, could you just summarize the motion for me, please?
Yeah, this motion, this doesn't necessarily have a fiscal impact. We right now partner with the listed organizations to provide, I guess, services relating to immigration. We want them to do the whole training on how you become a citizen in our libraries. That's it. It's been moved and seconded.
All right.
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chair.
All opposed, nay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is, if this is an amendment to the ordinance, can we do a roll call, please?
Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay.
Commissioner Gilbert,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
No.
Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Emiliano Orbis, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastien, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
Four.
Senator Garcia, Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote no.
Motion passes 8-2.
All right. So we're back on is there any other motions before?
I don't know if they're ready to go back on the CBO portion. If not, we can keep going. We'll have Commissioner McGee come in until we get back to this one.
Madam Mayor, are we ready for the CBO portion, the first motion?
Yes, I want to bring to your attention that we are extremely uncomfortable with this item. We have already, as you heard from one department, you asked one department, it happened to be corrections, and they told you how they had already gone back and cut drastically. I have the medical examiner here waiting in the wings. I asked him, what would this do to you to lose that funding? We are a training center for medical examiners. That's how we staff our medical examiner office. We, last year, because, or this year, we cut substantially, did not send our doctors to training, and it's a key part of their coming to us. And we had already cut their budget by $500,000, and now, yeah, so, I mean, we have animal services. They transport animals to another facility outside of Miami-Dade to facilitate adoptions. Corrections also transports prisoners. Transit and fire have to travel to see the assembly of buses and our fire rescue engines to certify that they're correct. There's all the certifications, there's county presentations at various conferences, and we've already, you know, basically if they pay for it, we let them, if it's sponsored, you know, we are cutting back on presentations that are not already paid for. And obviously the airport and the seaport do a lot of promotion that's critical to their function.
Madam
So
Mayor.
we're just telling you, Mr. Chair, twice we've come back with further cuts to the operating costs of our general fund departments. And we certainly recognize the needs of these nonprofits. We've gone back, we followed the direction of this board, and we made whole. Everybody had multiple years funding. And again, I appreciate all of these organizations. I'm a big fan. I started Voices for Children. You know, Katie Black is sitting here. You know, I knew her since she was born. You know, these are things that are very meaningful to me, but something has to give, and we have done everything we could. We have cut to the bone. And so, you know, I don't know. You know, you could just take it arbitrarily off of each department and we'll figure it out, but I can tell you that it will hamper our ability. That's all.
So, Madam Mayor, and I don't necessarily disagree with what you're stating. I know how passionate you are about these organizations. I guess my question is now, that I've brought up now twice, and if the answer is just a simple, it was overlooked, that's an acceptable answer, right? But it's not in the budget book or in the change memo that they've taken corrections, reductions, specifically corrections, because that's the one that incidentally is the one that I called up. I didn't call it up with a gotcha moment. I didn't even know this until they answered the question.
I understand. You're looking to exactly where it's documented. So again, we had no notice that this was coming up. on the
Understood. I
agenda.
stated that, and
So
I
we're
gave
doing
you the
our
benefit of the
very
doubt for
best
that
to
part.
Show you what
Through
happened.
the chair, in the first, the changes memo, I guess it would be the second changes memo, on pages 28, 29, and then 33 through the end, it reflects the further reductions that were made in general fund departments to meet the expectations that we had the last time. In the mayor's memo to this board, we indicated we specifically did not touch corrections in our other public safety areas because we thought the personnel it was just too severe. So we used other departments to try to meet those requirements, arts and cultural affairs, community services. And so the reason that what we have is different from what they have, it is despite the fact that we have said we don't want to do further cuts there, their team has been part of the solution and are constantly, every director, looking for opportunities to make reductions.
So understood,
They do
Chief.
that in real time. So they have
Chief.
done that, but we didn't
Question.
actually attribute that
I
in the
understand.
budget. So I'm going to.
My follow-up question, Chief, is for your comments is, can you just tell me specifically for corrections, what is the number? Is it 229 or 118?
118 is the number that they will have budgeted for this coming year for their travel.
Okay, so it's 118.
Right, and so remember, the director has the capacity to determine if they would rather use that money to reallocate or reclassify a position or do something to that extent. So they may find themselves saying, again, like the medical examiner, we cannot travel because I need that money to fill a position instead. And
Chief,
there's a process by
Chief,
which they do that.
You do this thing where you answer more, and I thank you for it. You do this thing where you answer more than my question, and then it creates additional questions for me. Because if that's the case, then I'd cut the whole thing.
So-
Because it's either for travel or it's not for travel. If you're saying it's essential travel, then it's either travel and the director has no discretion or she has discretion. So I understand, and thank you for being so elaborate, but when you do that, you create additional questions.
And through the chair, we offered, I'm telling you, I regret that we are having put in this position, but we are offering to say that we will take a certain amount from each department rather than be directed how we would do that.
Okay, all right. So with that, look, it's Senator Garcia's motion. Can we just go back to him for a second and solution? Okay, we got the solution.
Solution. It's not that, just stretch, guys, it's good, it's early. We gotta, Nathan's yawning. Nathan, come on, it's early, we got time here. Pass around some more coffee. Okay, so it's 383,000, and it's a lot from all these departments, but what about if we split it? So it's 191,500, and then we commit to, at the mid-year, doing the difference, either with whatever money we have or out of reserves. So we're out of hurricane season, so if you want to take it from the natural disaster fund at this point, or you take it out of the mid-year. So we do half of it now. 191,500 is very different from 383 in terms of nickel and diamond, folks for travel or for whatever you find. But I think it's a lot easier. And the other option I would say, I know that Commissioner Gilbert just did the citizenship to the libraries. That's another thing. If we have some other programming, some other civic engagement thing that could be kind of like passed off, then maybe that's your 191.
So folks, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner, you're recognized.
let us not forget that there is a boatload of unfunded positions, administrative positions that we can use to get to that $570,200 mark. Again, if the change memo would have been a little bit more clear, I would have been able to understand. So I think there's other different ways that they can approach this. And I think this is a good way to, if you want, Mr. Chairman, we can direct the administration to find them, and I'll detail the organizations that are looking for the sponsorship. But I think it's important to make sure that these countywide organizations that help so many people are funded to their levels.
Okay, so can you work on that with them, Senator? And then Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized.
Thank you. It was my understanding from the attorneys that they had to be specific about where they were going to cut the money from right now, so they'd list that right now. Is that correct, Madam Attorney?
We just need the budget to be balanced. So it could be from departments. It does not have to be specific to travel expense line item. It could be to various, we could list the departments and amounts. We just need a balanced budget.
Okay, and so I thought that was the case. So I thought there was some confusion because I don't think that was inconsistent from what the senator was saying. What he's saying is take it from the medical examiner and you figure out wherever you want. So we could have done that 20 minutes ago.
Let's just take it.
So we interpreted what they said is they had to take it from, we had to show travel or show positions, but that's not actually what they're saying. We can take it from the general departments right now. So the top line instead of the subheaders. So we can do that right now. So if we're going to do that, then let's just do it.
All right. So is that?
I think at this end, we have these departments that are here. I think within all these departments, they can go ahead and do it.
I thought that's what the senator had said yes to, and I thought that's what the administration agreed
Originally,
to.
remember, we were talking about just travel, but now if you look at the whole budget, I think it'll fund them.
And
you can find it.
Because some of these things, nothing's fully staffed completely right now, and so they can find the savings if you just allow them to do it. If we can do that, why wouldn't we just do that and move on?
All right, so let's do that. Chief, you're shaking your head. Is that good? Thumbs up? Okay. So, and then the last question for Senator Garcia to clarify is, Senator Garcia, are you going to do 50% now and 50% at the mid-year, or would you like them to find the money all now?
Let's do it all now because it's at the mid-year. It gets a little iffy, so I would do it all now.
Okay, so if that's all, then the only thing I ask, if it was going to be half and half, I would have waited for this part for the mid-year. But since it's all now, just to add that 72,000 for Friendship Circle.
And what we'll do, Mr. Chairman, if you can, take the 144,000 that we're going to replace with the Miami-Dade Mental Health Advisory Board, cut that and give the other half to the
Okay,
Friendship circle.
To the Friendship Circle. Keep on wanting to say something.
perfect. All right, sounds good.
Chair?
No.
No, Mr.
All right, Jerry.
No, just so just to clarify, it would be the motion that was read as amended to reduce the line item of travel and registration expenses so that it would still come from the following administration departments and the following amounts that were previously read. For the administration will determine where in each departmental budget those amounts will be found. And then the $144,000 to the Miami-Dade Mental Health Advisory Board will instead be $72,000 to the advisory board and $72,000 to the Friendship Circle.
Mr. Chair?
I'm ready to call the vote, but go ahead.
Just really quick to the maker, again, I'm just concerned about the 24,000 for cultural affairs. I don't know if maybe we can increase the
But we're not
Miami-Dade
saying-
Economic Advocacy.
But we're not saying 24,000. We're saying we're letting the mayor look through all those different departments.
They're good. The administration's good with it.
All right.
All right, do we need a roll call here? Jerry?
Yes, please.
Clerk, please call the roll.
I have a mover but no seconder.
We have a motion
Second.
and second by Commissioner Regalado.
Commissioner Gonzalez. You're good. Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Emiliano Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Four.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert.
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, Madam Attorney, can we ask Commissioner McGee to return?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner McGee, wherever you are. Commissioner Hardiman.
Yeah, so I have a motion. I don't know if it is in conflict with Commissioner McGee's presence or not.
If it relates to a particular,
You have my motion written.
let me,
Monica Rizzo wrote it.
1 second.
It shouldn't conflict because I literally just asked him that question and they said that he could return, so. You should be safe, but
Just checking.
in the abundance of caution.
We would have to check. I'd have to check if he has a conflict. So probably better for him to stay out,
No.
or we could ask.
All right, so let's check, and then is there any other motions with Commissioner McGee being present?
Anything related to a CBO, guys.
But that help me understand this. How is one? I don't want to. He has a conflict with every single CBO allocation.
I do not believe so, but I don't know which ones he would have a conflict with. I would need Commissioner McGee to advise, but certainly the last three, it was an issue.
Okay. Same thing for, Commissioner Bastien. You don't have a conflict with every CBO allocation, right?
So, Mr. Chair, through the chair,
Commissioner Gilbert.
as someone who had a conflict, their interpretation is if you have a conflict with one CBO, the general broader CBO budget, essentially, that's how I interpret what they say.
But we've had bifurcations for items.
We have, but that is, and I don't necessarily agree with that interpretation if that's their interpretation, but that kind of is their interpretation, though.
I would defer to the Ethics Commission and however they interpreted it.
Who created Ethics Commission?
All right, guys. I'm with you, but they're not here.
Probably are.
For Jerry to say that, I mean, when the Ethics Commission's not here tonight, we can't ask them. Unless they are, and we could ask
They probably
them.
are, yeah. I was going to say they probably are.
Okay.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
They probably are.
Do we want to go? Do we want to
No,
ask
we
them?
don't. No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
I've
you
been
can take a seat. You can take a seat for now.
I have been advised that he needs to stay out for
Okay,
for this
so-
portion as well.
All right, so Commissioner Hardiman, do you want to be recognized for your motion?
I would like my motion to be read, everyone. Let's make this nice and easy. Very plain.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Hardiman moves to direct the mayor or mayor's designee to negotiate and execute an amendment with the vendor associated with contract number BW-10310 to reduce the services provided in each of the 2 one-year renewal terms commencing October 1st, 2025, to allow for the continuation of services for the project management and hospital-based violence intervention program, but discontinuing all other services remaining. And allocate the $746,650 anticipated savings from the contractual amendment to the Miami-Dade North Arts and Humanities Foundation, Inc., MOCAD, in the amount of $250,000 in furtherance of its administrative efforts to establish a modern art museum. 2, to the Martin Luther King Economic Development Corporation in the amount of $100,000 for its annual MLK vigil at the Adrian Arch Center or other facility. And 3, Arc of the City, Inc., in the amount of $396,650 or such lesser amount remaining in the fiscal year 25-26 allocation for contract number BW-10310 following its amendment to support the Arc of the City's renovation of existing commercial structures to enhance economic development in underserved communities.
Second.
Commissioner Hardiman moves the item and seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
4.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Any further motions, Madam Attorney?
I'm not aware of any other CBO-related motions.
All right, so can we now ask Commissioner McGee to return to the chamber? If his staff, if his team will ask him to come in. All right, Madam Attorney, what's next if the remainder of item C?
Well, we may have additional motions.
All right, any additional motions on the remainder of item C, not the CBOs? Commissioner Higgins, you're recognized.
Yes, colleagues, I passed out a motion, as I mentioned earlier today, worked with the mayor's office to address some of the concerns about just having better understanding of these environmental organizations, about the role Durham will continue to play. I think, as you well know, we've been discussing all of these reorganizations for months and months and months. So it was very clear to us as a board what was happening with, you know, the wastewater system and others, but we just wanted to clarify that. So it's pretty simple, it's clarification. And I've been advised I don't have to read the whole thing because it's 2 pages long.
Commissioner, would you like me to?
I would like you to read the short and sweet version unless my colleagues complain.
Mr. Chair?
Madam Attorney, please.
Commissioner Higgins moves to amend the provisions of Section 3 of Item C of the county budget, which relates to Section 1-4.3 of the Code on Departmental Reorganizations. A copy of the motion with the detailed language has been provided to the clerk, and this amendment generally clarifies that the county's EQCB board process continues to apply to Chapter 24 matters, provides that RER shall, as may be appropriate, rely on technical expertise from the new DERM, and that interdepartmental coordination may be detailed in a future AO, clarifies that except for the things which are excluded, the powers and authorities in Chapter 24 would be transferred to the new DERM, and clarifies that the substantive environmental standards in Chapter 24 would continue to apply regardless of any departmental reorganization.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Higgins. It's
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Regalado, and Commissioner Steinberg's recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I was waiting to bring this up until the appropriate time, which is, I guess, 3 a.m. I guess to the administration, can you just clarify, because there was a lot of, I guess, we got a lot of feedback on the updates to the department, and just maybe, could you maybe, if it's okay through the chair, have them address what this actually does in layman's terms?
I think it's nothing. I think it does nothing.
Okay, through the chair.
Yep, you're recognized, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So this is something that we did put out in a memo several months ago, that we were going to be creating the department and streamlining permitting. And basically, it was necessary to have an ordinance to effectuate those changes. And I'd like to ask Abby Rauter to explain exactly what the change means, because she did a really good job explaining it. So if you don't mind, Commissioner, thank you.
Through the chair. Commissioner, when Durham was reorganized 10 to 15 years ago, it was eliminated as a department, and that was and folded into RER. So it is that those functions are currently part of the RER department, and that change at the time was memorialized in the current code